Welcome back. Welcome back. Yee. What's going on, Mandy? Not a whole hell of a lot. CME countdown, you know the vibes. Yeah, I'm feeling 1,000% better. I was saying it earlier. I'm trying to I feel better than I did. I'm not 100% actually just yet, but this is when I screw it up. I start to feel better, and then I just go back to life as usual, you know? Because I've been keeping it real low stress, real chill. But I jump off the porch too quick, and then I get sick again, or it comes back or whatever. I'm trying not to do that. Yeah, I got you. Excuse me. A small hotspot around 86, which is that like 86, 85 that we were talking about for a retrace, but above 90, high 90, right before you get to like 91, between like 905 and 91, basically, is most of the heat. Anybody that's used to the weekend traps, you're used to this liquidity profile here, right? When it's time to break out of the weekend traps, 9 times out of 10 weeks, this is what it looks like. Our trap liquidity above, our trap liquidity below. These are our trap traders. And you see how our bottom trap traders are closer than our top trap traders here? See it? The difference is not having to wait until right now to realize that, and realizing it all the way back here that this is where the trap was. And then being able to plan for the weekend. Yeah, Davy boy. It's exactly what it's like. I get better, and it's like it's like a slow breaking W that keeps turning into a bear flag. Yeah, it is looking weak. It is looking weak, but it's you got to realize that all of this shit is just the weekend. Like you can't attribute any of this price action to Bitcoin supply or demand or anything. Volume just goes dead on the weekend. Market maker did an amazing job. Market maker's goal is to keep price at CME close until CME opens, and we're literally about to open CME, and we're right where we closed at. Like, that's what a job well done looks like from market makers' perspective. What's interesting for me is that this is the first week where we start to see the effects of options expirations. Right? That suppression that we were getting above and below to keep price still until options expired, that's gone now. So now is the big question, right? Was that suppression keeping us from pumping, or was that suppression keeping us from dumping? Right? What was the bigger motivation? And in my opinion, it was accumulation. The motivation for accumulation is to sell the assets you accumulate at a higher point. So until I see evidence in the contrary, that's what I think the motivations are here. Load it up, use options as a force multiplier to keep price down. And now one last rip before the true bear market shows its teeth.
You don't think we're gonna get an extended cycle or anything like that, no?
I mean, I would rather. It's like, if we're gonna get an extended cycle, then we're gonna get to the 50 on the weekly anyways. I would rather wait to get to the 50 on the weekly before I even start thinking about an extended cycle, just because there's so many things in between here and there, and there's no danger in doing it that way. The danger in doing it the other way and putting all your chips in an extended cycle is that you'll ignore a rejection on the 50 on the weekly, or you'll ignore a rejection at SR flip at 108. We don't want to do that. All of those things are very important because they could very well be it at that point. But if that holds, cool, then we go to 108. If we get above that SR, cool. Now we can start opening the idea of an extension, or overshooting the all-time highs, basically what we're talking about. But the best risk-adjusted way to look at it, in my opinion, is that it's a dead cat bounce until further notice, because it keeps you safe from, you know. But do I think
Yeah.
there's a possibility? Yeah. Yeah. If I had to put it into percentage numbers, I would say like 70-30. Like 70%, it's a dead cat bounce that just, and a dead cat bounce could even be 112, right? Could be just something that's underneath the all time high, and a 30% chance of a continuation. As we go breaking those levels, that percentage changes for me, right? So as we go getting above that 50 EMA on the weekly, I'm like, 40-60 now. If we can get above support at 108, I'm like 50-50. If that support actually holds and the market is bullish and money's flowing, then, your probability changes and make different decisions. All a probability game. Now, ask me if I would like an extended. I would 1000% like an extended cycle. I would love an extended cycle. Are you shitting me? I'll worry about explaining what happened to the 4-year cycle later. Let's get to the bag. I'll have all bear market to explain, what happened technically, but
Yeah.
it's possible. I mean, we might sweep that now. Like I said, I'm looking for entry if we come down. If we have a false move down this week, I'm looking for entry between 864 and like 856. Personally, But to say we need it, no, we don't need it. We just need the like. There's plenty of liquidity. It's not that the liquidity isn't here. It's that it's not being spent on crypto. What we need is the people that we're selling, the powers that be, right? The institutions that were dumping off on us at 10 o'clock every morning on the weekdays to not dump and decide that it's time to buy now, right? If they're accumulating, then there has to be an end to the accumulation. If they wanted to drop it to the bear market, they would have dropped it already, in my opinion. Right? We're in the consolidation phase of the bear market. You get your first dip down from all-time highs, which is mean reversion. Then you consolidate. Then you get a dead cat bounce. Then you capitulate. Capitulate's the scary part, right? That's the part where you're waking up and everything's down 15, 20% day after day after day. But I'm open for all of that shit changing, right? Or else we wouldn't be watching as close as we are.
Do you think we'll touch 108 again, not dead cat bounce, and then see the bigger drop going down, or
Yeah, 108 is like my sort of my base case for the
the
retracement.
dead cat?
Yeah, let me see if I can.
That's what, because I have 1094 down. It's a very random number, but that's my number for like a bounce, and then we'll see what happens after there. But
Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. So right now on our 4 hour, this is the consolidation phase that I'm talking about. Right. So you have your mean reversion phase. We already had that. That's where you mean revert to the 50 on the 2 week. Then you have your consolidation phase. Then you have your capitulation. Right? But what I'm thinking is, let me bring up um, some structure. And let me bring in the EMA. So on the weekly, these are my targets. Still sitting exactly the same part on our checklist, right? Most of our shit checked off. CBBI not over 90, not going to be over 90. Extreme greed not there, not going to be there unless we pump. ISM still low. Macro structure break hasn't broken yet. But my targets for the dead cat are the 50 EMA on the weekly, which is at 98.2 right now. And if we can get above that, then this SR flip, which is from 104 to 1084, which is basically our macro SR here. If we can get above that, and it's a big if, which is why I don't even, until it happens, it's not even worth talking about. But if we can get above that, then you can start thinking about picking out this lower high right here is the first sign you have 115. Like, oh, maybe they can't stretch it. Maybe we do get a blow off top. But even then, I don't expect it to be a blow off top that sustains itself. I will TP that shit so hard. But baby steps, right? So if we go to the 2 week, let me take all of this shit off the chart to see what we're talking about. This is that 2 week 50 EMA. Right? This is where the consolidation phase begins of bear markets. This is where the dead cat bounce lives. Right? The break of that on the 2 week is what signals, and the break and like close under, right, is what signals the capitulation phase. Like you see here. Mean reversion phase, consolidation. You test it, you break under, but don't body under. Dead cat bounce, like 60% on this one. And then once it closes, that's your capitulation phase. And you're down to the bottom. At that point, you're almost done. 1 year bear market, but people don't realize that this consolidation phase is like 3 to 4 months. Right? So it's not one whole year of just straight dips. Like here, same thing. Yeah. Mean reversion, consolidation. These are 2 week candles, so that's 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months spent on this consolidation. After 3 months, we had the dead cat bounce. Once it broke, you capitulate. So we're just here now. Even if you count the candle that brought us down, we're 2 months in. In this cycle, we got our dead cat bounce after 2 months. 1 month, 2 months, dead cat bounce. On this cycle, we got it on the 4th month. I mean, on the 2nd month. 1 month, 2 month. And in that 2nd month, we got the dead cat bounce. So we're in between that right now, right? Even on the longest count you could take, we're on our 2 month. Seven days and 3 hours to not close underneath the 50 EMA on a 2 week. We'll worry about that next week. I appreciate that, Kevin. No problem. Parts of what you like. Got a couple doozies. That's why I said that it all comes down to who buys, right? Maddie, Merry Christmas. Yeah, it was good. I can't complain. If accumulation was done for the reason of getting more profits on the dead cat bounce, everything that I just showed you right now, that shit isn't new to institutions. They've been watching this shit way before they got in. If I know the cycle, I promise you BlackRock has somebody in the office that knows the cycle. I promise you that. I don't think it's any mystery that we got accumulation at this level when we did, right? As it lines up with where you should accumulate during the bear market. I don't think that BlackRock got into this so that Jane Street or these guys selling off all this Bitcoin. I don't think they're gonna give up on the compound nature of the bear market. They just have more money to play the game. I don't know. I tend to err on the side of greed. Like when it comes to motivations, right? Like what's the motivation? I tend to like err on the side of greed. Like what would be the greedy decision? The greedy decision here is to load up, swing it one more time, right? Stay sideways long enough until everybody capitulates, sells you their cheap Bitcoin. You buy as much Bitcoin as you can under 80, rip it back up to 100, 100 plus, take your profits, then drop it down 70%, recompound. And the great part is that you don't even get the blame for it because it's just what always happens. You come into a market where people are used to a 70% dip every 4 years. You know how amazing that is for institutions? Shareholders would lose their mind on Wall Street if that happened. But they're coming into this game where we already expect it. And they're like, and nobody gets mad? Like, wait, this happens every 4 years and nobody gets mad. And they're just ready to buy again at the bottom. Like kids in a candy store. They're like, damn, usually we got to come up with all types of news stories and FUD to cover up this shit. I mean, we can just point and say, oh, it's 4 year cycle, bear market. What do you expect? So now we do what we've been doing that's kept us in the game this long. Be patient. Be patient, watch our levels, and react accordingly. Less predicting, more reacting. I'm personally de-risked until the new year. I told y'all Christmas was my line. Took all my profits back into Bitcoin, Ethereum. Have an open position on Sol. Have very tight stops on all of them, taking zero risks until we come into the new year. I don't want any parts of this liquidity drawdown on M2. Right? This drawdown here, avoiding this drawdown was the same drawdown that we were avoiding here when we got out on the 9th. Right? This pop up on liquidity going into an extended month-long drawdown was what we were avoiding. Right? That's what got us out before the 10th. It's what got us out 3 days after the top. So that's the same reason that I've de-risked here.
No, I've stopped looking at M2 money supply. They, in my opinion, though, but
Hasn't led me wrong yet. I really think people just need to adjust the way they look at it. I've been saying that from the beginning. Global M2 is a chart of available funds for risk and non-risk assets. Global M2 going up doesn't ensure that the asset you're holding is going to go up. Right? If your asset has a market and people are buying it, then available liquidity will affect it. And we saw that during the entire run up. And then once Bitcoin all time high, we saw that liquidity go into metals, right? Where M2 was going up, but Bitcoin didn't follow it. But metals popped. Metals broke all time highs and are continuing to do it. And so there's nothing wrong with M2. It just didn't go into the asset that you were holding at the time. But understanding where it's going is important, right? Like if M2 had gone up and metals dropped and everything was dropping and M2 was still going up, yeah, I'd be scratching my head like, well, where's this money going? Right? But where you can see, when you can see where the money's going, then, you know, and that's why we've got to hedge our portfolios. Why it's good to have a little bit here, a little bit there. But the negative side for Bitcoin is that even though it hasn't been following to the pumps, it does follow when liquidity gets retracted. Right? If Bitcoin's not selling, or if Bitcoin's not if nobody's buying Bitcoin when liquidity is going up and available, then when it goes down, then you've got a bigger problem, right? Which is what we saw here. Bitcoin all-time high down here. This tiny little bump on M2 here gave us the all-time high on Bitcoin, right? So the expectation was that this move here would have sent everything parabolic. Unfortunately, what it did is it sent gold and silver parabolic. But when liquidity retraced, so did Bitcoin. Even though Bitcoin didn't go up with it for that final move up, this whole move down with the government shutdown and liquidity drawing back, it affected Bitcoin negatively. And then again, we popped up and Bitcoin is stabilized, but Bitcoin hasn't, this money didn't come into Bitcoin, right? Maybe some of it came into Bitcoin and stabilized the sell pressure, but for the most part, metals again, right? And that's why Bitcoin looks like this and metals look like this, right? There's no coincidence that at the peak is where shit went parabolic. I mean, honestly, it's been going, but you can see, it's more dramatic there.
What if the move down on M2 is money coming out of metals into Bitcoin?
I mean, it could be, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that. What it means is that the available liquidity to be spent on assets is contracting. Now, that causes people to sell assets. Some people will move things around and use it for something else. But I don't know. I think metals are on a super cycle, to be honest. I think metals will probably continue to run for the rest of the bear market. It'd be interesting to see when gold and silver pull back because they should pull back soon for
I'm just
just a
surprised.
retracement. It'd be interesting to see where that money goes.
I'm surprised people haven't, or like, I'm just surprised Bitcoin has not moved a inch. It's only been going down since Bitcoin, sorry, since gold and silver have been moving so heavily. Like, it's pretty crazy to see.
Yeah.
Like, Bitcoin has done nothing, which makes
Mm-mm.
me question certain things, but I don't know. And then you still see all these big names loading up ETH and Bitcoin and everything. It's like weird. I don't know.
Because you know that things move in cycles. Things aren't just going to go in one direction. They're loading up
Hmm.
because of the fact that Bitcoin has just dropped and hasn't had a correction yet. Right? So you're loading up for the pivot. It's all cyclic. The money's all going to be cyclical. Just got to remember that this metals run, I mean, money's been in gold for a minute. Like I was in that gold position for like 2 years, almost 3 years. But this silver run is brand new. People are pulling money everywhere they can to throw it into the new shiny thing. Literally, the new shiny thing. But that rotation will happen.
I just still don't believe we've had like a euphoria slash like
We
bull run
didn't.
phase.
We 1000% didn't. And we didn't because we scared retail away.
I'd argue that.
Euphoria comes from their FOMO. Like their retail FOMO is what creates our euphoria because we're holding the bags and they come in and they're just buying the tops. But they're not here. They didn't come back. The little bit of money they had, we took it early on with memes and shit. And now they're over there on stake and prize pits.
And Kalshi.
Alshi and freaking Poly Market and so all we need is the money. Once there's enough money where it's excess money flowing, like what I think that Trump is gonna do during the next during the next run with his new Fed guy, then we'll see the difference. What I don't want is people taking lessons that we learned during this tight quantitative tightening bull market and carrying it into a quantitative easing bull market because you're going to end up being gun shy and leaving some money on the table, in my opinion. Every bull market, we end up playing it safe, though, from the beginning, from the very beginning, right? It's never a good idea to just bang into alts. But some people are going to be
Say
scared
that
to
again.
touch alts at all, right? Because they're going to be like, well, there's no more alt seasons, and then we're going to be in a quantitative easing bull market, and we're going to get a parabolic alt season, and people are going to feel cheated again. They can't buy all at once, HZ. The order books are too thin, right? But that's exactly what accumulation is. There's a reason why we're stuck down here in this range. So
I just feel another move. I just feel like a bit more of a move on ETH. ETH just has just let me down so much, but I just feel it. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
I hear you. Time is it? A little bit over an hour until CME opens.
Dbloc, have you known any like quants?
Any quants?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it seems like it. Is that there's like isn't Citadel in Miami?
I don't know where the hell they're. I would assume New York,
I know there's like one market
but they're
maker that's
everywhere,
in
bro.
Miami.
They're everywhere. Great. That's not gonna help my case any.
How's ETH looking, Dbloc?
I'll take a look at it. Ranging. Hard range.
Ranging. ETH is just annoying to me. I just expected more from ETH. I still think there is more to come from ETH. I don't know why, but I just feel it. I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, we did. I'm with you. Like, not breaking all time high obviously is unacceptable, or not sustaining a new all time high, I should say.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know. I
Is
think we
way under
still
everybody's, expectations. But as far as structure here goes, right? We had our drop. We've got a higher high, lower high. I mean, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. And then now we're starting to put in what could be an uptrend. You just got to respect that. 271. And then we'd be putting in the right side of a W.
like. Would it be crazy to say ETH all-time high if even if Bitcoin goes to like 115 or something,
It's
or
possible.
108 or something? Would
It's
you?
possible, but ETH would have to outperform. Like ETH BTC is really what we should be looking at for that.
Yeah.
If ETH
I just
BTC can
can't.
break out, then yeah, Bitcoin doesn't have to hit all-time highs for ETH to hit all-time highs.
Yeah.
But you really need what the hell is my, oh, that's why. I'll pull it up on another chart. So
A lot of Ukraine Russia stuff coming out right now, but yeah.
ETH BTC. If ETH BTC can break out, then yeah, then you have a chance of ETH outperforming Bitcoin on this relief rally.
I mean, the chart doesn't look bad. The chart doesn't look too
Nah,
bad.
doesn't look bad. We really need to hold this support though. Like if you break that, things go bad pretty quickly. But no, it doesn't look horrible. If we can start taking out those highs, like get above like 4,000 satoshis, and it would start to look a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not, and that's not me saying anything. Like, obviously, I'm gonna be bullish because I want it to happen, you know. So,
Looks good, but it has to hold, and it actually needs to break out quick because that slow W is just gonna make this first channel. So you need to come up off these bottoms and get above. That's why I said get above like 4,000 satoshis, and
mm,
it'll start to look really good.
yeah.
I'll be right back. Give me a second, yeah. I'm back, y'all. I had to order some food. All right, what time is it? How long till CME? 15 minutes. Cool. Oh, let me grab that tea. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Um, this has got to be something to do with the Russia-Ukraine thing because a lot of news coming out that there's a peace deal or something, like getting real close. So
When is Bitcoin going to start making sense? I wanted a false move down, damn it. You went the wrong way.
Yeah, I had some concerns with that stopping volume candle not being broken. But if you're looking at the one of 15 down at the bottom, right at the beginning, it's a vector stopping volume. However, we got up to like back into that upward trending channel, and we couldn't break the top so far. So we'll see. We're still just kind of sitting right on the 800 on the 15.
Yeah, see that. It might close above it, it might close below it. That's turning into a vector now, too. But, if it does close, I mean, I don't. When it hit the psychological low, right? It just hit the psychological high, by the way. But when it hit the psychological low, it skipped a bunch of liquidations that were right below the price. So I don't understand why that would have.
All right, I'm back,
Well,
y'all.
so
There
the
must have been.
psychological low was also the POC. So I think we're catching support on the bottom of the POC.
Guys, we just
On
jumped
the
up to cover the premium from futures and perps. CME futures is at 88.7, 88.25 or 87.825. So by popping up here when CME opens right now, it'll be automatically closed on perps. I mean on futures, and then they'll come close it on perps. In my opinion.
So there's no gap.
87.825, yeah, 87.825. So by having this little bump up, what they did is ensure that both futures and perp CME close. CME is gonna get closed. We'll see. They could just rip it, but I think they're still coming down.
Yeah, I'm not sold either way right now. Waiting to see what price action tells. But definitely copy that.
Couple minutes. How is it? Oh, 1 minute.
There was something else that I heard about how, like, I wanted to tell you about it, but I wanted to like understand it better before I brought it up. But it's like sort of the basic idea is when there's a premium on CME, they short, but they buy on spot. So like they buy on spot, and the way that they hedge is just a short on CME, which is at a premium. So it's a higher price than what the spot price is anyway. So they sort of always win. But the only time that they do that is when CME is trading at a premium.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
what
like
hedge funds do. They just get paid off the spread between both. All right, we opened. Did that close? That closed it right on perps, Neve. 882. All right, so yeah, I guess there's a little small one underneath.
oh, good. We're gonna need that if it's gonna
Interesting.
do.
Damn, it's like I start to feel sicker the further the day goes, and
You've been drinking lots of water.
yeah, I've been doing all this shit. I'm as annoying as
Good,
it.
good. No, me too, bro. I've had a sinus infection for like a month, and I am struggling with just doing the right thing sometimes. But
Look at the way that
so
15 just opened.
yeah, I think they just wanted to grab some more liquidations for gas on the way back down. But we'll see.
Future CME gap is now closed. Now they're going after perp CME. Bing bang boom.
That's wild. So many people getting wrecked.
We'll worry about how low once we close CME. We still don't know whether we're getting a false move up or false move down this week. Both traders are still trapped. We'll get off of the 1 minute as soon as we close this gap. Excuse me.
So do you think that that whole premium carry trade thing that they're doing, do you think that's why that we've been adhering to this accumulation range? Like so
Nah, they've been doing that since they started. They've been doing that since the beginning. Buying ETFs and shorting on futures has been the game since they first came in. These are the same hedge strategies that they run on Legacy, you know? It's like right out of their playbook.
yeah, they buy shares and then hedge with puts.
Yeah. Except price is allowed to move more because they came into an industry where everybody's expecting a 20% move. But like shit, if people don't start taking profits until like a 10-20% move, we could do this 5% up and down forever.
Well, the problem is they're like the options have an expiration, so they're gonna want to try to close them sooner rather than later. And they also only do it when CME is trading at a premium to the spot price, which happens like periodically. Like it's like for some reason a really uniform like schedule for where it's
You'll
trading at a
see
premium
you'll see
and
the
when it's not.
difference. If you get used to marking out CME close on futures and CME close on perps every week, you'll you'll see the premium.
There's like an indicator that does it for you
It is almost
automatically
always a
after.
premium, by the way. You hardly ever see it on discount. You'll hardly ever. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw CME close on futures underneath CME close on perps.
No, I don't think I said that it closes underneath, or that it's at a discount. It's just in line with spot price at certain points. Like I don't know if it's like every other day or like or what, but like every 2 days or something. I don't know exactly, but it's like it'll be at a premium and then it'll be like in line or like equal to the spot price, and then it'll be at a premium again. Like it's like it looks like a schedule almost.
Over
Like
I
again.
it's
mean,
very routine.
I feel like it's padding for them, right? Because they can charge more fees or higher fees if the premium's higher. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. But so it makes sure that like they're covered on their trades or like that they can provide what they need.
I mean, I think it also has to do with they close for an hour every day, and then they close like over the whole weekend, so they miss a ton of price action that happens. But
Jesus, silver is
Yeah,
ripping right now.
that's why I'm thinking that's what it's for. It helps cover anything they missed. But I still get confused, like premiums and stuff. I understand the concept, but the reality of everything too. Or I understand the basic concept.
Oh my god.
That's Dbloc. This is why I had to just capitulate into the silver market.
Bro, I
because,
don't
like,
think you
I can't-
realize how crazy it is to see silver candles look like this.
I know. I was watching silver back in 2020, and I was like, "What is this?" I'm like, "Why would I buy this?" Now I freaking have to buy it every day.
How finite is silver supply? Like I don't really know too much about the actual mining of it and whether or not.
It's in high demand, like because there's so many
Yeah.
people shorting it, so they can't even buy enough to cover what the amount of contracts they're shorting. That's why it's ripping like that.
Well, I know that it's going to start being used in some more tech as well, but like I'm wondering if it's do they think it's going to be like game changing? Like someone was saying something about batteries, that they're designing new batteries that use silver oxide instead of lithium.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm like half convinced at this point that there's like the government is hiding like a secret like werewolf problem, and we need to make silver nitrate bullets.
That's possible.
Nah, this is crazy. Be careful, y'all. I've been telling y'all it's not the time to get in if you're not already in. And I am waiting for a supply shock on silver that's gonna really screw up paper prices. So just be really careful because this is not normal.
I mean, yeah, my heavy part's below the cup.
This is squeezing. I mean, look at the squeeze. Look at the 1 second candle here. Silver is a $4 trillion asset right now.
Hey,
There's more crypto money.
I was wondering where I could find a list of all the different metals charts because I was looking at them the other day, and obviously like palladium, platinum, copper, gold, silver, easy enough to find, but I was struggling to find any of the other like metals commodities, steel as well. But
AI probably help you with that.
yeah, copy that. True. I forget about that part.
Everyone's like, when alts is well, like, where's all the money that's supposed to be coming into alts? Well, there it is. You're looking at it right now.
Yeah, it's in alternative metals. Though, isn't there? I believe like metals and stuff, commodities like that, have different tax rules. So I know there's also like that's another reason people trade it.
Is what? Non-taxable?
I'm not entirely sure, um, but a buddy that was telling me how he would trade in and out of metals to reduce his tax overhead.
Thing I like about metals, when they don't drop like super quick. So you have like a chance to buy the dip if you want to. Or if there's sideways consolidation or whatever, I guess you can try to get in where you fit in. But it's not like volatile in the sense like if it does have corrections, like it gives you some time to actually prepare for it. Whereas like crypto, it just doesn't care about your feelings at all. It's like, oh, that's some nice TA you have on your chart there. It'd be a shame if someone came in and validated it.
You see the like specialty metals, those are the ones I'm curious about. Doesn't really say. Let's see if I can find it.
No, you're not getting any deliverables on your paper silver. That's a fact. So I can only deal with physical, bro.
Yeah, you get deliveries if you want to wait 2 years for the price to come down.
Guys, just let it happen and stop trying to get in front of it. Like, first of all, silver needs to retrace for there to be any rotation at all, period. Second of all, if it rotates in the alts, you'll see others go up, right? If it rotates in the Bitcoin, then you'll see that. You'll see dominance take control. If you try to get too far in front of this thing, even if you pick the right direction, even if you pick the right rotation, if you're off timing wise, it's gonna hurt.
Is there people still trying to short it?
All right, well, that's also a strategy. Smokey, good luck. But for everybody else that can't tell the future, it's probably better to be a little bit more defensive.
Don't tell me that chat is trying to short silver. Come on, you guys know better.
The difference is in the opportunity loss. Even if you don't lose on spot, the opportunity loss of not being in the asset that moves or making the rotation too early can be costly. Yeah, we'll come down. We've already broken that 50. We retested bearishly here. Come down and close CME on perps. More interested in what silver is cooking up right here. We take out these bearish or these bullish imbalances here, it's gonna rip like right now. Almost done. There's like 2 more imbalances on top. Who said anything about FOMO buying the top of silver, guys? Pretty sure I quite literally said, do not chase this thing. Crazy move. Crazy, crazy. Oh, pizza's over. Almost here. Cheat day, baby. Cheat day. Put a name on that bullet, Smokey. You guys is a lot of people.
Dude, the thing's going straight to 95. I was saying it in chat the other night.
100 is my Labubu target.
It's like that's just like its first stop. I didn't even want to say the higher targets because I sound like a nutball.
The target from this up in handles that, by the way, took longer than some of you have been born to build, is already more than halfway played out in 1 year. Top of that is 96.6. Most people in this chat, I believe, were born between, yeah, like around the bottom of this cup, right? In this accumulation, silver's accumulation, 1986 forward.
I was born in 92, but I didn't have any money.
Well, look, bro, you can make excuses or you can take accountability. Okay? Like, sure, you bought a lot of things between now and 96, and none of them were silver, so.
My dad gave me a few coins when I was young. I'm sure they're in storage somewhere.
Nah, honestly, looking at this, we can just get mad at our parents, bro. Screw it, right? What were you doing with your life? Just randomly call your dad and be like, so. Between
Why would you buy Silver
1986
Pops?
and 1996, you were just eating shit pops? Like, I mean.
Yeah. You were doing silly things like buying houses and renovating. Dumbass.
Just be ready to answer
Should've
those
bought silver.
questions when your kids ask you what you were doing when Bitcoin was underneath 100K.
I should have just bought more on Friday. Like Friday, I was like, nah, I'm not gonna buy any more today. I'm just gonna wait till Monday. That was a big mistake.
Damn, Anthony, that's crazy. $25 premium between paper and physical. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna get worse in my opinion, bro. Wait till the fear in paper really hits and everybody floods physical. We're putting in a lower high on Bitcoin. Not really too worried about what Bitcoin does until we close CME, yo. Pretty confident in that closing.
It's gonna go sweep licks and hit my target while I'm sleeping.
Yeah, I'm honestly starting to lean more in the camp of a false move down. Because looking at it from market makers' perspective, for me, the only reason to expend those funds to get up and close CME futures before we close CME perps is if the intention is to sweep lower and they didn't want to leave it open. Or they would have just left CME futures for the way up. But I could be overthinking it.
What's that SBF inverted butt cheek pattern? Is there a divergence in the market cipher? I don't know if he's talking about Bitcoin. Or Yeah, that's what the indicator's called, right? Market Cypher.
Mhm.
Market Cypher B or Vu Manchu or whatever.
Yeah, Maddie, under $100 was hard to buy. Sure.
Said it. Silver overtakes Nvidia.
Yeah, if we look at assets ranked by market cap. Refresh real quick. It's about to. Guys, gold and silver are about to be the top 1 and 2. Bro, I'll be honest with you. All the good crypto calls are made this year and all that, whatever, cool. But that rotation into metals is the one I'm the most proud of. You know how long it's been since gold and silver have been 1 and 2? Look at Bitcoin at 1.7 trillion. So whenever people try to sell you on that idea that there's not enough liquidity for Bitcoin to move, you can tell them that they're full of shit. Liquidity is there. It just didn't come into Bitcoin, or at the in the last year, I should say, right? Went into silver, it went into gold.
Yeah, Train. I'll do some push-ups. I just need to get some coffee first.
My bad. Added night mode to this. God. Much more pleasant.
I'm sure you can get that dark mode extension for your browser.
Yeah, I know.
I know there's one thing that's annoying as hell for me every time I go to CoinAnk. It's like defaulted into light mode, and I always have to switch it into dark mode every time I go there. But I have the dark mode setting on my Google, so it's like my Google Chrome. So it's like every time I go to anything on that browser, it's automatically dark.
Remember how I told you everybody will start wearing silver once prices get up to all-time highs? Chrome hearts, chains, belt, wallet chains, rings, bracelets. It's through the roof right now. And all the influencers are all chromed hearts stripped out. Never fails, man. These jewelers got such a good racket. It's like this reminds me of the whole platinum craze, early 2000s. And get
Well, did it
caught dead wearing a gold chain.
I remember that dude.
Yeah. And that's when platinum was at all-time highs, coincidentally enough. You know? They basically
Well, I mean,
just made them exit liquidity.
Just to mention a gold back in school back in the early 2000s, man. Like gold, platinum. Like, man, you brought back memories seeing that.
it's wild to me that jewelry like is sold as a store of wealth, and reality, it's like kind of a really bad way to store your wealth if you're gonna buy a metal.
Depends on the metal
Right, you can
and the
bury,
timing.
you can bury it.
You don't want to buy a kilo
Oh,
size
yeah.
Cuban link right now at today's prices. Chances are over the next 20 years you're you know. But if the timing is right, yeah, do very well.
Yeah, absolutely. I just mean more like the average person they're marketing it to in such a form isn't trading. They're just buying jewels that often aren't going to be worth nearly what they spend on it at the beginning. Now, right now is the time that's probably a little different. I'm sure there's a bunch of people selling back some of their jewelry and stuff too. But
Watch market's even worse right now. Everybody that bought that Rolex or that AP that they wanted during during COVID is underwater right now. Anybody that bought a watch over the last 4 years is currently underwater. If you bought it as an investment.
I have a buddy that does custom Rolexes, and they're really sick, but also like definitely, even though they're like super amazing, like etching work and it's,
It
hand done.
butchers the price. That's a good way
Yeah, I
to
can
kill a
only imagine.
Rolex.
Yeah. It's good for gifts though, like if you want to get something unique to them, but it's that's a esoteric value, not monetary, right? Or sentimental. I'm trying to remember the name. There's a metal that my friend had some chains, and his were pretty cool because they were uh like very rare, some kind of rarer metal. It started with an R. I don't remember, but I know he made a good bit off of that when he sold it back.
Yeah, one up. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Rhodium.
Anything gold or platinum. Oh my god, the 40th anniversary platinum AP, the chronograph. Oof, I can't even imagine what that's going for right now. But the problem is that the vibe for a while, and I don't know how, bro. Let me tell you, these watch guys and these jewelers, they're freaking amazing hustlers, bro. The fact that they convince people to pay more for steel watches than precious metal watches over the last 4 years has been absolutely insane, bro. You go try to get yourself a full steel diver, you almost platinum prices in some cases with the markup on the gray market. So most people were buying steel. But yeah, you're right. If you have a good solid gold or platinum piece, looking really nice right now.
I mean, it still does have its certainly has its benefits when it comes to jewelry, but not for the prices they're selling it for.
I gotta call my buddy because he has a really nice bracelet that his girlfriend gave him a few years ago, and I don't know if he knows how much it's worth now.
I don't know, but it's a good time to start coming off of some of that shit, in my opinion, or getting ready to because it's just like crypto, right? Like the chains that I got rid of, I'll be able to buy 3 of them if once price drops. So it's like you'll get it back. It just don't sell shit you love. If you're gonna buy something as an investment, then understand it's an investment. Enjoy it while you have it, but then don't hesitate to get rid of it because the reason that you got it was for an investment. Don't sell the watch your dad gave you before he passed, and you know what I mean. We're not talking about that type of shit. That some shit is priceless. But that third Rolex, you know, the fourth one or something, you probably come up off of that. Not a bad idea. Alpha it. I'm up alpha it.
What is it, a bad time to buy watches?
Where's Mike? Mike's got a gold Rolex he's been trying to get. Mike, did you? Oh, you're still. I didn't read what you said.
I know someone that's actually looking to buy their first Rolex. Is that a bad time for them too?
Yeah, prices are gonna get cheaper. I mean, it's a good. Okay, it's the gray market is gonna get cheaper, right? It's a good time to buy your first Rolex from Rolex themselves because the wait lists are getting really small. Like the wait list for a Submariner was like 6 to 12 months. You could probably get it in with like 3 months now
Gotcha.
because they're starting to
So
fill
obviously,
those wait lists.
I mean, is it a good idea to buy a new Rolex?
It depends if you want to build a relationship. Right, if you're
Yeah,
somebody
you
who's
do.
gonna be a watch guy and you want to build a relationship with Rolex, you want to get some purchases in because that's how you get the phone call for the watch you really want.
I thought
Unfortunately, sometimes you've got to pick up shit you don't want, and that's what sucks about the game. Like I almost had a heart attack at AP the other, like what was it, like last year? Because I've been on the wait list for AP for like 2 years now, 3 years. I went in there, they called me in for a meeting, and I was like, oh, like that's the first step once you're being considered, or once you get up close enough on the list, right? They start doing interviews. So I came in and I told everyone, I was like, hey, I gotta go to AP. I was a little type nervous, just stupid, bro. It's like, it reminds me of gang shit. Like, I gotta prove to you that I'm down for you to, like, what is this bullshit? But I sat in there, kicked it with them for a little while, talked crypto, read everything was cool. Not a single watch in the boutique. Like, not a single, not a, except for what they were wearing, not a single watch in the boutique. Completely empty. Left, didn't hear back from them. And then during Christmas, I got a message that said that what I wanted wasn't available, but that there was an AP available, and it was a woman's 36 millimeter or something, but some shit I didn't want. And I was like, oh, sucks. Because if you're offered and you don't buy, guess who goes to the bottom of the list? Even if
You
it's
gotta
not,
like,
even if it's not the watch
wait.
you wanted, right? But I got lucky because apparently they offered it to a bunch of people, and somebody picked it up for their wife. And I was like, okay, so I didn't have to get it, and I didn't have to look bad by not getting it. But it's bullshit, bro. Like, unless you really want to have a relationship with them going into the future, just you could buy it on the gray market. But the problem is, gray market has got a 50% markup in some cases. Bro, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you could go into Rolex if you had a good relationship with them, get a Submariner for 8K, walk across the street to the gray market and get it off for 20, 15, 20 immediately.
Flips.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like they wanted. They were like, okay, we found this one. We're trying to flip it. You want it? See if you can flip it. You know, and then we can do more business.
So
You know,
people are like, well,
how good are you at getting rid of it?
people are like the gray market is well, no, it's the opposite, right? Because you can't let Rolex find out that you're flipping their shit. You won't. You're off the list.
Oh, it was from
If
Rolex?
they catch that serial on like Chrono 24 or one of these, like yeah, you'll get blacklisted. You can't sell these things. I mean, you can. People did,
you
but
can't publicly.
no, they don't like that, right? They want it going to people who are gonna hold and never sell and gonna wear it for life.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
They
do
make
it
remember they make no money off gray market. So you selling that shit for 30 when they gave it to you for 15 does absolutely nothing for them. Not only that, but they don't get to control who ends up with the watch, which is what's important to them.
Mhm.
Right? Through the interview process and through the wait list, they get to control what kind of people are wearing their Rolexes. You send that to the gray market, then anybody and their mother ends up. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of dumb how they
Yeah,
do it. It's bougie. It's kind of like Ferrari, right? It reminds me of Ferrari a lot. It's the same thing. You got to buy a bunch of Ferraris you don't want before you can get the brand new one, and then you can't change the color. You can't dress a certain way in the Ferrari. You can't take certain pictures on the Ferrari. Remember, if you want to laugh, go to Ferrari and look at their list of banned celebrities. There's a list of people that are banned from ever buying Ferrari from Ferrari themselves. Every single Kardashian is on the list. Justin Bieber, bunch of people, bro. Yeah. But they will not sell it to you. They will not service your Ferrari. You can't go in there and buy a hat. Justin Bieber got banned for wrapping his Ferrari in leopard print, I believe. And then some of the Kardashians, I think they did like pink. They don't like you messing with their shit too much.
I never really thought about like because I was thinking when you were talking about like for a relationship like networking opportunity. I didn't think about the fact that like when you're buying a commodity of that value or valuation that you are literally the whether you like it or not kind of a brand ambassador and
Yeah,
uh you're their PR, if you will.
yeah.
Yeah, they don't want you changing their stuff at all. Like Ferrari, they're super strict about that. If you change anything, like you're never getting another car again.
Yeah, but like why are you changing your Ferrari? Yeah.
Like you can't
So
even you
I
can't even
I
do your
I get it from
upgrades.
their perspective, but from my perspective, I just spent out on this thing. I'm gonna do what I want. Next time you see
yeah, right.
somebody, and we've all seen this guy, right? Next time you see somebody in the Ferrari that's wearing the Ferrari jacket, and he's got the Ferrari hat, and he's got the Ferrari keychain and the Ferrari sneakers, he is basically on his knees just glazing Ferrari. He is working on his relationship with Ferrari. That's why those pictures get posted.
Mm.
They're sucking up.
He wants a Enzo or something.
Mm-hmm.
Man's gonna do what
Man,
a
why they
man's
got
gonna do, I guess. But
why they
I was
gotta
just
do
waiting
I
until
mean,
I
I'm
got
not
my big
hating.
Ferraris.
You know, some people are like serious watch addicts, bro. And if that's the case, then you can't. You need a relationship with an AP or with an AD, right? With an authorized dealer. You have to keep that relationship healthy, or else, you know, it's like being a crackhead and you can't get the best crack.
man, that is
That's just bad for business.
tough at the top, tough at the bottom, right?
Most of this shit sounds crazy to normal people, and it should. Absolutely insane.
Like, if you're a
Well, I
crack
mean,
dealer, you need to be able to get the best crack.
You know, the thing
it
is that
is.
it really is about saving money, though, right? Because if you're gonna get into a lifelong sort of watch obsession, and you're gonna end up buying a lot of pieces over your life, if you have to buy each one of those on the gray market, at a 50% markup, that's just less watches for you in the long run. I mean, everybody, if you're into watches, everybody should try to have a healthy relationship with a dealer. That being said, if you give me something for 20 and I can sell it for 60 overnight, it's gone. Sorry, you know.
I mean, I will say, like, in some sense, whether or not it's a super expensive item, a lot of times you are commoditized as the consumer. Just not always so blatantly, you know? That's wild, though.
It's always been like that, though. It's the same with high-end luxury brands. You walk into Louis or you walk into Gucci or Fendi, like if you don't have a relationship with them, you can only buy shit off the rack. You'll never see the shit in the back room. You'll never see the new shit.
Yeah, I've promoted some like niche friends and stuff, to like some niche designer stuff, but generally I do try to keep a good relationship with those folks because I like custom stuff, so and not spending out the wazoo for it either.
We got liquidity to both sides, man. We're set up for a sweep to both sides. 90 on one side and 86 on the other. So we're giving back a little bit of the gains here.
We need to get some more liquidations inside that trap.
Robo-balls, even at thrift shops, bro. Trust me. Having a relationship with the thrift shop owner is a big deal because you think they don't go through all of that shit when it comes in. They know people are going to thrift shops to look for shit that's got value. They go through all of those boxes before it gets put on the. I'll give you an example. When I used to resell sneakers, Nike was dumping a lot of B grade sneakers on Ross at the time. And I used to go to all the Rosses, and every once in a while you'd catch a pair on the shelf, but it was rare. So I used to buy a bunch of Starbucks cards, and I used to go to all the Rosses and talk to the managers. And I used to ask them, "Hey, look, I'm reselling. I know you guys get a lot of inventory. Remember, a manager's job is to move inventory, right? They need to make shelf space, so you have to sort of appeal to that, right? So I'm like, look, I can come in and take a gang of pairs off of you. I'll make your job every month super easy, but I need the boxes because they didn't come in boxes, right? They would just be on the thing. I need the boxes, and if I could take a look at them before anybody else, before they go on the shelf, then I'll take care of you." And I'd go in there week after week, and they'd be like, "We have nothing, we have nothing," and I'd just give them that Starbucks gift card to give them my number. Starbucks gift card, give them the number. Eventually, the phone starts to ring. "Hey, we got a big shipment today. They're still all in boxes. If you can be here within the next couple hours, I'll give you some time to look through." Da 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 da. Relationships make all the difference in the world, bro. Trust me. Something as simple as just somebody wanting you to win, or somebody realizing that your win is also a payday for them.
It's sort of like insider info, but for consumer goods. Yeah, I know, like even like storage
Access.
units and stuff.
It's access, right? It's levels of access that you don't that you're like. Think of everybody's family or friends. You're like, oh, if my mom worked here, if my family, if my friend worked, well, you can become friends with those people, right? And then it's mutually beneficial. I did it all, Lee. I've been a hustler since I jumped off the porch.
Yeah, I knew some folks that did. They'd buy like abandoned storage units, and same thing. Like you get to know the managers. Sometimes the managers will give you insight if you know customers who lost it, had nice things or whatever. Um, a lot of times they only sell to like certain people. They won't just like they'll publicly auction the ones uh, that are of lower value, but it's kind of wild.
What's everybody doing for dinner tonight?
Gatorade. We gotta save up for that Rolex, right?
Gatorade. H2O.
Yeah, that's what I'm having. Pizza. Looking forward to that shit. About to get on my fat boy shit when it gets here.
You guys are drinking the wrong water.
All right, let's draw out this CME gap. Know where it is. It's shrunk down basically to a couple $100 at this point, $200. Nice move though. CME gap was all the way up here. We're gonna count futures. Came up to it so it would close. And then shrunk this down. This officially brings the end to the weekend. So we can pull our weekend trap over. And now we're on false move watch. Yeah. Let's go 15-minute chart. Get some of this up. False move up doesn't get confirmed until we're at 89.6. False move down only has to come down to 86.6. So what my bag would like is for price to come down into these liquidations, have our false move down, and take a nice chunky long into the rest of the week. Now, whether or not we get that is a different story.
What's the plan if it ends up being a false move up?
Then hopefully we get a nice ride into Monday. Remember, false moves up don't necessarily mean that it has to be a bad push. Right? It just means until Monday we have the opportunity to go up. False move up, I would love target 4. We've already hit target 3. We haven't invalidated target 4 yet. That would be, in my opinion, the best for sentiment. Just today's going to get a little froggy if we dip. But in the long run, the best for sentiment would be actually a move. But short term, yeah, we'd love to see this rip through these vectors and head up to 90.
If we dip, I'm just gonna close my short, I think. I don't even know if I'm gonna open a long. Might. I'll have to see what it looks like when we get there.
Get rid of that line. Brisket and ribs. That was a couple days ago. Yeah, I don't know if I just had my fill of brisket already, but I think I might just skip the brisket and go straight ribs next time. You know, sometimes you just eat so much of something, it's like,
Brisket's
Famous-
also
if
a
it's
lot more
first
work.
3 years- Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, you get. I was just to say, brisket's also a lot more work to get right, I think, than ribs are.
I was eating too much steak and I had to like switch it up with some bacon, sausage, whatever else. High protein, high fat.
I've been eating the same exact meal for over 3 years now.
Bacon and eggs.
Oh, well, mostly beef, but
Oh,
bacon
steak and
and
eggs.
yeah. But bacon like every other day, probably. Yeah.
I had a buddy like that. He used to eat chicken rice for like almost every chicken rice and veggies for almost every meal.
Yeah, my cousin went about a year eating like nothing but just chicken and broccoli. And he was like, it works. Like, trust me. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I bet. But like, have you ever tried just steak and eggs?
Day would be 1,130 of carnivore for me.
nice.
Damn. It's 3 years.
Best
Yeah,
diets are the ones that you can sustain. You know, that's why people just gain weight, lose weight, because you can't, like, it's just so restrictive that you can't you can't keep it up for that long. So that's good.
You don't gotta sell me on the carnivore diet. If I had a choice all the time, I could just eat, literally just eat meat. No Diddy.
If you
Yeah,
find
that
like
was crazy.
what if you find out what like foods like are like the best for your specific body, and it ends up being two foods that you just love that you think you could eat every day. Like it's easy enough, but then like you kind of gotta change it on the weekends or something. Like at least on the weekend you're like, all right, I'll eat this on Saturday and eat this on Sunday, while
So
still
there's
adhering to.
I
okay.
don't. I mean, I like meat. It's not that I like meat though. It's just I know this is what makes a human the most healthy. I know that. I know it firsthand.
I love steak, bro. There's nothing like a good, well cooked steak, fatty piece of
I love.
steak. Yum yum yum.
Oh yeah, man. But I still love pizza. I miss pizza. I miss everything I used to eat. I still have fond memories of the foods that you guys eat still.
I
Or
mean,
I still
after a
eat.
year, you could have a little slice of pizza, though.
It's a mental
You don't
thing for
give
me to break
yourself
it
any
down.
cheat days. Okay, yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
I get that.
yeah.
Yeah,
The
the
I know
willpower
people
is like
like
the
that too. They
hardest
don't
part.
do any cheat days because, like, they're like a cheat day turns into a cheat weekend, turns into a cheat week.
Listen, like the discipline of carnivore made me a better trader. It made me better at everything I do.
Damn right.
It's not just carnivore. It's just it shaped my discipline.
Yeah, it's a lifestyle. It's not just a diet, it's a lifestyle.
Speaking of, let me go
Mindset.
get my delivery. Hold on, they're here. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
Dbloc goes to pick up his pizza. No, but yeah, like the willpower is like the hardest thing to gain. Once you have a firm grasp on it, like after like 4 months, you're like, okay, I am never eating anything else. Like if I do, like it's a mortal sin. Like I cannot eat anything besides this diet. Like not even for one day. Because then that one day breaks your willpower, and you're like, ah, crap.
I'm like
Like I
that with
gotta go for
cigarettes. I'll never smoke another cigarette. Like I know that I'll never smoke another cigarette. Like I've gotten to that point where it's not even hard to not, you know.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm
Good.
mostly vaping now, so I'm probably where you were like a year ago. But I mean, I still smoke
Try
butts,
those
but
Zin
like I'm
pouches,
trying.
bro. Those Zin pouches will get you off a vape, and then you just got to figure out how to get off the Zin pouches. But at least you're not filling
Yeah.
your lungs full of gunk.
You know what's funny is I got like 10 packs of Zin pouches for free, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna use these, but like I was gonna just give them to my cousin, but like he was only in town for his wedding, and then he went away again, so I was like,
Nah,
screw
use
it,
them,
I'll
bro.
just hang on to these.
Yeah, use them.
Yeah, maybe I will.
You got to spit every once in a while when you're brand new because you'll get like super lightheaded from it, but it will keep you from hitting your vapes for sure.
Yeah, that's what I didn't like about it. That's what I hated about it the most. Is I was like, oh,
They've
this
got
is
weaker
making me like
ones. They've got like
lightheaded,
3 mg.
nauseous.
Yeah, they've got like weaker ones. 3 mg, 6 mg. 3 mg is what you want if it makes you nauseous.
Yeah, for me,
Yeah,
vaping is
these
just
ones are.
notification. So
Being
I,
able to breathe made up for it, bro. It was bad.
yeah,
My shit was all clogged up and nasty. Like when I laid down flat in bed at night, like you could feel that shit in your chest. Not good.
I guess these ones I have are 6, so I'm probably gonna die if I try to eat one.
Nah, just you don't have to. You just put it between your lip and your teeth and your tooth, and then once you start to feel a little woozy, just take it out. Have a little dish next to you or
Yeah,
something. You put it out and put it on. You don't have to keep it in the whole time. It's just to take the edge off of not hitting the vape. Eventually, you'll be able to keep them in there. Eventually, they'll be like Mike. You'll have like 2 on top, 2 on bottom, horseshoed.
double horseshoes are not healthy. I used to do those as a kid, man. Definitely not the way to go. But, you know, whatever gets you right, right?
I haven't smoked a vape for over a year, and it's because of these. And I still haven't popped more than one at a time. And most of the time, I take it out like halfway through. So, but I can run without coughing up a lung now. You know what I mean? Definitely
Mhm.
feel the difference on the treadmill. 1000%.
Big believer, and it's not about how you get there; it's where you're going.
All right, I'm gonna go eat this pizza, y'all. I'll be back. I'm watching though. If we do anything crazy, I'll pop in.
Cheers, enjoy.
Enjoy your pizza.
Yeah, my buddy did the chicken and rice all the time. He was like, it's generally healthy. It's like lower fat, as long as you don't get super cheap chicken. But it's cheap, and it's like it was his version of like the ramen diet, right? Because he was a like small time designer, clothing designer, really dope stuff that he did. But so it was like he saw it as every time he ate one of those meals, um, he was able to make X amount more shirts, able to spend X amount more time and with his business and his passion. So I definitely think like props to you for the carnivore diet, because like, man, there's no better way to like discipline the mind and to gain confidence, in everything you do, when you can just willpower through and hold yourself to something like that. In a lot of ways, that's kind of what trading is for me. I really watch on the charts. It's been an absolute game changer just to dedicate myself to something to this level.
What's Dogecoin up to? I haven't looked at that in a minute.
I was trading this coin called ETH earlier, EVA. Fairly new, but it was
Either.
yeah. It looked like it was starting to form a W after like bottoming. don't know anything about the coin. I can tell it dumped though. It started at like $8 or $10, something like that. Down to just about $1. It was bumping a bit.
Dogecoin never hit 11 cents, did it? Well, at least not yet.
The one thing I'll say about that EVA coin though is that I'm definitely not planning to continue to trade it too much because it's kind of a bad place in the cycle to be bottoming. I feel like.
What'd you say? 10-year trade it?
I was saying I wasn't planning to like long term trade it.
Like not buy and hold, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Really, most of these coins, dude, it's like just like they're not even worth holding. Like that cycle has made it clear. It's like, dude, it's not even worth holding. Just when it's in profit, like take it.
Yeah, even the ones that have like good teams, good utility, all that stuff doesn't seem to matter. I mean, we'll see on the other side of on the other side of the barrel, it's still succeeding, right?
Well, back in the day when there like a new coin would come out, I mean, everything is mostly still proof of work. It was like if that new coin would be, oh, shiny new coin, and everybody jumps on it and it rips. But now we got blockchains built on top of blockchains on top of blockchains, and it's like now there's all these new like tokens that are being released, and they have like unlock periods, and every time there's a like a massive unlock, someone just unloads a crap ton of it and just drops it into like support discovery. It's like
Yep.
it'll pop for like a month or two, but won't really put in like anywhere close to an all-time high, and like just makes a
Yeah, and
lot of
there's just
times.
so many real and non-real competitors to pretty much any kind of token that you want to get.
Yeah, and it's like there's like Dbloc says, almost all this stuff is vaporware. Like 90% of it or whatever is just vaporware. Like it's not even real stuff or real project. There's a few coins that I bought that was supposed to be super promising, and I was like, oh, nice, I'm gonna get ahead of the curve on this one. And they just ended up being complete junk and like getting delisted. I'm like, oh well,
Well,
there
I feel
goes
like
that money.
the ones that aren't like complete vaporware are like generally not doing things that like I think are better than the traditional system. Or I won't say that, but like they're aligning with companies that I'm not a fan of, or uh, aligning themselves in an industry in a way that I feel like is predatory. Not always the case, but
I mean, like some of them, it's not like they're. I don't think they're like they mean to be predatory. Like that's kind of more like meme coins and stuff like that people put out that like on Pump.fun or whatever. But the projects where it's like they have like VCs and stuff, they're just in like they're almost inherently going to be a rug pull. It's like part of their design to get rug pulled at least for the first round.
yeah, and then like they've also like for them to have any like real purposeful real world use, they do have to kind of like sell the idea to some major corporation for it to make sense, right? Um,
Yeah, like AMP did that. Like they tried to do it like last cycle. AMP was like, "Oh, we're gonna partner with Amazon, and you're gonna be able to make Amazon payments with AMP." And then there was like the ACH network, and like both of them are down in the dirt this this cycle.
well, some of them have like really cool like platforms and designs, and could be like the future of how we interact with you know the internet or something like that. But like it's like or if some function within reality as well. But like, it's just how do you know which one's actually going to make it at the end of it all? After all the regulations, and also is in the right phase at the right time in the cycle, part of the right network. It's like we don't even know. I mean, look at ETH, right? ETH has been around forever, and it's such a major player, and it
They
it's
screwed up
made.
doing the merge, the proof of work, or proof of stake thing, and like the whole system they have now. Like just ever since then, it hasn't been behaving like the way that it used to. Like it hasn't been behaving properly.
Yeah, and I
I
mean,
don't know why they did that.
it's a
Like
hard like.
for energy efficiency or whatever, they thought that was more important.
Well, so that too, that was like kind of a bigger like sentiment issue with a lot of crypto at one point, but like I don't think people care as much anymore as they used to. Like there's people I'm sure that still do care about the energy costs that are associated to crypto, but A, people don't care, or B, better tech exists, right? So I mean it's like
The losses they would take in consumption, like those losses are equaled by the fact the price is down. Like the price doesn't seem to be able to go anywhere.
yeah. I mean for a
People that
while
have
I
been holding and staking Ethereum for like 7 years, and like they're still at break even with all
yeah.
the extra coins they got.
For a while I thought like it was um prices were being suppressed intentionally for the purpose of you know I guess selling it to stakeholders of the ETFs and to get more outside people outside the crypto industry interested and involved, and that may be the case, but uh, I just don't know how it plans to recover, right? Like,
I mean, another hurdle is like they also had that Bybit hack, and like the Lazarus group stole a ton of ETH, and like God only knows what they did with it.
yeah, it's tough,
No,
man.
I mean that crushed sentiment a lot too. I don't know if that was supposed to be part of the plan or what.
Yeah, and I think as a network, it's like it's a good, decent blockchain, right? But um, there's just so many tokens that are so much faster and so much more capable at this point.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know,
Matic was designed to like solve like the scalability issue with Ethereum, and Matic did really well for a while, but then it just completely died after that. It's like, okay, so even like this champion token for what you're trying to accomplish is dying. And then like now Ethereum's like, oh, we're just gonna try to solve the scalability issues ourselves. It's like, okay, cool, thanks for doing that after like 10 years.
yeah, that probably should have been. Well, and like that's gonna be continually, I think. Now that being said, like I do think that there is value in the fact that like ETH has provided ROI to a lot of people early on, right? Like that does make it special, but if it can't continue to provide that ROI, like you know,
Yeah, I mean, I know somebody that had a ton of them. He bought them at like $80 a piece, and he had a ton of them, but he sold them all last cycle. Like he didn't hold any of them until right now, and he regrets it. He was like, "Oh, I really should have held on to it. I held on to some of it." I'm like, "Yeah, but at the same time, like you made life changing money with that."
yeah, yep. I uh I had some Ethereum Classic back, like original Ethereum, but I have like I think like $30 of it left that's staked, and that's because I literally they made it so that in my state you can no longer like that staking became illegal, and you could only have staked what you already had staked before a certain date. And I didn't find that out for like years. So I had like $30 still staked, and I just don't want to touch it because it's like my last bit of ETH.
Dude, I'm telling you guys, the grid bots are the way to go. Like I'm not even staking anything anymore except for the stuff that's locked, and I'm just like I'm not gonna put anything new into staking. Like I make way better yield just using it like a really well designed grid bot. You can make way more yield, and you're providing liquidity to the coin or token by doing that, and you're not really putting it in the hands of the exchanges. If you're staking on an exchange, they can just basically take your coins and do whatever they want with them, which means they can use it to manipulate the price. They can either do it themselves or give it to a market maker or whatever, because they don't have to pay you back until like a certain date, or like even if you're trying to unlock it, there's like quicker stuff now, like with the flexible staking. A few things have flexible staking, which is cool, but like in most cases you still have to wait, like whether it's 3 days or whether it's 30 days or whatever. There's always like a unbonding period, and they like you have to wait until you get your coins back to it. So it's like you try to unlock it, and then by the time you get them back, the price is dumped.
Yeah, I've got some things that like I've got staked, but mostly like the loaded lions from crypto.com, just because as much as I hate the platform, it is a big platform and they know how to sell it, right? So and their tokens have some of their tokens have done well, right? So that one performed particularly well. So I'm like, well, I've got a bunch of that's like it's not a lot of money's worth of it, but that I've staked for like 60 months or something like that. So hopefully when I get it next time around, it should have grown nicely. And it's a token that I don't care that much about, and it's an amount that I'm not like sweating not having access to. Um, but that's a pretty like speculative kind of bet that I made. Um, but I do like it because it's really easy to trade in and out with Kronos, and since Kronos is like uh their exchange token basically, like might as well. That way I
Yeah, I
have
mean, it's their native token, but they don't use it for anything. The
yeah.
exchange tokens, they're supposed to be used for like, okay, you can use this to lower your fees or whatever, or like
Well, you pseudo can with them. Like they the way they do it is like you have to like stake X amount, and then if you stake X amount, that will lower your fees. There's also like it's which is kind of smart, right? Because it's
oh
essentially
yeah,
like
they give you
you're burning it,
like
but you're
free
like keeping it
Netflix.
in circulation. You know what I mean? And then you can also use it to like it's essentially like the way that you back the credit on a credit card and get access, which is cool because you can essentially use it like a credit card to my knowledge, and you can also spend crypto with it on things, which is functional, right? But for people like who maybe have bad credit or stuff like that, but have the assets, um, or don't want to buy into the credit system, it's a way that you can access credit essentially. It does come with some benefits too, but it's not like the best card in terms of that. It's just a unique one. Maybe not to the crypto industry, but it's unique to like most of the world, right?
Yeah.
And if you get their credit card, like you stake the thing, you get their credit card. Um, you do get reduced fees that way as well. And you also get like basically increased staking values. Now, all of that to me also sounds like potentially not the best thing for price. in the long run. It is, but it isn't, because it's like kind of synthetic, right? But I don't think it's the worst. And occasionally they'll have like I have done pretty well with some of their it's not like staking, but like I've done well with their airdrops, and I've done well with their what do they call it? Their earn program, because sometimes they'll have like real like that's like I get quite a bit of loaded line because like it's basically the same as staking, but it's I put a bunch of it in, and if you put like loaded lines and Chronos, I got like 100% returns on that for almost a year, a little over a year actually. And so for a while, that was like I would just get like $20 here, $20 there, and that would go into the trading portfolio that was just growing from the amount that I had in the earn program. That being said, will say that I don't think that's a common result with the earn program. I think I got lucky. You know what I mean? Because it was a new coin, and who knew if it was going to actually run like it did? And they just added, like, not that long ago, probably around the
So,
time when they got changed, they added DeFi yields. Pretty cool, but
so did you buy a ton of it when it was really cheap, and then like you waited for it to go up in value and then staked it, and you got like the rewards for that? Because like if you get like the different, they have like the different tier credit cards. It's like, oh, if you stake 400, you amount like $400 worth. Like you get this one. If you stake $1,000 worth, you get this one. If you stake 10,000, you get this one. If you do 100,000, it's this one. There's like those different tiers, and like like the highest one is like you get like discounts or free flights or whatever, and or like free booking to like hotels from Expedia or something. And you get free Spotify, free Netflix, and like a few other things. Like you get like 10% discounts on like massages or something. I don't know. They did all kind of weird stuff where it's like, but you had to stake a certain amount. So if you got like $100
500,000.
worth and it 10x, and then you stake it, you're technically staking $1,000 worth, and then you're
So I
like, okay, cool. So I qualify for this higher tier.
haven't gotten the card because so there, if you read the like fine print, the way they do it is like a lot of the rewards you only get like offered on the initial tier that you opt into. Some of the rewards you'll get when you upgrade, right? Which it's not like a huge deal, but there's something like if you don't like once you close that account, like if you stop staking at any point, you lose those benefits and can't get like certain benefits back, right? So I've been waiting because I want to get like a higher tier card from them till till it makes sense for me. Um, but I just staked through their earn program. So like I well technically like so it's technically not staking, but basically the same thing. So I just like they'll have like promotions that come up, and like I can pull up one like the loaded lines one. You do uh a fixed earn program, and it was like it was a bit of a definitely a bet on this one because it was a 365-day term, so it was a year term. I got 97 days left, so it was not the best timing, um, but because I did that, I get 60% rewards. And if you do like the earlier ones, some of them were more like 80%. I would get 80% of loaded lions, and I staked Kronos at the same time, and I got like 100% of that or something like that. Um, and it's a long term. But because Chronos pumped and because Loaded Lions pumped, like, and had that crazy pump when it did, I got a ton out of it, right? So I like staked probably like $700 or something like that, nothing crazy. But because I did that for that high PA, like it just feeds me. And because I'm kind of glad I did it because I was, like, this was before I started really learning to trade. And it kind of worked out because then I didn't necessarily have full access to all my funds, but they were generating income, right? And that's good because I probably would have, like wrecked a lot more um, at the beginning. And because of that, it was like I kind of had, like I was getting it trickling back at different times. Now, that being said, I do like now I would do like a grid bot instead on certain assets potentially, or I would do like there's a lot of things that I would have done differently, but I'm glad like I had still had that learning curve, right? So and I'm still learning. So like I don't really have an issue with it. I did it mostly because I was really bad with my finances and I had worked a job like a 6-month contract and made the most money I've made like at one time and had like and I had really bad spending habits. So for me, it was a way for me to kind of like lock it up, um, and develop better spending habits and develop, you know, better economic sense and mindsets. Um, I did it with Soul a few times. I did it with a few things. Those I'm not like I definitely um would rather just do it flexible. You know what I mean? So I can access it anytime. But I don't know. Once you like because they always have these like new programs. Basically, the nice thing is I would just kind of like take the funds that I would make from it and I would put them into the new earn programs and put them into the new airdrops. And that stacks up pretty well. Like I don't make a ton off of airdrops, right? Um, but when I'm lucky, sometimes that amount, like when Kronos went up and stuff, and then I had Kronos unlocking after it pumped, right? Like so I that outperformed my trading for sure, right? Because you know, it was like I didn't have to touch it. But where I am now, I don't know that I would have done it the same. But I do like the credit card thing. Like I don't love it.
Yeah, but you're learning faster than most people learn. Like most people,
Yeah,
it takes a full cycle to learn this type of stuff.
yeah. I am definitely grateful because but like I'm definitely I love this thing, man. I, generally when I put my mind to something, like if I actually have passion for it, I'm a quick learner. But so it's been a lot of fun and also a lot of max pain too.
You mean trading or just finance in general?
Like trading and finance, like learning to read charts, learning markets, learning economics, learning all the things that come with like all the things you kind of have to learn or are beneficial to learn as you're learning to trade, right? Really, the biggest thing is
Yeah.
like the discipline, like like I the risk the risk potential is great, right? So like you kind of have to learn the discipline or else you're just gonna get wrecked or like and focus because you know like it gives me something to tangibly focus on that is going to improve my odds by focusing on it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it
Like
gives you
there's
an
not a lot
edge.
of
It gives you more of an edge when you know more about like different like market dynamics, market conditions, um like different factors, like economic factors that are market impacting. one way or
Yeah, like the
another.
mechanisms, the underlying mechanism, and like I'm starting to pick up on a lot of that stuff more. Like that's what I've been doing a little bit during the weekend trap. Is I've just been like watching. I've been here, but I've also been like watching a lot of videos and kind of like learning some of these more, some of these concepts more in depth. It's been helpful. It's definitely, like there's no teacher like Dbloc, but you know what I mean. But there's still a lot of good
Yeah,
information.
dude's a straight Jedi master.
Yeah. Well, and it's like it's crazy because it's like I picked up so much from him that now, like even like watching the videos where they're like trying to sell you a course or whatever, and they only give you like 20% of it. It's like I know like 30% more outside of what they're teaching, right? So like,
Yeah, why pay for stuff you already know? Like, it's like,
yeah,
okay, thanks. Like I learned that in kindergarten. Like, thanks for the
yeah,
basics cheap. Can I have my 3K back?
yeah. And because their intent is to sell it to you, and they have like an intent to sell you some part of it, like basically I use the knowledge that I gained from here, and like I can fill in the blanks that they're leaving out. You know what I mean? Like they're talking about like liquidity and like liquidity gaps and voids and yada yada and market structure, and it's like and like they're saying everything except for like how the trap works, or like how your liquidity is how you are using.
ICT was doing that like years ago, and then like I guess like people started to pick up on it because it ended up making sense. Most people beforehand, it's like, oh, here's how to draw a trend line. Like,
Yeah,
it's like when it breaks this trend line, then you just go along, and it's like, nah, dude, like it's easy to go back and cherry pick something on a chart that already happened.
yeah, no, absolutely. That's why I was trying to do like, because prediction, like I wanted to try to predict price movement through this weekend trap and like into the potential leaf rally, right? Just kind of like to test all the things that I've been learning, and my understanding of like how price moves, and not not with the thought that like it's like not trapping myself, if you will, but rather just trying to like just test the wit. And I guess the stuff I love, man, is like I get to challenge myself like daily, even if I'm not actively trading. Like I'm still challenging myself, and it just feels good, dude.
Yeah, I did
Yeah,
this thing back in 2021 that was sort of like a challenge, and I'm like, okay, I know this is the top, but I'm gonna hold on to a third of my bag, and as it's on the way down, I'm gonna try to scalp it on the way down by like buying the dips and selling the lower highs. That didn't work out very well. It made me a better trader, but it didn't make me more money. Like I had to pay for the lesson that I that I forced myself to take.
yeah, that'll definitely happen in this realm, right? I've paid quite a few lessons. I still pay lessons every day.
It
Um,
wasn't just like monetary though. Like it wasn't just about money. It was like mentally too. Like I had to learn a lot of really tough like mental lessons. Like how the market will try to break you down mentally and psychologically.
yeah, I think that's the hardest part, right? Is that like even if you have even if you get the concepts down, even if you have a good strategy and the strategy's working, especially with with Bitcoin, it seems like yeah, there's a lot of things that you know Dbloc teaches that makes it that gives us a great edge, right? But even so, like all it takes is that one candle or that one event see or that you did not foresee, right? And it's definitely hard like bouncing back, I think, for most people. But that is a specialty of mine because I've had to start from zero so many times in life anyway. So now I just taper the amount that I access at any time. So it's like if I have to start from zero, it's not life crushing, and I kind of like it because I think my goal is that like eventually I'm gonna have a system down, and I'm gonna be able to adapt that system to different market conditions, and be able to take a small amount and turn it into a large amount versus having to like slowly um like to wait forever to be able to do it, right? It's like if I can learn enough tools for enough different situations, and kind of like because I have this fire under me now, you know, um, the hope is that I'll be able to trade all these different market conditions, and I'll be able um, to generate quickly if I need, right? Instead of having to like not that the goal is like quick. I'd rather have the bigger bag that maybe is harder and slower to build, but just that to have that tool set and to have that ability because
Yeah, I
you know
mean, like learning the skills is like really like key and powerful because it's like you can get really skilled like with a hammer and nails, and you can get really skilled at building something, right? Like you having the skills is like having the hammer, and you might wake up one day and find out that somebody stole all your nails. So it's gonna be really difficult to build stuff with the nails. But if you're like, okay, I know
But
that I just need
yeah,
some nails, I just need some wood. But
yeah, at
having
least you
the
have the
skills is like
experience to build it.
having the hammer is like you still have the hammer, so you know as long as I
You
get some
you know
nails and
what to
some
do
wood, I
with the
can build some
tools.
shit.
Yeah, you know what to truly do with the proper tools.
yeah, and to have a multitude of skill sets and strategies and different tools. So if this stops working, I can hop into the next, and to actually be able to see it when it's happening, right? Like to be able to notice or see the indicators or the factors that are changing or shifting the dynamic of the day, whether it's ranging or it's trending or it's or
Well, that's
we're
how you turn a hammer and
dominating.
nail from just a hammer and nail, just a single tool, into a not just a tool belt. And you need to move it into a tool box. Now you got like a tool case, like a big rolling tool case. So it's all these different tools that you build over time and experience.
And sometimes it's like also the adaptability. Like sometimes you don't have a hammer or your hammer breaks. So what do you do? Well, if you got a wrench, maybe you can use the wrench as a hammer for a little bit. Maybe it's not the best way, but it might get you through whatever, you know, what that moment that you need to get to the other side, or it might help you save your account from being liquidated if you can adapt that tool at the right time, right? That's the goal, man. Yeah, I still got a lot to learn. I'm still just beginning to like really understand some of these concepts, and I say that, but like I think I understand these concepts, and then I hear Dbloc explain things, and it's like there's so much more that there is to understand. There's always more, right? That's the beauty. Is like I said, what I think draws me to this so much is that there's not a lot of things in the world um, that are accessible 24/7. Um, that the amount of work that you put in and the amount of time and focus and energy you give to it will actually improve, your profitability and potentially improve your life. Like, but will at least improve your skills directly. Some things, a lot of skills is just like you just have to do repetition until it's done. But this is such an um, open and expansive realm that like there's always something more I can learn. And maybe it's not something like maybe I'm not going to use strategy X or strategy Y realistically in practice because the risk reward isn't good enough or it's just not good for crypto. But that doesn't mean I can't learn something from that strategy that's going to improve my awareness, as things are in chaos or as things are shifting. right? It's crazy though. I can't believe like when I did that the space journey mission or whatever with Trading View, that I had 200 days out of the year watching the charts, which is like I was very busy this year. But I swear, like I would go from work to the next job, and then in between when I should have been sleeping, I was watching the charts and listening to you guys, and it's starting to pay off. But it's paid off in way more ways than just financially. So
Yeah, it's funny how you mentioned like trying like there's some like black swans and whatever, some events that you can't predict, like something you can't see coming. Because there's actually something like specific that I want to talk to you about, like regarding like events like that. But I have to like understand it a little bit more first myself before I can like I have to dive into it a little bit more myself. But it's something I think you'd be interested in.
yeah, I'm certainly down. I actually like.
Pretty esoteric type stuff, so I figured you like that kind of thing.
Yeah, dude. That's the whole reason I've been like trying to nail down some of this quantum stuff, because it's like it's not that it's going to be a better strategy or that it's like I'm sure a lot of these indicators are fluff, or uh not as grounded in reality, or using repaint or whatever to make it look better, but the actual concepts that they're talking about are pretty cool. And I do think, while it's maybe not something that I'm capable of like on my own, yeah, that there is a future in like that level or that degree of analysis. Is it going to be more successful than the simple things that Dbloc teaches? I don't think so. Um, but I'm hoping I can find ways to make these correlations
Yo, I got a
actionable.
question. Yo, what's going on with
Okay.
Rary today? Why is that thing ripping? What's up with Rary? Is there good
I
news on
was just
Rarable?
looking at the Rarable. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
you
up
know the
40%.
Rarable token and all that stuff. It had to do with things from back with NFTs and all that stuff. Remember that?
Yeah,
Is
I
that
don't know what's going on with it, but
It's
just, yeah, it's
ripping today.
ripping
It's like
like
up
hell. It's up
90%.
like yeah,
is it
it's up like
RAR or was it RRI? What's the
RARI, Rary.
I feel like I remember this token.
Yeah, it's like the Rarable token. It was like one of those things with, I don't know. Just don't know if there's any news or some company went with it or some sort of new NFT type thing released today.
I don't know. I have noticed there's been like a lot of, like when I was looking at CoinGlass and I was looking at CryptoRank, there's like sectors that are just kind of popping and just getting influxes of large amounts of volume. So I don't know if it's like specific, or if some of this is just Bitcoin price going down or Bitcoin price going sideways and people just trying to just like hop into the thing where all the volume's going. Like
probably
storage.
somebody big is like, all right, I'm gonna start making NFTs for Labubu's. I'm gonna start making Labubu's on NFTs because you can like build on it.
Yeah, I actually
So
think NFTs are going to be like sick at some point. Right? They'll actually make sense at some point, but I do think
yeah,
it's tough.
all the collectible type stuff though, it doesn't make any sense. Like the technology is a really cool idea. Like if like in a real world application for something that's like a actual like a valuable like product or item or like intellectual property or something. But they're using it for stupid stuff like collectibles. Like
Yeah, like a tickle me elbow. Remember those things? Oh my goodness. I think for like 25 cents, but what people would pay for those back then? Little small random things, you know.
It's like a lifestyle collectible, right? Like I think the excitement or I think they got focused on like the crowd where it's like these are the people that are just gonna do it because it's digital and it's the future, right? But that
It's like
doesn't
how
mean
people like that used to be analog, like Beanie Baby people switched into a digital realm of it.
yeah.
yeah, it's like if you get like Pokemon cards or something that's like an NFTs or
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
Like there's like a like there's one thing, but like Pokemon was like collectibles like back in the day, but it's like every one of them it goes through a cycle, and it's like
Pogs, everything,
they
dude.
they go it just rips up. Yeah, it sucks liquidity out of the like economy, and it just rips like really
You
quick
know,
for like maybe a couple years, and it ends up just being a big huge bubble, and then the bubble bursts, and then it never comes back,
you know
and they
what
find a new collectible to come out with and do it all over again.
it reminds me of, and where I think like it will ideally eventually have application, right? Is like anytime there was like a show or like you'd buy like a CD like the Linkin Park CD back in the day where you could pop it in your computer and it had like this extra bonus. And like
Yeah,
that's like a tangible, even though it's not like quantifiable value, that is like a tangible value, right? And so like I think there is a pocket for it where it actually makes sense. Like
yeah, like
um,
DVDs did that too. But I
yeah, or
remember
like
the thing you're talking about with hybrid theory, where you popped it in and it brought up this little graphic on your screen, and it was like there's all this like extra info and stuff you could go through.
yeah, and it was like a secret, right? It was like a cool little thing that you wouldn't know unless you like explored that. But like
Yeah, it's like an Easter egg.
yeah, and that's what it is. To me, I think that's where like that's kind of where it's being used, except for that it's not, I think, being applied the right way yet. In most cases, like some of those groups have done stuff like that, and it's cool and all, but it's like it's very like shrouded in mystery and not necessarily as like tangible value. But like Mr. Robot, right? Mr. Robot's was one of my favorite shows at one point, and there's like the I can't remember his name in the show, but his like diary that you can buy online, and it like kind of opens up a whole other side to it. And they had it was like live interactive, like while the show was being aired, that like they put up like a website, and you could go to that website, and like you could like do these different things, and it makes you more cohesively connected with the media that you're engaging with, right? It makes it more real and more visceral. And I do think like, especially as like a utility to another collectible, it makes a lot of sense. As like a secondary, like a bonus, right? Like when artists use it, I think that's depending on the use, but I think that is kind of cool. Like that you can sort of provide something that is like unique to the user, the end user. That's a cool function, but I don't think it's been fully deployed to its full potential by any means yet. And um, the one thing I did see it useful for was like as a like an asset representing a contract, like a smart contract uh, concept, essentially. Like it does make a lot of sense for that too. Um, Now those ones aren't going to have like that crazy value, but it is cool that a smart contract could be like somewhat collectible, right? But
Big
I
buys,
mean,
big buys. We got big buys coming through. We got pop. Let's go.
ultimately, I'd rather just collect Bitcoin.
I mean, interrupt, but I always do when I mumble at the world. Big buys, let's go.
Now, you ready for that?
No, I think it just took out most of the liquidations that were left to the top side, like at
I
least on
think
the
we got some.
5 minute
I
time
think we
frame.
got some vectors that are still sitting above us. If we want to do this, I think this is a false move up to 89,450. So It won't
Well,
go
we could.
above and release everything, but if it's going to do it, it might want to. Unless we
But
get
if
big
you look at
sell-offs
the
here.
if you
Oh,
look
look
at
at
the
that
1
sell.
hour time frame,
341 sell in one shot right there. That was a big one.
if you look at the 1 hour time frame, there's this big red vector that got left behind, but we just took out more than half of it. So it got up to the 618, cleared
Okay.
like
That's on an
most of the
hourly.
liquidations that were there. Yeah. So if you take a fib from the top of just the candle body down to the bottom of the candle body, it cleared like 61.8% of the candle body itself.
Was it the 618?
Yeah, and it took out a bunch of
Let's see what
took out a
money's going
bunch
to
of
do.
liquidations in the process, so that might have been it.
We could just be getting out of the weekend trap thing a little early. It all depends. I think this might be a false move in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could be. There could be something else going on behind the scenes that like we don't know about. Somebody came in earlier and was talking about like peace talks with Russia and Ukraine, so that could be providing some extra bullish sentiment.
Yeah. It also does just like this whole weekend trap has felt like a false move to a false move. So, I mean, I'm not going to be too quick to assume, I guess.
Yeah, all I can say is like I feel more like adding to my short than I do going long. But
Yeah, I do
it'd
too.
also be risky to add to a short right now because there is that possibility that we could just FOMO up higher.
Yeah, and we
This
do have these big
88.7 area is going to be 88.6 to 88.7. That's going to be a difficult area if we even get up there, but we might have just cleared all of the imbalances that we need to clear before sweeping liquidity to the downside. But there's not a lot of people that jumped in to go long on high leverage. So we need a little bit more gas to get down there.
that's sort of what I've like each time we've like pumped up, I feel like it's been just catching a little bit of gas to go down, but I'm not sure. We do have some voids above, um, and we obviously have some gaps, but like
Yeah, sometimes they gotta pump it just to hit orders to clear supply. And like when that supply comes in, if it's not completely overpowered by FOMO, then it will just, die back out.
yeah, and I'm also wondering like if market makers imbalances were a little heavier this go, because I don't know if you remember like before this trap was that sort of like battle between the market makers and the whales, it seemed. And so I'm wondering if this is like a lot of this is just market maker having a lot of imbalance that it has to recover in its spread.
Yeah, I
So
don't know. I mean, I think like every 12 hours they've just been clearing their books or something. Because something weird's been going on. Like maybe not necessarily on the weekend, but like during the week. They clear their books for like an hour at a time every 12 hours. Like sort of let something happen or get out of the
yeah.
way of something else.
Well,
But
I'm
it's weird
wondering.
because I really feel like what's happening is the reason we've been down here so long but haven't dropped any further is because there's whales that want it to pump for a dead cat or a higher high that are accumulating, but at the same time market maker is concerned because there's vector gaps that are left down below, and he's like market makers are probably scared that they're never going to be able to fill those gaps on the bottom side.
Yeah, it does feel like that, and I also think I think with not having much retail, not having like nearly the retail that we have for past bull markets or past bear markets, um, I feel like some of this is the combination of that with the fact that so much money's in metals, so not enough money's in here, and so they're trying to keep price reasonable, and it's but it's costing these like big spiky, book clearing moves, right? And that's the only way they can kind of keep it stabilized. And they're trying to do that so they can get enough interest in, because right now is like kind of a important time if you're an exchange, right? With all this regulation, and like there's a lot of potential money, especially as whenever metals, settles, and we had the AI bubble, right? It's been kind of like a crazy year in its own way.
It's been super crazy year. There's been a bunch of stuff getting nuked as well.
Yep.
For like unforeseen reasons, like maybe not quite black swans, but just something that, like, I mean, the whole Bybit getting hacked and stuff like that's you could kind of count that as a black swan, 'cause it's like we didn't see it coming. Like we always knew it was a possibility, but it's like nobody was like expecting or predicting that it was about to happen.
Yeah. And I mean, just the general reality we live in is pretty crazy too. So I think like that weighs its own effect. It's kind of just been chaotic all over the place.
Yeah, like 1010, that was a mega black swan. Nobody knew what the hell was going on.
Yeah. I
I'm
mean,
sure one or two people knew, but aside from that,
I would say, nobody knew, but then, Dbloc was calling it out. So I would imagine he wasn't the only one, but I wouldn't know. Um, it definitely does feel like market makers having to do a lot more work to give it like to make these traps happen. But I also, this is my first time kind of going
Well,
through the
well, that's a tough thing too. You always gotta like think you know what market maker's doing, or he makes it look tough, or he could be having an easy time right now making it look tough. It all depends.
yeah.
The problem is
Yeah,
that we don't have the liquidity in the market. We are just sagging below 3 here.
yeah, I don't think they really try to like
I
fight
think they
against
have
us.
I think they have full
I think
control of the market cap and all the liquidity across the board right now. It's
I
once
well,
think
it
that
yeah,
spikes.
the only
Like I told Zusi, we need to crack back above 4 trillion and market makers lose control. The whole problem is as soon as it dip below back down 4, they're in full fingy tip control. Period.
yeah, but they do also take on quite a risk as well, because like I don't know if you remember, but
They
1010,
take
I
on a
think there
risk.
was.
As soon as somebody puts in a long, they put in twice as much short. Somebody puts in a short, they
Mhm.
put twice as much long. They go against the crowd. It's pretty easy when you're the leader of a herd of sheep.
Yeah, but like
Now it's pretty
1010,
crazy once the
1010,
sheep
there was
outnumber the
even
guy that's
market
herding, and they don't
maker.
have enough border collies to keep them all in there. So that's what I would just love is more of a sheep. Let's go.
I don't know if you remember, but 1010, I believe there was a market um that like nearly bankrupted himself and had to pause, like, because he was about
Yep.
to
That's
completely.
what market makers are after. People that can absolutely be liquidated because they're running on feelings, emotions,
yeah.
instead of
Well,
Yeah,
chart pattern and
I was
fundamental.
gonna say like they're not trying to screw traders. They're
no.
like mostly trying to either screw each other. Like
They're
if they're
after
fighting
idiots.
against people, they're
Oh
like
yeah.
they're trying to fight against each other. Like market makers sometimes if they don't agree, they'll try to fight against each other, or they'll try to fight against whales. But like usually
Yeah.
whales have the upper hand because they don't have to like show any sort of
What's great
they
is when
don't
they're
have
on
to
the
show
same
their
boat
hand.
and they're not fighting each other anymore. It's great when they're on the same boat and you see that current and the wind and the sun and everything pointing in the same direction. It's called a bull market. The toughest thing is when we're in these bear markets, people are always reflecting light and looking at different directions
I was
and
gonna say
reading
it
their
happens in a
Doppler.
bear market too.
It does, it
Yeah.
does. I'm just saying, it's
I
just
mean,
clear as day difference that orders that come in, where they're coming in from, where money's truly going to.
yeah. I say this, and admittedly, this is my first like bear market actually studying the cycle. So, maybe it just feels different to me, and maybe that's just what it's like. But I do think there is some validity to like this being a lower liquidity bear market, considering how high price got. Um,
Well, it's not
then
well for Bitcoin. Not necessarily, because there's so many people that bought the ETFs. Like, a lot of people bought ETFs. There's huge inflows, huge outflows. Like, they're getting bigger, like, over time.
Yeah.
It's just there's not much exchange volume. There's
Well,
there's not like a bunch of individual traders that are going in. It's like people that are like
so that's the thing,
passively.
right? ETF, like you said, is passive. So like we're talking about Bitcoin that's not circulating as often. So I actually think the ETFs, right, are kind of they're bad for the market for at least for the exchanges, right? Because that's taking Bitcoin out and it's normally being stored, and these people are more or less storing it for an amount of time. And even if they're not storing it, right, even if they sell the ETF, that doesn't mean the that the that the company is actually selling their Bitcoin, right? So that now, obviously, it still advantages them to buy low, sell high, right? And to move their Bitcoin in and out at different times. But I just feel like that means
What
it's
are they
more.
moving it into? Are they moving it into USD or USDT? Are they putting it in a tether? Are they keeping it in the market? And that's what we got to pay attention to is when these things are truly happening. Are they
They're all
selling their
going into
Bitcoin and pulling that
silver.
money out the market
Yeah, I
for
was gonna
silver?
say
Exactly. Silver
yeah,
ain't on the crypto market because that ain't in the poly chain. It's a
yeah.
physical object. You can't stick it
Yeah,
in a
but
digital sense of reality.
that's still where their money's going, though. That's the
Exactly.
sad,
It's
the
where it
sad
went
reality.
in this entire imposed or thought about bull market. It all went to gold. It all
Well, I'm
went
saying there
into
used to
things that
be
it
when it was
never
just us
went.
crypto bros. It was like people. There was like Bitcoin maxis, and then people that that believed in Bitcoin, invested in Bitcoin. So they would all buy. Bitcoin would go up, and then like half of the crowd would rotate into Ethereum. Like they would take their
I
profits
wasn't
on
even
Bitcoin and rotate
focusing on
into
the crowd. Look at
Ethereum.
the top 1%. Look at Dbloc. Dbloc, as soon as we got to the tippity top up there, he goes, I'm selling my Bitcoin and I'm buying silver. What in the world told him to properly make that focus of attention span and changes necessary to do properly in the right time frame?
Well,
Clear
it's
as
different
day.
money. It's different
It
people
is.
that have been putting money into Bitcoin. Like the money that used to get rotated from Bitcoin to Ethereum and then from
Exactly. Now, the
Ethereum to the
comfortability
altcoins.
scale is
That
what I'm talking about. The
that
comfortability
type of
scale
money
of
is
where
not there.
proper markets should be directed is what's been happening. People said, I don't need a digital
Yeah.
BS coin. Silver's a real thing. Silver is the most conductive. Believe it or not, it's more conductive than gold. Silver
Well,
is one of the most wonderful, useful
oh yeah,
atomic
yeah.
structures in the entire scale of it. But it's just
I would agree.
surprising how like a lot of it has just been put to the side. I mean, this entire town of Aspen was only built originally on a silver mining town. We have massive amounts of silver sitting underneath this town right now. And it was only
Yeah,
done, and then they stopped the silver. They stopped silver mining. They stopped that type of stuff. So
there's
we
silver
already
mills
bought
out
enough.
there.
But I
There,
bet
so my,
in the next
my
decade, these things pick up tremendously in this country.
my thing about metals, and obviously like this is a rough time to make this argument, but um is that metals have a lot more capability to essentially like spoof their actual supply, and same with like any like rare physical commodity or so-called rare. You look at what's done with diamonds. Look at and
Aluminum,
so
tin, everything, copper, everything we use. I don't mean to talk over you too, so I super apologize if I did impose or jump in there.
well, there's one.
You guys know me, but I apologize. But I don't mean to step on anybody's toes. But sometimes when you get things going, it's like starting a little kindling. So I'm glad people are thinking on these levels. I'm glad people are understanding what's used. Plastics don't do anything. Metals, been here for a long time. All of the metals that are on the surface of this planet were created from a large, massive sun explosion slash like way long time ago. So every
Look, I
single
don't want
element.
any plastics, and I don't want any ground floors, and I don't want to
Well,
get married to anybody ever. You hear me?
Let's go dig
they
metal out of the
also
ground. Let's go. It's
they also
useful.
develop they also only develop in certain climates and certain environments as well. A lot of them. So like there is an aspect to it where that value is definitely like tangible, right? And to me, right, uh, personally, I think Bitcoin is a better store of value because
Bro,
it's
I can go in my river. I can
an
literally
engine.
can go in the river
That's
right here in
crazy.
Aspen and like pan out for silver. You won't find a fleck of gold, but you'll find an ounce of silver in probably like 45 minutes. 45 minutes to an hour and 15 minutes it would take you per ounce of gold panning out of our little streams and rivers and Roaring Fork Valley here. Doesn't sound like much. Everybody's like, oh, it's always silver. It's just a shiny little silver piece. I'm like, man, you
Oh, see, I
don't.
love it. I love like natural force, and that's where my kind of standpoint with these highly sought after commodities. Like same thing with when like I go to the store and I see like overpriced mushrooms and I'm like I could go forage those, um, which I'm not
Lettuce
putting
or
down
peppers or
trading metals
tomatoes. Like
at
start a
all.
garden. It's free. Start the thing.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
completely
not putting
free.
down
And you're
trading
going to
metals.
have more by the end of the season than you can even eat. You'll be giving them to your neighbors for free. And it builds a social structure and an understanding. And also, like, you appreciate your day when you do that. You grew that. You know, my favorite is growing like a row of corn, like wonderful sweet corn. And when you're about to like cook up barbecue in the summertime or in the fall, you walk out there and you got 4 people, go out and grab like 4 ears of corn right off the sweet corn and chuck it right in the boiling water. And it's completely free. It's right out of the back there. All you gotta do is stick one kernel of corn in the ground and water it. I
Yep,
mean, I don't know where else we get more incentive than that.
yep. That being said, I still see Bitcoin's value as in its own realm entirely, and like what other instrument do we have that can provide what Bitcoin has, right?
Well,
As a story of wealth.
Bitcoin has like a monetary asset value you can hold. It still doesn't
Yeah.
have a useful functionality yet. I still can't go to the
I
grocery
think
store and
I
buy
think
groceries with Bitcoin. I still can't go fill up my car with Bitcoin or buy plane
some
tickets
places
with
you
it.
can. Some places
So
you can, and we talked about that usability already. Like it's had a usability since for a long time ago, right? Um, now is it widespread? Is it mainstream to that level? Maybe not, but as a store of value, it absolutely has usability.
exactly why we're storing value in it. Because like I
Yeah,
keep saying, we're missing that button as you're checking out from any cash register. You see debit, credit, EBT, and then a blank button. You know what I'm trying to say? That blank
the
button
other
is sustainably waiting for
the
like
other
the big guys. And I think Elon's got a big part in it. Once X actually gets approved for every single state in the nation, I think that's going to be a ginormous jump in
I think the
digital
other
currency transfer. But right now, not every single state is ready to do it. So if not every single state's ready to do it, and then you have border crossing, this and that, and New York State, whole thing is once they're all on board, boom, this thing is going to flow down river, cuz.
the other like I think intrinsic value that Bitcoin has is the learning curve, right? Um, and this is kind of what I was getting to before with like liquidity being lower this cycle. Um, while I think a lot of that is like the way these investor or these ETFs work, the way these major players are buying and selling it is bad in the short term for sentiment, but I think it's super
It's
bullish
not
in the
even
long
just crypto.
term.
Look at all currencies. Look at all the currencies across the board. Look at the United States dollar. That thing fluctuates a valuability across the board depending on time ratio. Look at
Y- Yeah, but
DXY straight up, you know?
you have to track a ton more information
But
to
it's all
to
relative. All of
have
this
the
information is relative depending on which way you reference it. So that's all I'm trying
yes.
to say.
And what I'm saying is I think that one of the intrinsic values is that Bitcoin is hard at first to understand. It takes um it takes some time to get used to it. It takes some time to understand how it and so in of itself, I think that the learning curve is a huge boon to its value. And I think that this like lower liquidity that we're facing now is a telling sign for a better future. I do think that the market, the market that's still here, right? The people who still trade Bitcoin after everything's said and done. I think that the knowledge base and the skill set of those traders is a much higher. And I think we've seen that a bit with like even when it's been super volatile and like prices going crazy and like it's there's a lot more. It feels like you're kind of like it feels like a lot more of a battle. Like it's hard to get the move done. It doesn't mean the move isn't gonna happen. It's that like there's a higher degree of difficulty than in the past, and I think that's good in the long run. Like I said, we'll have more retail come in. I was thinking about this earlier, like so. I think poly markets will be good for Bitcoin as well, and the reason being is think about how many people who maybe otherwise would not be exposed to Bitcoin and maybe would not trade Bitcoin on their own, but will bet on it on Polymarket. And as you start to see like this influx and these masses of people that are seeing and betting on Bitcoin's price, and they start to realize that like how much more potential it has and how much price action they've missed out on by betting on the price and seeing the price and seeing the results over time, that's going to bring a lot more retail back into the market. I think this bear might be a bit rough.
I think all of this mentality is to scare the people that are in retail that have a few bucks in their pocket right now to like not jump in there because they're like, oh, it's going to go down. I'm going to be safe. But the whole thing is
Absolutely.
most of retail has no bucks in their pocket. They barely even got any coins in their pocket, let alone bucks. If you know what I mean.
Sentiment being
Everybody's
down.
going month to month. A lot of people in the retail market are completely stuck in debt. They've put stuff on credit cards. Every single cent, they're like paying their rent, electricity, and then whatever else they get into, they're like trying to pay down their debt. They'd rather do that than put it into a structure they still don't believe yet. Now they
Or
won't
they don't
buy in
understand
at
yet.
what they
Yeah,
think is
all
low.
it's
They
gonna
will
take to
only
get
buy in
them to
green
come
candle
in
structures.
all it's gonna take to get those people back in is for the price to go up.
Exactly,
Like if
and
they
that's
see
what I'm trying to
prices
get
going
across
up,
is
then they're
it
gonna
won't
people are
give them
jump in.
incentive. They're like, I'm not going to buy it when it's
The,
going down. I'll only buy it when it's ripping greens. And that's
the thing
exactly
is,
what I'm saying is I think it's a mental structure on
Yeah,
which the
those
big
are the
guys are
people we
doing.
sell to.
All the
well,
people that
I
have
Those are the
kids and
people we
spend all their
sell to,
money on
Joe.
Christmas, everybody is in debt from Christmas. All the stuff that they probably wanted to pull out of the market but couldn't, or if they did, they sold it for a loss, bought Christmas presents, or put the rest on their credit cards. I'm trying to tell you, is a lot of this retail market is in debt, guys.
Yeah,
They go
we
get
yes,
a
don't
tank
well,
of
need
and
gas,
we
they
don't
go
and
need
put it on their
we
credit
don't
card.
need fewer
I 100
of them. We need as many of them as we can get because
Of
those are
course.
I
the
Now, what
people
we
that
need
we're
is
selling to.
incentive, for
here's the
from
thing. I
capital
100%
re-entering, stimulus
I
check type stuff.
sorry. I 100% believe that what we're seeing with the lack of sentiment, what we're seeing with retail being pretty harshly like kind of I can't remember the word,
People
but
have no
you know
disenfranchised,
them
if you will.
losing disenfranchised, yeah, yeah. So them
I
being
thought
so
that's what you were trying to say.
disenfranchised, I think this is very very much intentional, right? If you've noticed, like a lot of the same players that are buying Bitcoin in mass, BlackRock, Vanguard, like all these people that talked crap about it forever, but are actively investing in it and are making big money moves with it. I
Bro,
think
we're
they
sitting
wanted
next to a
retail.
pool. We got to
They
push
wanted retail
the
out
first
so that they
person
could
into the
see
pool.
as
We got to
much
push
as
the
they
first
could
person.
for a lower price, right? You like the lower the liquidity, the easier it is for them to buy it in big swaths.
Bro,
And
it's just like a
yeah, I
cake. As
think
soon as like a birthday cake comes in, nobody wants the first piece. But as soon as everybody's got some cake and we start putting slices out, everybody will grab a
yeah,
slice. But they're not like, oh, I'll take the first one off there, the first brownie out of the pan.
right. Well, it's like licking someone else's food so that they won't eat it, so that you can have it, right? And that's what I think is happening on a large scale right now. I think we've seen it time and time again. There was so much information out there. Oh, it's gonna like this is gonna be the worst, this, that, or the other. Bitcoin, or the opposite. They give like these kind of ridiculous, hopeful. Oh, 2026 Bitcoin is gonna hit the top. And the only reason I would imagine that they would do this, right, with the and like almost unlimited resources that they have to study,
Opposite incentivary value.
to be students of the market, and with the experience that they have, is simply to create a better buying opportunity for them, and to do it quietly while no one's paying attention, and while everybody's like, "Oh, I'm over it. I don't want to play with it." So they can't even be mad at them. It feels like psychological warfare and a
It
propaganda.
is. It's a weird. I wouldn't even say warfare. It's a psychological crutch that they just like rely on. It's almost like a pivot point. You know how like a teeter totter goes back and forth right on that pivot point. It's like
Yeah,
emotion and people's. I don't mean to like cut you off too. Like twist gloomy through
oh,
it,
you're
and they're
good.
like, "Oh, don't cut him off." Like, bro,
I know you, Joe.
you know I don't mean
We
to
all
cut
good, brother.
anybody off.
Yeah.
It's like us sitting at a table. I don't sit there and wait for you. I do, but I talk to you in the conversation realm of it. You know what I mean?
Hey,
So
brother, you're not alone in the stepping over people when you talk. Trust me, I do it too.
no, but I super
Because we have something to
apologize
say and they're
if
excited
I
to speak on it, and I got no problem with that, brother.
not by any means do I wish to talk over anybody. It's just me trying to chime a tone in there before my brain forgets what I was trying to say too. You guys got to
Hey, you
remember
got a lot
I'm
to
missing a piece.
You have a lot of experience and a lot of wisdom to share, so I appreciate it. Sorry,
But
not texting.
sometimes it's stupidity,
What
and I'm working on that too. So
what
I'm
I
glad
usually try to
everybody's.
do is like I'll wait for a break. Like I'll try to see if I can wait for like some sort of a gap, and then like I'll hop in and I'll like I'll try to say what I need to say. If somebody tries to interject, like I'll pull back a little bit. Like I'll try to finish like the thought or like sentence,
I
and then
always
like I'll
forget what I was
then I'll
trying
hold
to
my
say
thought.
by the end of the pause. I always forget what I was attempting to say. So
Well,
then I'm
you
like,
you've
"Ugh."
had you've had
Well, yeah, I
TBIs as
always try
well,
to
yeah.
hold my thought because that thought, like I'll try to hold it and bring it back later, but I also don't want to miss what the person that's interjecting is trying to say either,
Right on the
or
spot.
like
Exactly. It's like sitting across the table from somebody. You're capable of speaking and communicating with each other. You have two ears, you have one mouth. You should listen twice as hard as you talk, you know? But if we're capable of kind of getting there, but not pushing buttons, we're not arguing with one another. We're on the same page. We got a lot to say. All we have is two ears and one mouth. We got two
well,
vocal cords that
you know
bounce
how you
back
were
and
just
forth.
saying like
All we got.
you don't you have trouble like holding on to a thought, like you forget what you're going to say. Well, the person that you if you sort of step over somebody while they're mid thought or mid sentence, they
Yeah,
lose their thought. So you're
yeah,
doing
that's
the thing to
destructive.
them that you hate happening to you,
Yeah,
I will
you're super
say,
right about that.
my understanding, you've had some like serious TBIs before, right?
What's the TBI?
Traumatic brain injury,
It wasn't. Yeah, I had a chunk
or
removed or
or
two, but it wasn't so much like it hit my
yeah,
head. It
yeah.
was a capillary that broke open and destroyed a bunch of my brain tissue. But
So the reason I bring it up is I've had like 7 or 8 TBIs, which
oh, what?
people I wouldn't suggest it. But I also do the same thing, and it's also really easy for me to forget my thought. And I think that there is a good plausibility that that has a part to do with it. A good friend of mine, though, used to yell at me and make me practice
I had one of my
waiting.
hippocampus and amygdala. Every single person is born with two hippocampus and amygdalas, where all of your senses come into your smell, taste, every one of our senses come into. I had one of my half of my brain, hippocampus and amygdala, removed. So I only have half of my brain's capability of remembering short-term and long-term memory per day. So after my brain surgery, it's not just like a chunk was taken out and things, but it's
You know what
literally
you
my
still got though?
capability. But it's
You know what you still got though, Joe? The medulla oblongata.
I
Mhm.
got a heart.
Yeah,
That's what's still
um,
pumping every day.
I've yeah, I've had quite a few. Not I haven't had surgery like that, but yeah, I can understand. I do think because I also have other friends that have had a multitude of brain
Oh, I've
injuries.
spent over 9 months of my life in a hospital. I could care less. That's why I'm just super
Yeah,
excited every day I'm out here and people can even hear me and listen to me. I'm not mumbling and going beep beep honk honk in my little wheelchair thing. Like,
though as anybody would, I get frustrated sometimes. At the
but I'm
same
just super excited
time,
every day I'm here.
it's
Thank you guys for
great.
putting up with me.
You have positive things to say, and still have an immense amount of wisdom and want to share that wisdom regardless. So
Definition XRP. I think you're right. We going down because I think that was a little brief tap. Came up
Yeah,
above that
yeah, I think
hundo.
I think
Watch
that
out.
was it. I'd mentioned it when it was happening, but I wish I
No,
was a
you,
little
you
bit
were
more
saying.
confident about it.
The thing I see though that's weirding me out is I see a gap from like the 87.6 down to like 86.6. If you look on like Dbloc's chart or any chart, I see a gap. There's a lot of liquidations right down there. The 87.6, massive gap. Also is our W invalidation at the bottom of that gap. I bet it comes down. This is like a false another move down.
You
And then
know
I bet
what's
it goes
cool
up
is
and
that
fills the rest of the vectors, but all the way through 4 o'clock in the morning. But
we're looking for a sweep down. What's cool now is that we
exactly,
finally
I
have
think it's
some
gonna be.
liquidations below the 50 EMA, and we have liquidations inside of the trap now. So
And I
we should
think
have like a little bit more gas to be able to get in there, especially if people try to
Mhm.
go long right here.
Exactly. There's a big gaps above and below us, and I think that market maker easily sees. Let's liquidate those longs right below us down to 87 even. From there, watch what markets do. You know what I mean? Drop it down to
Yeah,
there.
and I mean that's just
Scare
on the
people
5
out.
minute.
Watch what's going.
If it loses VPVR here, well, 87. Yeah, I guess like I was plotting something out with somebody last night and theorizing that it could go to like 85.7. Like that would be kind of a
Bro, that thing,
that
watch
would
that
be a
thing rip to
little excessive.
78 and scare everybody out their wonkies, trip and
So
liquidate
we
a
got
ton of stuff and fill a ton of big orders down sitting down there. You guys see the
we got
massive
some
volumes of orders sitting down to 78?
we got some fair value gaps that are pretty key down like 85. I think it was 85.7, 85.690, and like 85.9, as well as some orders, as well as some volume waiting down there. So I mean, it certainly is feasible. Although I also am like trying to think that there's a good possibility that they might signal like they're heading all the way down and cut it short. Typically, Dbloc's pretty good about his targets, so I'm just being wary about it on the way down. But I do actually see a pretty feasible case. Actually, part of my prediction was going down there, bouncing,
Yep.
retesting, and then that being how we pop, and that kind
Yep.
of being
Yep.
the beginning of this whole relief rally too.
You see it? I just think market maker could make some dollars, scoop it down there, scare the last ones out before he rips it.
Especially since this weekend trap was so compressed, right? It was like very compressed in a very small amount of space. So I have a lot of price action touching in a lot of the same area, and a lot of like micro structures, right?
Barely any volume coming in,
Yeah,
dragging
barely
sideways through the
involved.
weekend trap.
But
If
at
we're
the
gonna
same
dip
time,
that low,
go ahead.
if we're gonna dip that low, like it would be up to the whales, because like market
Yep,
maker wants to keep
absolutely.
it
That's what I'm
inside of a
referring
tight
to.
range. So if
And
they
it's going to
decide to
happen very
dump,
quickly if it does it. The big whales are going to wait for it. That's what I'm telling you. There's like literally almost like a $500 billion. There's like $550 billion in orders sitting down that way. They can be ready to enter it back in the market instantly, quickly, boom.
My only concern is how many of those orders could be spoofed, or not necessarily spoofed, but like whether or not those orders are going to stay and stick when we get down there. Basically, how we get down there. The good thing that I do see though is, like I said, this tight consolidation that we did, and slow price action. It's good for the rubber band, right? And we've had like a pretty like decent angle that we've been writing, even though it's been slow and it's been mind numbing. That angle, I think, makes a lot of sense
Yes, sir.
for multiple touches on
I
the way
think
back.
I think
If we
that the
do,
aquifer below the surface is pretty low. Like our market cap, we could refer to as the aquifer. It's like the thing that everybody grabs water from. It's pretty dry. It's pretty low. But I just think that it's pretty easy to load that. We don't have to wait for rainfall. We don't have to wait for snow melt. What I'm telling you is when that water is pretty low, there's big guys that don't mind coming in and filling that pool back up. And they don't.
yeah,
And as soon as they fill the pool back all the way up, I mean, imagine going to like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. The thing's only halfway. Like you can't jump in. You gotta like climb down the ladder to get in there. Then you're in there, and you gotta go to the deep end and just swim around. But as soon as those guys fill that pool up, everybody will jump in. You know
And
what
the
I'm
way
trying to
this
say?
whole the way
And
this
they're
whole
scaring everybody out because there's one pool. There's one
right
poop in the pool. It's not even a
and
poop. What was that movie,
the
Caddyshack,
way
or whatever it was? He
the
goes
way
down
the
a
dump
bunch of Snickers or something there. What do you call it? It's a payday
the-
or something.
sorry the way the dump happened down from all time high to here and like how like how strong this we've been holding these levels for how long, right? It just to me just says it's like the perfect breeding environment for like to present a good accumulation point, right?
Absolutely.
And timing wise, we're getting to that point where it kind of makes sense for us to start.
What about when I'm actually able to transfer over my 401k into an ETF type?
You
Like
can you
you
can
can now, but I'm saying for
yeah,
everybody across the board easily.
yeah,
You know how like
well,
when you go to like
Never.
select your 401k, you only have like 10 options, whatever your company offers.
yeah.
Once one of those options come in for Bitcoin, Ethereum, or any of these ETFs,
So
remember how many do we have? 11 of them or something? How many of
they
them have actually been
exist,
released?
they
I
exist
can't
for
purchase them.
actually
I go to Fidelity every single day and look and see if I can purchase them with my
There's
trade
they,
my stocks
they
actually
over
exist
to that.
not necessarily through your broker, but
I'm with
they
Fidelity.
actually
I
yeah,
they have their crypto platform. What I'm really trying to say is it's right at our fingertips. It just
yeah.
hasn't made proper grounds.
Here's the thing
The
though.
road is paved, but we just don't have limes paved on it
Here's the
or
thing though.
painted on it yet.
There,
So the
it's
road,
sort
they
of
just
thing-
paved the road. We got the stoplights up. They still got the cones on either end of it, but all they got to do is paint the lines on the road, and then everybody knows.
Joe,
yeah,
if you let it hold interject, he might have an answer that you might like.
All right, my bad. I'll
no,
stop.
you're good. I know. I think I get how your brain works, but the here's the thing, right? So um, it is available, it is accessible. The problem is, first of all, like we're still dealing with the same thing we're dealing with the rest of like the industry in general, right? So it's um, there are there are stalwart defenders of the idea that Bitcoin is entirely speculative and is not safe to put in Roth IRAs, for example, or put in your 401k.
Yes,
There
sir. That's what I'm referring
there's
to.
players in the industry that
My
are
Roth
they're
IRAs, all the stock market is at the tippity top. So if I could sell all that stuff and transfer it into something I believe in for a long-term future, let's go.
yeah, if you could do that without even having to like if you could just have that part like be a targeted goal within your Roth IRA and switch
Or even
gears.
split at 50. Let me put 50% of my Roth or 401k or all of my rollovers, all that stuff, but let me put half it into what I want.
Like it's crazy to me that it makes more sense to me in with my mindset and with my understanding to just DCA in than to put into a 401k. Obviously, if
That's what I've been doing for years.
you have a divided asset, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to fight, like, to not take that asset as long as like you're not selling too much of your profits to
The
do
only
so.
reason I was
But
putting into that was I was working for a Marriott type of a facility. I put 30% of my paycheck in there into
right,
6 different Roth IRAs rollover because they would match 5% at each one of those that you did. So I put out
exactly. It
6 of
makes
those.
sense.
They matched 5%. I only put 5% into each one. So I put
Yep.
30% of my entire paycheck in there, and they matched 30% of my paycheck because I put it into individual different types of accounts.
And see, I've only worked like one or two jobs where I've received those types of benefits, but like absolutely, when I did have those jobs, that's what I did. Why? Because it makes sense, and
That
because
darn stock is at its high point. I want to
we
learn how to transfer and pull all that money that I invested into that company and simply transfer it to something I trust.
I think the
I
only
sell
thing that
high. I can't
is
wait to
given
buy low on something else.
because it will. I think these are things like see that in general with how brokers work. You're starting to see more accessibility. It's starting to become a more common concept, right? To give the user a little more freedom and think um I think you will see like there's going to be a whole generation like myself and I'm sure yourself and other folks in here that are going to, like be kind of the first one pioneer.
We're the leaders, of the entrepreneurs. We're the people that first sailed across the ocean.
We're the
We're like
ones that
we're the
seek
Columbus
this
of the
information before
venture.
it's publicly available, right? So there's going to be people that start doing that, and I think all it's going to take is time, because it's going to take time for people to recognize that this thing actually works. It's going to take time for enough nation states to adopt it in different ways, to invest in it,
Of
to
course.
where people see this as not only a serious
I always
asset.
say time and patience, and I just feel as if the regular retail is running out of patience with it. So there has to be another step forward. I mean, when Trump stepped into office, there was all kinds of incentive that crossed people's borderlines of patience and expectations,
Remember that
right?
a lot of retail will eventually get bored. They're gonna
And
get
that's what
bored.
they are right now.
They're
Every
gonna
retailer is
same way,
absolutely bored and
the
wrecked.
same
Not
way
even
they're
just bored. You
disenfranchised
can't just get
from
bored. That's being at a boring party. It's like being at a boring party and then some drunk guy punches you in your face for no reason because he thought you tipped his beer over. Bro,
not just state party. There's
I feel
the
like
same way people are
this market is sensitively
disenfranchised with Bitcoin right now is the same way eventually people are going to be disenfranchised with poly markets. People are going to be disenfranchised with the price of silver and gold. People are going to be disenfranchised with any number of things, the AI bubble popping, right? These
of
are
course.
things that
Yep.
are going to
Great
happen.
point.
And when that happens, Bitcoin will still be there. Bitcoin will have those institutions that have invested in it. The price will have gone up. Hopefully,
You
will
gotta
be
realize too. I don't mean to interrupt one more time. Everybody's giving me shit for giving me as for. You gotta remember, each and every one of these coins that we see and we know of, and they look like they're dying next season. It's almost like so many people on retail look at them like they're going to Marshalls next season. Nobody wants those things. They're never gonna touch them. But you gotta realize that it's the company behind it. Why are you buying a polo at Marshalls for $14 when it's normally $59? It's it's what people want. It's the retail incentive. But if you are able to buy a Prada or a Gucci at a super discounted rate, you got to remember that in 4 years, that Gucci label is still labeled. Look at Bitcoin. Everybody's like, oh, it's going down. But Ethereum, it's terrible. It didn't do anything.
a bit of
Guys,
a
those
hard
things
sell with
don't come out
Bitcoin.
with new models next year. They
Bitcoin doesn't have
the
a
next
company.
newest year model of the same version. I'm
Bitcoin
just
doesn't have a company, right? They don't have an establishment. And I think like that is going to be one of the struggles, right? One of the struggles is that most retail or not necessarily most retail,
they're waiting
right?
for the next
They're
newest,
only
what they think is the next newest
Bitcoin
coin. Don't
as a
focus on
brand,
the next newest coin,
as
is what
a
I'm trying to
trading
say.
side, is the exchanges that are in many cases, right? Not I wouldn't say particularly being predatory, but that are trying to milk them for all they got,
Bro,
right?
they's after the crowd of sheep. They's after us. They's of course.
But that's also why, like, I don't. It seems like even though people get wrecked just as much, if not more, on decentralized platforms, right? It seems like the DEX community is generally um it is generally more optimistic about these things, and so I do think centralization is going to be everybody's on ramp. That's like how people come in,
Yep.
how I
Yep.
came in. They're going to have
It's a
access to
great
it
way to look at
before
it. You really are. This really is a great frame way to like truly look at what's in
it,
front of us.
it's going to take time, and I like I said, I think a lot of this is intentional. I think the idea is for sentiment to be low so that it creates a good buying opportunity for large institutions
The
and
big
whales.
guys.
And
Exactly.
and when people catch up and realize that this has happened, right? And they see that despite what all these people said, that they bought it and that the price went up and that like they basically were selling the fear, right? So that they could be greedy. That like
And also
once they
feel
realize,
affiliated with the circumstances surrounding them. I fully
yeah,
understand.
that
Now look at Elon.
and
Now
business
how many
that
more states does Elon have to pass to get X to be able to transfer state
Well,
to state on a federal level too as well. I think we only
Elon
have like
has
5 or 6.
to
We did the research the
do
other day.
politics, right? So Elon's always going to have obstacles. He already had tons of
It's
obstacles.
New York and California right now, period.
He's always going to have obstacles, but he's also always going to have places that offer him ridiculous tax money. So, like, he'll have his struggles. He'll make things happen. At the same time,
But not
you
he
know,
will.
beauty-
Let's look what's sitting in front of him. Let's still look at the states that are actually creating the boundaries, preventing him to properly step into this next stage of financial system.
yeah, like I said, he did it to himself, and that's the thing. Once you become a political
Did
figure,
states do it to themselves, or did Elon do it to
no,
themselves? That's
Elon
what
did
I'm
it.
not sure. Wait,
He
but time out.
chose to be a political, and I'm not saying like for or against. I just mean
But
he
all those, listen to me what I'm
once
about to
he
say. Every
politicized.
single one of those states that are still sitting behind the border of accepting it, all want it. Now it all comes down to just a few people sitting in their chairs for that state that are
Yeah.
holding it back on purpose.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, look at crypto acceptance in general. Look at crypto
I
laws.
am. That's what I'm trying to focus
Like,
on. Now look
like,
at
I
crypto
live in
acceptance in
I
general
live in a
across
state,
the state regions.
I live in a state
What
that's
are the
one of
ones that are
the
holding us
in the
back?
country, right? We when everybody else was in depression or recession, we
Who's
had a certain.
everybody else? We're all one team.
No, I just mean like as a state, like my state is one of the wealthier states. The reason I
Yeah,
bring
but
that
what I'm pointing out right now is those states that are still holding back from accepting it are the leaders of the ones that were destroying the systems across the
yeah,
way as it was
that's it.
happening.
That's and like that's what I'm saying. Like my state
Now,
was
there's a
what
reason that there's a border being put up across from accepting these in those states. Now, why is that? Step back from the fire a little bit and look
it's
at it. Walk
always
around it for a second and look at all the leaves and
it's
the
who's
logs
lining
that are
your
burning
pocket,
inside of it.
what interests you represent. That's all it is.
The
It's not
American
what your
people.
constituents are. It's who lines your pockets and what interests you represent as a leader or as a in terms of when we're talking about state politics or local level government stuff like
The
that, right?
United States people are standing on their tippity toes, and we understand what's not happening across the financial board and political structure of today's society. You
Most
want to
people
keep
don't.
doing it?
Most people don't. Most people don't realize.
I think everybody's on the tipping toe and understanding of what's being presented to them.
I disagree. I would say that there's
Okay.
a huge diversity in opinions and understandings of what's
Of
being
course
presented.
there are. That's what I'm saying. There's the most ginormous diversity of opinions and scale of reflection of today's world. Instead of sitting here and put down your phone and look at what's right in front of you.
Right,
Today's
but like
society can't hit their ass with both hands.
this was
And big
something
guys
like
love it. Big guys
that,
love it.
that I relate to that because the thing is, right, when before I started really studying the markets, I had no idea about most of this stuff. Like I didn't believe the lies, right? But I didn't
When you
have
say
the
that, you
information
sound like a chick. Believe the lie. I mean, but you're so right,
because
though.
yeah,
They
you
have
know,
been
like
more than
companies
lies
always
that has
tell
been
you something like that.
misconstrued to us as like reality. But that's when people start focusing on what's sitting in front of them and they
Yeah.
drop the lies and they focus on reality.
Well, and
That's the
that's
big change
where
I'm seeing across the board.
that is also where I think like that's why I'm so bullish, especially long term, on Bitcoin, right? Is you can sell FUD, you're gonna disenfranchise people. That's gonna happen. Eventually those people are gonna see because results are results. At the end of the day, and there's
What
something
happens when
that's
you disenfranchise something or somebody or something? What happens usually from it?
uh I mean
Look
generally
at dominance. Bitcoin
they're
going up, dominance going down. Sorry, I mean to interrupt.
they're
Bitcoin, rip it. Let's go. Dominance flowing down. Let's go, alts. Come on,
they're
folks.
of the information once they've been fed the lie, once they've been
But you keep saying
disenfranchised.
they. Well, you should say us. Us. us has been, not
Well,
they.
I'm
What
saying
have you not been part of the entire equation of it?
oh yeah, I am. But I'm saying
We
they
have been, not they have. No, we have been. Our society as an entire structural whole has been. All right. Look at
yes.
dominance. I love
Mhm.
dominance plunging as Bitcoin's going up. Let's go alt.
But I wouldn't say that everybody has the same awareness as others or the same perspective. And I would say that I've had unique experiences and blessings to have certain perspectives on things that um someone who might be disenfranchised with Bitcoin does not, right? And so that's why I say they, because I'm not disenfranchised with Bitcoin. And it's not like I'm not viewing myself as better or worse than anybody else. Just I just have the perspective I have, and they have the perspective they have. Right? It's not us against them. Like they are us, right? They are part of us, and they're vital, right? Retail, and myself included, I'm retail as well, right? But like retail is absolutely vital to the health of the markets, right? So um, I say this to like I think that at the end of the day, these big institutions have a need, just just like anything else, like just like the government, as much as it wants to control you, it needs you. It needs laborers. Well, at least until they replace us with robots and AI, but it still does need consumers, right? Still does need its power is only derived that it governs over, right? So it's they can delay that reality or um, obfuscate that truth, but that remains the truth. And time will always expose the truth, right? Maybe not all of it, maybe not everybody will get it, but it will expose over time. Like market structure gives you a picture. No matter what somebody tells you, it will give you the picture. And as people have more access to these tools, to AI, to things that improve their understanding and their knowledge, where before it was maybe gatekept, these things are becoming more accessible. Now, that being said, there's also a ton of people that are that have been predatory towards retail, towards these people, and sold them lies and ideas and um, lessons and classes and all these things, right? But that can only go on for so long. There'll always be a new bad apple. There'll always be somebody trying to hit a new angle. There'll always be new scams. There'll always be new schemes. But as long as Bitcoin's price continues to rise over time and continues to beat inflation, it will emerge, I think, victorious, right? And it will also, by doing so, just by existing and continuing to grow, even if the wealth gap is, just as bad, if not worse than ever, right? Even if institutions have their hold on a ton of Bitcoin, it being something that is not tied to a company, that's not tied to a government, that's not tied to um, politics or religion or anything else, it being just a global asset with limited um, supply and a deflationary nature, it in it of itself is going to be a lot for a lot of people, the revolution that they need, whether small or great, right? A ton of people will get wrecked trying to create financial freedom with it, trying to manifest their future through it blindly. But I think it will change and impact enough people around the world in a positive manner, and it's going to be undeniable. The only thing that would stop that is one single entity owning more than 50% of the supply, right? Um, or uh, every node that is not owned by a nation state or a governing body or a large institution, let's say BlackRock or any of these major financial groups, if they could get rid of all of the nodes, you know what I mean, or take control of all of them, then I think that it would not succeed. But until that happens, I truly believe that this is going to be a key, whether or not people see it now or see it later. All we can do is plant that seed um, and continue to drive towards better prices, a healthy market, volatile as it may be, and sensible regulation, right? Sensible adoption. It's going to be fine.
Is it
Inside.
adoption or adaptation?
Um,
That's what I want us to focus on a little bit more. Adoption is one thing that you're just willing to say, yep, it's not mine, I'm willing to accept it. Adaptation is once you understand the dynamics of it and the complete like diversity of what it can do, there is a ginormous difference between those two different words. You understand
yeah,
what I'm saying?
so that's the thing, right? Like Bitcoin doesn't necessarily have the utility of.
It's got nothing. I want to fill my tires with
No,
Bitcoin. I
no,
want it to cost
it
me
doesn't have
1
nothing.
millionth
It
of a
has,
Bitcoin, and I can use it at my tire fill station. I
it
want to
has
be
a
able to go into a grocery store and buy a loaf of bread with
it
the
has a
Shazam.
globally.
I
It
want
has a
major
globally
retail to start
secured.
actually identifying and conceptualizing that this value of these market structures are just as important as what you call your so-called dollar. That's
It has a
fluctuating above and
decentralized and
beyond
globally
expectations per week.
secured
Okay?
system for proof, right? That prevents fraud, right? It has transparency. It also is encrypted on file 256, right?
Down to the
So
cent, down to the second on which it happened. You can't
direct
do that on a cash
utility.
Joe,
transaction. You
stop cutting
cannot.
people off.
Sorry,
Jesus
Dbloc. I'll
Christ,
shut.
bro. It's like every time I get on.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Yeah,
I'm just.
I know you, Joe. I love you, or I wouldn't put up with it. I promise. But I do it to people too. So
I'm sorry, you guys are having to what you say put up with it. I'm just throwing in my
no,
2 chimes.
no,
So I guess my 2 chimes are just
I feel worse for
1
you.
chime, and I apologize. Good
No,
night,
I
guys.
feel worse
I
for you
apologize.
because you ask so many good questions and then you never hear the answer, or you rarely hear the answers. And I'm
I've
like, man,
listened.
you're so intelligent. You ask these amazing questions, and like, I'm
And
like,
what I'm
"These
actually
questions
applying
are
is the
really
way
nice
that you're
to be
putting
listened
out
to."
like solutions to it or responses to it. So that's what I super apologize is I'm actually expecting people to put out more than just a simple response to stuff. Dbloc, I don't want to do anything but respect your entire platform and what you
Bro,
do.
I just need you to not cut people off. That's all.
Sorry, Dbloc. What's
It's
Jasmine
pretty
doing?
simple. It's not deeper than that.
I got you. But again, I apologize for it multiple times. It's just like us sitting at a table. There wasn't multiple. It was him and I talking. So if you guys want to throw me in the gutter for over talking somebody, I super apologize again. I'll do this to the day I die.
You're gonna keep doing it to the day you die, is what you're saying, and then keep apologizing for it, or you're gonna learn from it and stop doing it so that you don't have to apologize every day.
All I'm gonna do is appreciate it every step of the way, and I apologize, Dbloc. What do you want me to do?
Not do it.
You want me to bow down to you right now and go
I
sorry?
want you to not
Sorry,
do it,
Dbloc.
Joe. You've been doing this shit for years already.
Everybody is respectful of each other, so I
Oh my
apologize.
god, bro. Whatever. You're just yapping. Go ahead.
I apologize again.
I heard your apology, Joe.
I hope you one day actually accept it.
I hope one day you'll actually stop doing it.
Dbloc, what's Jasmine doing? Will you pull up a Jasmine chart? What you really feeling? You told me you didn't want to look at anything of it.
Nah, I can't.
No, you can't.
Bitcoin's
My bad.
moving up right now.
Let's go. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What are you thinking with alts? Dbloc, I have way too many Jasmine. The only reason I'm concerned, I have 11.5 million Jasmine. What do I do, cuz? Just asking for a little bit of effort, a little bit of help, a little bit of friendship. I apologize at many levels.
Jesus Christ, bro, you're so dramatic.
Dramatic, talking to you like a friend.
I've
I
been
will say,
telling
I
you
think
for
that
months to stop buying the dip, and you don't listen. And now you want me to tell
Like
you
I
that
asked you at
that
1.3,
Jasmine's
you
going
said
back to
buy
all
this
time
dip.
high.
We're at 1.3 on Jasmine, cuz. You said do what you want. You never told me don't you dare touch this thing. Okay, no
I
worries.
told
I
you when you
understand.
said that your plan was to buy all of these dips into the bottom of the bear, I told you it wasn't a good idea.
I understand. I was just asking simply for your references.
And then I
Of why
told you
you think
yesterday
it's
that
there.
Jasmine doesn't look good. And
You
Jasmine
never
gave
looked at the
everything
chart.
back that it did.
You told me to stop talking.
I told you that
And I
Jasmine
asked you to
didn't
look
look
at it.
good.
How about this?
I
Will you
told
pull up
you
a Jasmine
7
on a
times.
weekly chart right now? Will you pull up a Jasmine on a
No,
weekly and tell me why I
no,
shouldn't?
because you don't control my charts now. I told you
I will say,
yesterday that I have looked at Jasmine and it's not a good idea to get into it right now. Doesn't
That's what
mean that I'm
Jasmine
going to
made me
be
think.
dragged through. No, doesn't work that way.
Don't treat me
if
like
you
shit, D-Block. I apologize.
go through the YouTube,
God.
he did take a look at it earlier sometime. I think it was the previous stream, but he did take a look and give
I
his
look at
thoughts on it.
Jasmine every day, which is why I don't need to pull up the chart to tell you that it's not a good idea
That's
to
what I
get
was
into it right
asking
now.
for, just your reference. What do you really see and feeling, bud? We've been in this since 0028, 003. That's what I'm asking. What are you really feeling? I'm holding way too many. I'm holding 11.5 million Jasmine, cuz I'm worried. I'm just asking for your friendship of help.
YouTube, did everybody just hear what I feel about Jasmine? Does anybody in Discord, except for Joe, not understand how I feel about
I
Jasmine right now?
accept it. I'm referring to what I asked you
I'm just
yesterday.
making
So I
sure
apologize.
that I'm not going crazy because I feel like I just
Joe,
answered your question 3 times.
where do you expect it to go to, D-Block? It's what I've asked 4 times.
Well, I don't think. I think one of the lessons here is not to expect, but rather to react to what you're seeing, or to analyze what you're seeing, what's happening already, right?
Down,
If you
Joe. He thinks it's going down.
if you like, I'm happy to. Yeah, he did not seem hopeful about it. I'm happy to find the timestamp when he was looking at it earlier, and I can send that in a DM.
D-Block, I apologize. I don't mean to step on any tip or any toes. I was just asking a simple question, and I never got an answer from it. And push your buttons. I apologize. When you tell me not a
Are
good
you trying to
idea,
figure
I
out?
get it. But I just
Are you
wanted to
trying
see
to
a
figure
chart or
out like if?
representation.
Are you trying to figure
If
out like if you should sell, where you should sell? So like if it's gonna go higher, or if you should just sell right now?
No, I'm not asking for buy or sell anything. I'm just asking, just what do you think if you zoom out on the chart all the way up to a weekly? It's kind of scaring me. Is the only thing I ever asked yesterday. I said,
Because he
"T-Block,
already said
check
it's
out
going.
Jasmine
It looks
on
bad.
check it out on the weekly." I said, "What do you think?" Normally he'll like pull it out on target, be like, "Yeah, this is where I expected to go. Heads up, don't touch it from here." He said,
Yeah, he's
"No, no,
not
no."
gonna do that
Somebody
today.
So I
somebody said
apologize.
that he mentioned it earlier and spoke about it earlier. So if you go
I
back in the
wasn't
stream,
here, so I
yeah,
apologize.
but if you go back in the stream, Joe, and listen to the stream and sift through it, you might be able to
Okay.
find where he was talking about it, and then you'll
Okay,
have your
so he
answer.
just referred to that to me, then kicked it back like I already talked about it. Okay, I apologize. I wasn't
It's
here.
too late to apologize.
What up, Drew? How's it? Cause
What's up? Come on, yo, Joe. I mean, you said it.
I'll
I
stop. I'll
apologize. I
just
think
shut up. I
30
love you
times
guys.
for the last like 30
He-
minutes every second. Just, dude, you don't have to apologize so much.
I don't,
Obviously,
and I'm tired of
D-Block is
having to
here.
do this. I'm a real
But
person. I'm
listen,
sorry.
I know, yeah, but look, D-Block told you what you needed to hear. I mean, he's not feeling too bullish right now locally
I
on
hear,
Jasmine.
I hear him, and
I
I
think
asked him to show me a chart.
if you want my opinion in the long term, because you've had enough patience, so don't worry about it. You've been accumulating, and it's like you're not, unless you're trying to do some crazy scalp right now, just be patient. I mean, a lot of people think maybe a bear run's coming. A
Because
lot
I'm
of low
nervous.
cap,
True, I'm
but
nervous. I'm holding over 11 million Jasmine,
well, I mean,
and
dude,
D-Block is the one person
will you
that's
not have
always
money to pay?
offered me.
If
In my
if
opinion, Jasmine is a very solid thing, and I think it's gonna, it's gonna do good. But if you have money that you need to pay bills with in there and
Oh,
stuff like
none of
that,
that.
then you shouldn't be nervous.
I'm just shaking in my boots. We sit at the bottom, cuz that's what I was saying. D-Block, what you
Yeah, but
seeing? Do we have
that's what makes you
annual
a strong
disclosure?
investor. That's what makes you grow some nuts, and you're a strong investor, and you ride out the bottoms. And if you have conviction, you slowly buy these dips once you start
Bitcoin,
getting scared.
vector
Uh-huh.
gap. Here we come. Here we come.
at the same time, if you don't have conviction,
88.9. Here we go.
you can
Yeah, if you
always
don't have, yeah.
at a level nearby, and that way, at worst, you sell and you can always buy back in later. But if it's something that you're uncomfortable about with the risk that you have, then
It's not uncomfortable, you guys. I've been accumulating at the
You
bottoms of the market.
sound like you're sweating. I mean, unless you're just trolling a little bit, you sound like
Everybody should be sweating at this point in life.
nah. I mean, yeah, I think you're just having fun with it a little bit, but I think you're annoying some people a little bit, So
My bad.
And
Shoots,
when
guys.
your
Love you
emotions
guys.
get completely killed, you'll realize that like you get to a point where there is no sweating anymore. There's just
I'm
acceptance.
like a snowball target too. As soon as I do this, everybody just loves throwing snowballs at her. It's great. So you know what I mean? That's why I'm here. It's part of it. But I don't mean to push anybody's buttons. I don't mean to disrespect anybody. So I super apologize on any
Joe, it's
level.
just that
It's just me talking.
you bulldoze an entire conversation and then apologize for it like as if you're sorry. But if you're really sorry, you would work harder on not doing
How did
that
I
as much.
bulldoze it? By bringing up my opinion.
Because
You
everybody, like you said,
really
everyone's
as
trying to
if
be
you got
respectful to each
bulldozed by
other.
me putting up my
You
opinion. So I apologize.
you said
no, but you
everybody's trying to be respectful to each other. So like one way that you can be respectful is let other people that are part of the conversation be part of the conversation instead of just trying to be the entire conversation.
That's what I got to work on.
Yeah,
That's truly what I got to work
Well,
on.
mostly it's asking questions, and then everybody's curious about the answer. And like I said before, they're really good
And then I
questions.
throw out
But
another question.
then you jump in and then just start
Throw in
talking
another
and don't let
question.
the
Yeah,
person answer.
you're so right.
Yeah, see,
That's
like
what
you
I
ask
annoyed
a
about.
question, the person starts to answer, and then you jump right in. Like before they can even say 3 words, you jump right
Because I got
back
a
in and just
zillion
talk over
questions to
them.
ask about this
That's
universe that we live in. I apologize.
but if
I
you
love you
want
guys.
the answers, sometimes you gotta listen. Like if you ask something, wait and let the other person respond. That's being respectful, Joe.
Can you
All
refer
D-Block
to
has to
something
do
that
is
I actually did with that
be
tonight?
respectful.
I was listening to everybody. I was listening to everything that was said. I didn't super
The
jump in.
entire conversation that you just had with Hold, he was trying to respond to things that you were saying, and every time he tried to respond, it was
I
2 or 3 seconds couldn't go by without you jumping back in and saying something else and like over
I would
talking
say
him. So
3 to
he
4
wasn't even
minute.
able to
I'll
respond.
let the guy do his thing. And you get every
Joe,
time I jump in, you get so I apologize.
quick
and then
story. Quick
check
story.
it. So what I was gonna say real quick is, and there's no love lost, but you know how you have like a million questions that you like you
I
just
would say a
pop in
zillion or a trillion, but
at the seams of all these questions. The more patient you are with hearing the answers to the questions, there's a possibility that you might not have as many questions tomorrow. Right? Not to say the questions are bad. I love questions. I think it's a sign of intelligence. But
can you give me one reference of a bad question that I actually asked?
I no, I don't
How about
think
this? Can you give me a
I
reference of a bunch of good questions I
just think
asked
that
in the process? The
I
problem
just think
is the people around us are getting
Okay.
frustrated with me asking the questions I do.
No,
and
it's
We
a good
Ooh,
some
big
price
buys,
everybody
action.
big
has
buys.
questions.
We
Let's
got some
go,
price
let's
action
go.
here.
Big
So
buys, big buys. I'll shut up.
that's gonna happen
what
sometimes. People are gonna get frustrated, but it's like I look, no love lost for me, right?
Don't hate
But
me forever. That's all I'm asking. Just don't
I
hate me
don't
forever, you guys.
do at all,
so
man. I promise.
If Dbloc hasn't gotten frustrated and walked away already, then we should try to give him an opportunity to talk about the price action if he's got something
Dbloc,
to add.
it's your chance. Let's go. I'll shut my mouth. I love you guys.
Dbloc.
Drew, let's go.
Obvious.
Rockets.
There was this one time
Yeah.
I almost got in a fight with this guy, and he
Nice.
apologized. And I said, "That's okay, no problem." And he kept apologizing and kept apologizing. I warned him. I said, "If you apologize to me one more time, punch you right in the face."
That's what all kinds of
He
people do. Was you have a nice person
apologized.
sitting next to you and they say, "I'm sorry." That's
What
all
did I
I've done
do?
is ever
I punched him
apologize to
right
you guys.
You know,
fucking
you know what
face.
makes an apology really good is when it's backed up with action. And so, like, the best thing is if you can work on applying action to the words that you say, because you say great things, man. And you got a good heart.
Wait till the day you meet me. Wait till you actually meet me in person.
I
It's a whole
feel-
different
I
story, guys.
feel you in
All I have is two
person.
vocal cords vibrating through a tiny receptor right now. Wait
Yeah,
till you meet me in person. I'm a real individual in this world.
I don't doubt it, man. And I'm sure I'd love you in person. But yeah, just you know,
I'll shut up. Dbloc's your channel. Let's go. Where are we pushing? Let's go tap that 800. Let's see it, guys and ladies. Come on. Market maker is pushing this for a reason. Focus on maybe taking some profits.
I'm gonna go find that chart or that clip of D-Block talking about Jasmine for you.
I don't know. I super apologize. I guess I wasn't listening, or if it was me, I super apologize. I always
Maybe
ask
try to
people,
take
and
that
people like and
vocabulary
I
out
were
of
in that thing
try to
since
take
the
that word out of
biggity
your
bottom
vocabulary.
of it.
I think that's what's
Stop
really irking you.
apologizing.
It's
Yeah, I
our
think
two biggest coins that actually fluctuated so high this year. We did best on Jasmine, but that's why I'm trying to reaccumulate. And I'm just been trying to ask D-Block. When D-Block tells me, don't you dare touch that thing quite yet. I asked him at 1.3 cents. It's down to 6, down to 5. It lost 50%
Telling
of
you
it
not to touch it.
since I asked last time. So the only reason that I incentively ask him is because, like, yo, last time I asked you about it, it's one of our old timers. I have way too many of these. I literally have 11.5 million of these darn things. So I'm just trying to figure out if I'm doing a dumb move or what I should properly focus on.
well,
All I
that's
was
for you to
asking.
figure out. And he told you locally. I mean, he's like, yeah, he's not on
Yeah,
it
but
right now.
D-Block looks at charts. He's got good stuff. He zooms out on the monthly. He
Right.
says,
And he
bro,
told you what
don't
you.
touch this thing till it's at 4.4. It's all I was attempting to ask.
That's a
That's what I think.
blessing, and and not something that everybody will do for everybody else. So, it doesn't mean that he's just gonna do something the moment you ask it. And I think that that's
Respect goes a long way, and I ruin my respect with D-Block. I think every single time I talk, every single time he responds
so.
to me, complete
So with
disrespect. It's
that,
just like, yep, Joe, why are you even talking right now? I already
so,
said.
so
All right, my bad. I
take
was just
action
asking again.
and improve on the areas that he's asked you to improve on, and I'm sure it won't be a problem.
I'm working on it, and I'm
It's
not the
just
best
one
at it.
thing, interrupting. And I
Sorry
mean, there's
if I
interrupting
interrupt you.
people, but more often interrupting after you ask a question.
All
And
I
so
have is a
that's like,
digital
if you could
push
just
button, and I'm
singularly
sitting on the
focus,
table.
like that's the whole thing. That's all of it. That's all it is interrupting.
I
What you
know
most
you
often do after you
guys
ask
have
a
an avenue
question.
in which you can get mad at me for, and I super apologize.
Damn,
And that's
Joe,
okay.
just listen to what she has to say.
I just
Don't
did. I
jump in
heard
with an
everything she said. She
apologize.
tried to say it for the past 4 years of my life, and I'm saying I'm working on it. I apologize.
Thank
I
you.
don't. I super apologize.
Yo,
There's
if you
things
say
that we all work.
apologize one more time, I'm gonna lose it, Joe. I'm serious. Like I'm gonna
Okay,
lose it, and I'm gonna start trolling.
big buys. Let's go.
Just try it. Just do it. I think you can do it, Joe. Just try to
I
not
know.
use that word tonight. Let's see if you can do it and not use that word and not say sorry and not say apologize. Say what you got to say.
I
Listen to
love
what
you
people.
guys.
Awesome.
I'm not
We love
sorry.
you
I
too.
love you guys. Thanks for putting up
Hey,
with
there
me.
you go.
I won't
There
say
you go.
another word. Okay,
There
bye.
you go. You can talk, but just don't
You love
apologize.
me
You
too.
just listen to people. That's all.
But that's the thing is, in the end, I'm never trying to push on anybody's toes. Like, so that's what, in the end, I always try to say. But it's like it's not not what I was trying to attempt to say in the beginning. But in the end, it's always like, Joe, you did wrong. Or, okay, sorry guys, my bad.
I will say that
I
apologize.
I love it. Somebody just put up a 199 to Dbloc thing. He says, I apologize. He put up a $2
will
thing. He says,
say
I apologize.
there's trying and there's doing, and doing, if trying isn't work, you should try doing.
Do or do not. There is no
Dbloc, here we
try.
come. 89.5. Here we go. Guarantee we fluctuate above. Rip that. Let's go. I don't like how Dominance has made a surge. It was looking good. Bro, he was almost about to tip down to like 59 even. Nope. Money's coming into Bitcoin, cuz. I just don't like these massive vectors. Like, do they have to press it? What are they doing?
Would you look at that? What's going on, y'all? What's going on, YouTube?
Here.
All right, looks like we're going for our false move up. We'll wait for it to confirm, but that gives our top expiration date of Monday. Let's see how much damage we could do. This is good for people who are in the camp that want that candle to close green for the yearly.
Oh shit, we're looking at the yearly close. That's
Look at it,
right.
bro. Look at the yearly. It's gonna be weird as shit. We're gonna have two green yearly candles instead of 3 for the 4-year cycle. It's just I don't like the way it feels. We can just flip that green. I'll be happy. Get that above like 93, 94.
If we hit like target 3, but we didn't hit your confirmation line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you still consider it potentially a false move, even if it didn't quite get there?
Usually
And
I
if we
would say no, but in this case, yes, I would, because we have two potential spots for trap longs here. Remember we talked about this earlier. There's an argument to be made that the trap longs are here, right? We're erring on the side of caution and bringing our trap longs higher. But at this point, we've already freed the first trap longs. So there could be an argument to be made. Some people might have it drawn there and already be saying it's a false move up. At this point, yeah, this is the fast move is usually the false move, right? Big move through liquidations. But that doesn't mean that we can't continue to pump into tomorrow. It just
now, if
means
we
the direction for the rest of the week will probably be opposite direction.
now if we got news, right, and it didn't hit that, like let's say that other potential trap long area wasn't there, and we got news that explained the pump, right? Could it
Nah, I wouldn't take
be?
it. I'd still consider it a false move. A lot of times we get news for these. What's most important is that liquidity got swept. That vector got taken. They're about to take the rest of it right now.
Yeah, it makes sense because the whole point is liquidity in the first place. So.
Was the target on the vector?
Target 3 is at 89.4. Top of the false move is 89.6. Dominance is popping up too, which makes me a little bit concerned that, let me see, did ETH go with it? Yeah, ETH broke out of its range. Good.
Do you know what the target would be on ETH?
31.2 is what I have for my target.
All right.
Excuse me.
So what day does the yearly exactly close? Is it exactly on the?
3 days. Yeah, on New Year's.
It's gonna be on like the UTC, basically whatever midnight is on UTC.
It is. I'll tell you. 2 days, 22 hours.
It's the final countdown.
2 days, 22 hours to get above 93.6. Again, it's not any big. If we fail to do it, it's not like dun dun dun, death and destruction. It's just, I don't like that chart. You know what I mean? Give me my last green candle. Like, what the hell are we talking about? Even if it's small.
Yeah. Trying to imagine like right now it being like heavy bull Bitcoin and just like, having a little influence. I think during like these next few days they're gonna want to do that. Like that's a good narrative. I think is like, yo, let's get together. Let's close this candle green if
Send
we
it,
can.
man.
Let's fight the bears and send it. But they might not be able to, because it's like dude, there's some big bags that still they can unload anytime, and it's crazy.
Question is, the people that accumulated in this range, what are their targets? They spent a lot of time and a lot of money keeping price where we're at right now to accumulate. How greedy are they going to be exactly?
It's crazy. The market's getting thinned out a little bit. A lot of like, the prediction market and like all these like low caps right now. There's a lot of big companies that are experimenting in low caps too. The prediction market too is getting crazy. I think Gemini just put out a prediction thing too.
Robinhood has theirs going. Coinbase made their announcement. I was saying it earlier. I was like, you think we miss retail? You know who really misses retail? The exchanges. They're doing anything they can to get retail back in the doors right now.
Now with the prediction market, I think the whole key is like if they're able to grab it and like let's say companies like Coinbase and Gemini, like they'll be able to grasp it and kind of right now while it's still in its infancy have it blockchain based, because if not, that money is going to slowly get thinned out. I'm not saying all money is leaving crypto, but there's going to be a lot of things getting spread out a little bit more, especially if people are going gung-ho. It's like people love gambling and just like predicting. It's like, tomorrow is it going to rain? Is the weatherman going to be right? Oh, I'm going to put $30 on this weatherman because I like him, things like what crazy stuff. So it's going to get bananas.
Here we go. Yeah, Robinhood released their earnings and they make $4 on every prediction, on every trade on the prediction market. They make $2 on crypto. They only make 50 cents on stocks and $1 on options. So what do you think they're about to push for the next year?
So do you think they're gonna try to, at least like if Coinbase is doing it, make it blockchain based most of it?
They're all gonna be, it's all gonna be USDC stable based for the, what you call it, I would imagine.
That's it. They got to do that, or else it's like that liquidity could slowly leave the
Just pure
crypto realm. So they
gambling.
got to,
And you think about it,
yeah,
they're selling air, right? It's not even a stock or a coin that they have to own to be able to sell. There's nothing there. It's just
yeah.
place
It's
your
like
bets
providing,
here, place your
yeah,
bets.
they're providing the arena where people can just fight it out on their
Mm-hmm.
beliefs and where they want to put their money. It's like, all right, you want to put your money where your mouth is? Here you go.
About to hit target 3. I would have liked for this to come down and give us a false move down, but that's just because I wanted to load up a little more. So my position isn't super heavy here, but I'll take it. I'm not crying about it.
It's gonna get so chaotic because there's so many loopholes you could find with that and manipulate it, and especially like people that
Insider.
have kind of
Bro,
KOLs
it
and
has never been
influence.
a better time to be an insider. You don't even have to break the law, right? Because I don't even think it's against the law for insiders to use prediction markets. They're not regulated.
Right.
It's
If you
different
think
than
about it,
buying a stock or exiting a position, right?
yeah. Well, I mean, like imagine Kai Center, like High Speed. One of them was just like, all right, let me just get my homies to get some chatter online real quick about me doing something crazy in a few days,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and if I can do triple flip,
Like the
then
streaker
I
guy.
know.
Remember the streaker guy that bet in Vegas that somebody was gonna streak through the Super Bowl?
Oh
He
yeah,
put a
yeah, he
bunch of
got lit on
money
that.
and then he
Yeah,
got naked and ran through the field. I mean, that's putting your money where your mouth is, bro.
yeah.
That's taking your
And if you
destiny into your own hands.
Yeah, and you can manipulate the outcome. And like one person, if you have it, you set it up right and you set up your own kind of playing field and like kind of shield and push it for a while, then you just go out and you're the person that
Yeah.
makes it happen.
Yeah.
It's wild. Because it's
I
gonna
don't know.
get predatory. People are gonna be like, "Yo, I'm gonna bet there's gonna be an accident on Fifth Avenue and whatever,
I
and
mean,
then
there's
someone's
gotta
gonna
be
go
a
there and cause an
there's gotta
accident."
be an open bet for it. I don't think you can't just go in there and like set a bet. Like, hey, bet me this and that. I really don't understand how it works. The exchange themselves are the ones that set the bets.
Because like if someone's betting, like let's say, imagine someone put a bet, and there are some bets up there with some bids, some asks, whatever, and it's like there's gonna be a huge traffic accident in New York on Fifth Avenue today, or something like that. And then someone could be like, "Yeah, let me just go all in and go cause some mayhem and get in an accident." It's like it's gonna get dangerous.
Joe, if you're listening, I sent you the timestamp. Check your DMs. It'll be in unread or in I can't remember what it's called, but it'll be in your messages. You might have to look for like unseen.
Unseen.
We just rejected off the bottom of the daily bear flag. Got it. Or is this the top of? Hold on, don't mark. Okay, right. Bottom, or is this the top of? Yeah, this is the bottom of the small bear flag. That big daily bear flag is at 92. 92. No, we've seen it happen before. We've seen them signal the false move up, then come back, close CME, and then move back up on Monday and continue to move. I don't know how I feel about it. Is it possible? Yeah, it's actually par for the course. You see that more than anything else. But do I like what it means? I mean, I almost rather come back and get it now or just skip it entirely because I don't want to put up a move into Monday into 92, hit the bottom of that bear flag, and then come back down to grab CME. That's going to read as a rejection, right? That's going to read as a bearish rejection off the bear flag. I would prefer not to do that. But yeah, we got a stopping volume candle on the 10-minute here. Let's see what the next candle does. We can invalidate it. Yeah, I would have much rather have closed that CME before moving up. It's only $200 too. Talking what, 874 to 8759, 876, even
We just hit the
$100 plus.
50 EMA on the 4-hour.
It feels so much better to see able to see some greens at last.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely good for sentiment. That's another thing. I don't know if I want to go up into the 90s and come back to fill a freaking CME gap or grab liquidity. I don't like what that's going to do to sentiment. We need to start building sentiment that sustains itself. We can actually have this relief rally, or it's just going to be a bunch of choppiness.
Yeah,
Stopping
because
volume candles
recently
valid.
we've been feeling like, once it goes up, boom, it just comes down like that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Printing a bullish engulfing on the weekly might help a little bit of sentiment for the bulls to try to keep the momentum.
This price action here, um,
As we are now, we could close a bullish engulfing on the weekly.
so this price action here that I've been talking about on the 50 on the 2-week, right? That choppiness, and then the dead bounce, and then the capitulation. Right? Choppiness, dead cat bounce, capitulation into the bear. We're in that choppiness phase, right? But think about the psychology of that move. Right? The psychology of that move is you've already come off of all-time highs. Most people have capitulated to the idea that there's a bear market. Everybody's looking for a relief rally. It pops up, and every time it comes down, you break sentiment a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. And then finally, you give them something that breaks. Euphoria starts to trick in. You get that dead cat bounce, and then you take it back. And then eventually, people capitulate, right? People give up holding the idea that there'll be a new all-time high, or there'll be a continuation, or whatever. But you can see the psychology in the actual candles themselves if you know what to look for. And this dead cat bounce, while it's the exit that we're looking for, is really the nail in the coffin, right? This is the one that really screws the sentiment because everybody gets excited. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. And then they take it all back again. And then people are like, okay, you know what? I'm good. But that takes time, right? The reason that that capitulation phase takes 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5 months is because it takes time to take all of that sort of memory of price going up for 3 years out of people's minds. And eventually they give into the idea, and then price retraces.
That's why it's good to keep on zooming out every now and then, just to zoom out to reality.
Yeah, I try to start every day at like a bird's eye view and then sort of zoom in. I kind of just want to get this move out of the way so that I can start getting ready for that bear market euphoria. Like, you know, the one where your dry powder bag is full and everything you want is getting cheaper every single day you wake up is cheaper? That euphoria?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I've been hustling on the side right now, trying to make sure I get as much dry powder as I get.
Yep.
And my side hustle is getting in all these little low caps, and then when they like do terrible, because they're all set up for disaster, you know, most of them. Once they do bad, then I FUD the devs so bad that they end up giving me my loss back if it does lose. I'm like, yo, I'm ruthless with these guys.
It feels good when you de-risk and you move up your stops really tight and then price moves away from your stops. You know what I mean? Like you just went from like sort of like a nail biting to like, okay, now you got a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, the breathing room is like really long waited for, you know. It's like
Yeah.
every day I've been looking at it and then it's just like choppiness. This room really makes me, you know, a bit more not claustrophobic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's hard though, being patient. Like I said, man, being patient is why we're still in the game right now versus other people. So we can't stop being patient now.
Yeah, I got my guard up, but I'm prepared if there is like, you know, macro bull push right now. Thinking, you know, some of these alts, they're very sensitive to Bitcoin, it seems like. You know, when Bitcoin starts pushing, it's like they'll push really nice. So I'm trying to make sure I got my exposure up. But scalping some of them, as soon as I see Bitcoin lose its oomph, you know, I'm out of those. And I've been scalping pretty well, knock on wood.
Nice brew.
I'm still down though. I'm still trying to make up since 1010 wreckage. So, but you know, it's just like, you know, got to roll with the punches.
Yo, Dbloc, did you hear or see anything about an emergency Fed meeting today?
No, tell me more.
Yeah, well, I hadn't been able to actually confirm it, but I've seen where it's happened. Apparently, apparently banks have run out of liquidity, so
Oh, it's
there's
one
got to
of
be.
those. Yeah, I know. I know they had one about a month ago. This is when we talked about it. We said, "Yo, the private credit market is screwed."
Yeah, but this would have been an emergency Fed meeting on a Sunday versus a month ago was not on a Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. And apparently, I'm just trying to communicate what the little bit I have kind of read up on it is that apparently the only other time that has happened was in 2020 COVID, and then 2023 something happened in 2023. But
They don't tend to want to come in on Sundays. That's very true. I'll look into it. Let me see what I can find. But
my
I know
understanding
that the
though is that
banks
it's liquidity
are.
issues.
Yeah, that's always the assumption because nothing else is that important to call in the big heads. And usually it's one of those talks. You want to know what's really going on is they're coming in and giving the big banks the heads up that regional banks are going to be ready to get bought out. Like it's about to get spicy. You guys are going to be able to pick up these smaller banks at pennies on a dollar. But give me a second. Let me see what I can find.
Last point was that what's interesting to me too is what silver is doing today based off the news of liquidity. If that's true, I see something on Binance, but anyway.
I've been waiting on silver to squeeze for a little while now. We're getting really big premiums between physical and paper. and people are starting to panic a little bit, and that's pushing price. So that's looking good.
I
Very
went to
good.
the
But silver
scrapyard.
was crazy today. Like silver had a nasty push today.
I went to the scrapyard. Like, I mean, after all this metal talk and stuff, and I just started seeing anyway. The majority of it had to do with you, but obviously I applied my own brain and logic. Anyway, so at the beginning of December, I went to the scrapyard and just bought a bunch of copper. It's up 14% this month.
That's crazy. Yeah, copper, platinum, silver, gold, obviously. Either way, uh, they're gonna have to turn the money printer on. I mean, we could really get
Exactly.
like, in my opinion, we'll never have QE again. And what I mean by that is we'll always have QE and we'll always have QT, but they're just gonna call it something different. High def, you need to sober up, bro. And put you in the drunk tank with Joe. You have a safe, or you can have a safety deposit box. But yeah, you do have some issues if you have a large amount, and you probably, if you're keeping it in your house, you don't want to tell people about it. Just make sure you talk about the guns you got more than you talk about the gold you got. Yeah, gold's gonna be the first of all of them to top out. Right? It's run its cycle in my opinion. And people are like, well, where's the money from gold gonna go to? It's probably gonna go into silver. And then that's gonna run, and the money from silver is probably gonna go into plat, probably going, like, I think the rotation stays within metals for at least the foreseeable future, unfortunately. And that was my favorite thesis. Gold pops, and as soon as gold takes off. But we were saying that before silver and copper and platinum were really set up. Once we started to see that setup, then the rotation became a little obvious.
Apparently, JP Morgan had a 200 million ounce paper short position on silver that they closed today.
They needed to close that shit. They're about to get wrecked. I'm telling you, this squeeze that's set up right now, it just needs someone to light the fuse. Banks have been having issues, guys. The whole machine comes to a halt if the Fed doesn't release the goods. That's what people don't understand. We've gotten to the point where it's not even optional QT and QE. It's necessary, or the wheels fall off the ship. They're gonna be forced. They're gonna be forced to print. Now, don't get excited thinking that means that price go up on everything. Because we see the offset on M2. We know it takes 100 days for money to come from the central bank into people's pockets. And at this point, that brings us close to the bottom of the bear market already. What, your ship doesn't have wheels, Sinister? I guess there's levels to this ship thing. Nah, I didn't even realize I said that. Wow, that just happened. You ever have that moment where you go on Twitter and you search something up and then only one article pops up, one post, and then you realize that you and the only other person in the world dumb enough to misspell the word that you searched are now staring each other in the face in like a dark room? It's just shame, right? It's not even like 20 people. It's just you and one person, you and one other goofy on the planet. I'm not the only one. I'm just the only one that shares it. I don't want to hear it. There's no way nobody else has felt that before. He should have apologized. There should have been an addition to the post under the misspelling that said, I apologize for putting us both in the situation that we're in right now. "4 p.m. Eastern apparently is the meeting."
I apologize. I don't know.
Come on, pal.
I can't believe we only have 4 months left of
I see 20 I see 20 messages saying that the Fed meeting is fake and 20 messages saying that they've been confirmed by official sources.
Right. Buy the rumor, sell the news?
I have no idea, bro. Somebody asked AI. AI said no, so then apparently it's, AI can't possibly be wrong on news that literally just would be some last second thing. So now everybody's we're just bored. Look, easy answer is crypto Twitter is bored as shit right now. They're picking a side and they're fighting out of sheer boredom. Look, neither one of us, neither side is gonna get invited to the damn meeting. So how about we just let the shit play out? What are you gonna do? Sell your
That's what, like,
bags because the Fed's meeting tomorrow?
So some of these internet trolls, a lot of them are actually paid to just go in and start arguing about it to go controversial.
Now, what I would expect of Fed meeting on is some price suppression on these metals because shit is gonna get out of control if silver and platinum keep going crazy like this.
Exactly.
That is not gonna be good for business.
It's gonna. I think the writing might be on the wall.
And there's no private credit right now. Private credit loans are defaulting, which never ever happens.
What is what is a private credit loan?
Private credit makes up about 16% of the GDP. And this is where most businesses get their funding, where it's not coming from the banks or the government, it's coming from private lenders.
Like a venture capitalist type thing?
Yeah, but like on a bigger scale, yeah. So that well is dried up. Like there's, in other words, that's the last resort, right? Like there's nowhere else to get any money from. If they don't turn the money printers on, it's gonna get froggy.
So if private credit has maxed out, let's say, where is their cash sitting? Is that because they're putting their
Assets.
cash into
Yep.
the metals?
You have to sell assets. Nah, private credit dries up for many reasons. One, if private credit's dry, I mean, if the debt bubble's getting out of control and everything's coming to the top, like I'm not lending you money for.
Right, of course.
2008 wasn't that long ago.
Right.
I'm not about to start funding a bunch of shit that's gonna end up being a half-built condo for the next 7 years. You know, so what do you do then? Okay, your funding sources are drying up. Like you have to sell assets, right? You're gonna need to loosen up some money to keep things going somewhere somehow. So what do we own? What do we own? What's high right now? What can we sell?
Well, risk off would seem to be the way to go.
Which is why metals, one of the reasons why metals is going absolutely crazy.
Right.
Now the order books could just be thin right now, HC. I mean, they have been for most of the week. If we break the 50 EMA here on the 1 minute, the M pattern will bring us down into the next vector. 88.4 to 88.7. I mean, there wasn't a huge dump. People just took profit. Like that's within the margin of error of the measured move, right? From the W pattern that we played from the bottom. So it just looks like regular TP to me. I don't see like a massive sell-off.
Yeah, that's what I did. I just did a good TP, but no massive sell off because I don't know where this thing's gonna go.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I'm the market, you're right.
I peeled a little bit off the top, but nothing spectacular. We also ran out of liquidations, right? We didn't take all the 50s, but we took all the 100s. You notice all of these 100x liquidations didn't start until we topped out, right? These are bears who shorted the top. Now, if they get too big for their britches, like grandma used to say, then market maker will sweep them too. But if the gas runs out, then we'll come down and clear liquidations. I mean, come down and clear vectors and long legs. I'll take a look at oil for you, Def. Give me a second. Any specific oil? U.S. oil or?
It is interesting to me that one of the CME gaps that we left behind, like I don't know, 8, 9, a year, not months, a year ago, was right there at that 87 to 88,000, which we obviously retraced back to and
Yeah.
filled, but that was one of the, I don't know, it's just kind of, have you ever noticed that, I guess, over like the course of a year that it kind of plays out the same thing on leaving a CME gap, or like in the same
Nah,
spot?
it could be good. It's probably just coincidence. It's probably just coincidence, to be honest with you.
All right.
All right, let me go see what I can find out about this Fed meeting real quick, or this fake Fed meeting or whatever. Gotta know one way or the other.
Correct. And I didn't want to say that and like not have good
Nah, it's good.
sources
It's
or
good to
info.
bring it up
Yeah.
because I hadn't heard about it.
Yeah. I haven't found anything like verifiable, but yeah.
Guys asking about the CME gap. Yeah, we've done this many times where we come up, make our move, signal the false move up, and then still close CME. But you just gotta let the candles tell you. Right now, we still got buy pressure. As long as we hold the 50 EMA, we're not done. We'll come up and we'll clear these liquidations. And this is on the 1 minute. Even on the 1 minute, I'm comfortable saying that. If we break that, though, and we put in that M pattern, we're going to come down at least into this gray range. That's that parabolic curve. Right? We had a nice parabolic curve that we built up. We pulled away from it. At some point, you'll have to retest that. And then, obviously, if that parabolic curve breaks or the 200 EMA, then CME gap is more viable. But just have your invalidation points. We don't lose. We haven't even lost bearish momentum. I mean, bullish momentum on the 1 minute. Right? Until that 13 EMA crosses the 50, we haven't lost bullish momentum yet. But I have a plan for it. I'll be right back. I gotta handle something real quick, and then I'm gonna go look at that Fed news shit. Dominance isn't playing any games right now either, by the way. Keep an eye on that bad boy. All right, I'll be right back.
What do we seem to be doing here? Are we pumping? Is there a pump happening?
That's what it looks like, but then again, I don't necessarily know what a pump looks like. I've, I've never seen
No,
one before.
it's been so long since we've had one. It's like brand new.
Yeah, yeah. Is this what a pump looks like? I forgot what it looks like.
We need one of those good old fashioned God candles.
I mean, where's one of them on silver? Why, is there something you're holding? Or you're waiting on a pump for? I thought you sold everything.
Me? No, I didn't sell everything. I sold like 40% at the top back in, what was that? Like October, September and October. And sprinkled a little bit in from my profits and kind of seeing what happens here. I'm still holding pretty good amount.
Yeah, I keep buying XLM, but that shit won't do anything. I mean, I would expect something like that from Doge, but
Yo, hey, you watch your mouth whenever you're talking about XLM, okay?
I would
Dude,
expect something
XLM's
like
been
that
doing well.
from Doge, but not like if with all this XRP hype and all that stuff, and the stable coins and the reserve and whatever else they talk about. I would have expected it to do something. It's just holding.
Hey, it's been doing well for like 3 days now. All right, I enjoy these 3 days, Qui-Gon. All right, I haven't gotten them this year.
Well, this
Nothing
will
like
be the
catching the
last chance
bottom
this
again.
year.
Do what?
It's your last chance this year because there's only 3 days left in the year.
That's it, dude.
But yeah, I mean, it's holding that 20 cent level pretty well, I guess.
It's holding it so good, so good.
I'm waiting on Sui. So like the three main ones that I'm waiting on is like Sui, Doge, XLM, and then also Litecoin. Obviously, Litecoin hasn't done much either. I'm not Joe, I just mean. I mean, with Sui though, I don't really care if it drops more. There's a bunch of people that try to tell me like, "Oh, it's gonna drop more." Why would you? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, if it doesn't, then I'm gonna wish I bought here. So I'm gonna buy here, just in case. But I've been waiting to deploy the majority of the dry powder that I have left. Some of it's still in perpetuals. Some of it's still in my futures account.
My little friend XLM is hopefully gonna make a higher high right here. Eat some liquidity above us. Oh yeah. I didn't forget what a pump looked like, just for the record.
I'm screenshotting this just for the archives, you know, the great pump of December 28th, 2025.
That's the long-awaited Santa rally of 3% or more.
I mean, dominance is going up, yeah, but so I mean, every crypto's like Ethereum's pumping, XRP's pumping, Dogecoin's pumping, everything's up. So I'm real worried about dominance at the present moment.
Wasn't 59.6 like wasn't that the number drawn out for where it was like, okay, I'll buy alts here? Was that 59.6? Which is just where we're at now. I can't remember, but it seems familiar. I just kind of like this number on dominance right here. We could just, yeah. I got too high.
I think what Dbloc's trying to show us here is that we are going to pump to the moon rocket ship. I think that's what he's trying to show us. Dbloc, if you hear us, just raise your hand. Everything's okay.
I think he said he was stepping out or he was doing some
Okay. Sui's at 150. But I see liquidation's up to 153. But Bitcoin, like, ugh, tag 90K.
I just want to say, no matter what happens from here, it's been fun.
Gains, gains.
Hell yeah. Gains, gains.
So I'm liking anything under 150 for Sui, for me personally, for this like run anyway. So I bought all up underneath there. So if it retraces, I'll add again. But I'm dosey-doing. It's like moving Sui into deep and then deep into Sui or Sui into USDC. It's like if I could just compound it all a little bit.
Yo, it's quiet up in here.
Yeah, it is rather quiet. I was just thinking that. I had to go out and do some stuff, but I hadn't heard anything. Like a half hour. Price is just like creeping up, being really weird. How did silver fare? Is that still ripping, or did it take a break? Oh yeah, it took a break. So I'm guessing that Bitcoin probably gonna do something similar. Probably gotta wait for people to give up on shorting it, and price will probably roll over a little bit because I think there's enough longs building up where we get a move down. Except if that happens, then it takes back the entire move. Then it's just gonna whatever good things the pump did for sentiment today it's just gonna erase that. I don't necessarily want the sentiment to be erased, but I still do want the price to go. I just don't know if it's gonna be able to break and hold above some of these key levels. It would have to definitely hold above 90 with a significant candle close. But if it does that, I'm probably just gonna have to close out my short because there would be no sense in holding it anymore.
Be interested to see what it does here for end of the year.
Well, we just need to close above 93.6 in order to close it green. I would have much preferred if they just went and swept those liquidations and stuff below so that we could actually go up without having anything to worry about coming back for, but apparently it just wanted to go.
Do you think there would be a lot of people that want to take profits before or close their positions before the year ends?
I'm probably going to sell and rebuy all the cryptos that I'm down in. Just to offset some of my gains.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. So we'll see how high we can squeeze here. Then I think it's back down.
Well, we are right at the 200, right about the 200 on the 4 hour. And it closed above it. It almost seems like it's too much too fast, though. There's absolutely no consolidation at that angular resistance at all. It just like busted right through it, but we left a ton of vectors on the way up.
I haven't seen Dbloc move, dude. Looks like he's taking a nap in his chair. Straight chilling. Trying to pump a little bit here.
Yeah, Joe, if you're there, I sent you a friend request. I sent you that timestamp, and I sent you put some words of encouragement down there for you. Cheers, man. Trade safe. I did want to mention for anybody that's still um, and along with Bitcoin, that we're just getting to the top of a bullish trend channel. and also my Fibonacci circle that lines up with a lot of the pivot points is about to get to the next ring sometime between midnight and 3 a.m. So just, stay on your toes, stay aware. That's all. I don't know if that means it'll go up or it'll go down. Typically it does line up with where price pivots or goes sideways.
I mean, we've kind of been trending sideways realistically since like Thanksgiving.
Yeah, but if you're like on the 15-minute, I don't know if I'd call this sideways. Yes, we are in a much larger macro range, right?
Yeah, I'm just going up like daily, I mean, we really have just been ranging since. I mean, most of the droppage happened between October and November 21st.
Yeah, this feels like an accumulation area, and we are getting towards that time where we could start seeing either a relief rally or capitulation, right? So it's not necessarily like now, but just a reminder to trade safe and stay vigilant.
I think it's going to happen tonight, dude.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I don't like to go off feeling.
Something's going to give tomorrow, I think. Between tomorrow and Tuesday, something's going to give one way or the other. End of the year.
Last game of the year, Pete. Can't hold anything back now.
Can't hold it back now, baby.
Yeah, I also think like if I were the powers that be, now's kind of a good time to either pump or dump, whichever way they want to throw sentiment, right? Because it's the end of the year. But that's also, if you talk about like reverse psychology or the contrarian thought, that also could mean that they do nothing and it just continues sideways and they continue absorbing liquidity, right?
I'm trying to find value in this conversation.
If you don't, you don't. And that's totally fine too.
I'm just busting balls, man. It's like it's either gonna pump or it's gonna dump.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm sorry, I ain't Zeusy. I don't have the all of the different criteria and debates to the debates.
Where's he been? I haven't heard from him in a while. What's he been doing?
I don't know. I heard it's like sometime this last week. I heard him popping. I think he sounded just good old Zeusy.
So I'm about to make these bacon wrapped fillets. I'm pretty
Filet mignon.
Yeah, pretty happy about it, though. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'd like to think Zeusy's somewhere eating a baguette and drinking a coffee or something. I don't know if he does that, but I had myself some Burger King. That I don't want to do anything, and burgers are available. Burger.
I had to do the same thing, but I sprung from Wendy's. I drove an
Ah,
extra 10 minutes and spent an extra $10 just to get some Wendy's.
see, I love Wendy's, but the Wendy's near me is like the worst. I don't even want to like say it's the service because it's like it's not like they're rude or anything, or like I've had my order messed up a few times, but like I literally don't think it's that they're doing anything wrong. But it is always like every time I've gone there, it's like an hour wait for my Wendy's somehow. Like it always takes way longer, and I don't know why.
An hour
So,
wait? I mean, it's supposed to be fast food. Like, if I was
yeah,
standing there for more than 10 minutes, I would have been like, yo, give me my money back. I'm out of here. I'm not waiting an hour for something that's
no,
supposed
it's
to
like
take 3 minutes.
every time I've gone through the drive-through, it's like I'm on my way to work. I have already paid, and I don't like by the time I don't have time anymore to get anything else, it's like then I'm just stuck. It's not an hour, but it's been like a half hour every time, which is still
Dude,
crazy.
that's so ridiculous. One time I was sitting there waiting for like 25 minutes and the store wasn't even that big. This wasn't at Wendy's, this is at McDonald's in like a completely different city. But like it took them like 25 minutes to get like just a few. I'm like, dude, I ordered 2 burgers off the dollar menu. There's nobody in here. Like, what the hell is taking so long? Like, they finally gave it to me. I grabbed my shit and I yelled back. I'm like, you guys should lay off the reefer. Because
Uh,
friggin', they were just slow as hell. I don't know what the hell they were up to there. I'm like, how can these people be getting paid? Even like, I know they don't get paid much, but it's like, how can these people even be getting paid the amount that they're getting paid right now for doing such a poor job? Like, if people were working properly, like they'd probably like because I know that like 90% of the time they get the food out. The food might look like shit, it might be falling apart, but they get it out there in like 3 minutes. So
I
like I
tend to
know they
be
can do it.
I tend to be more understanding with folks in fast food because I've never worked fast food. I've worked in like upscale restaurants and stuff, but man, like their job isn't hard, but it
Yeah.
is it is not for the faint of heart. Like they nobody everybody just is like, how hard is fast food, but they do have like they have time slots they have to do things in. They're like it's high pressure, even though
It, yeah, I
it
mean
may
it
be.
can be really demanding, but when there's like okay, so if there's one person there that's working, like let's say it's a Dunkin' Donuts, if there's one person working there and it takes like longer than expected to get my stuff, like no big deal. Like I'm not gonna be mad about that. I'll feel bad that that person has to be working there by themselves. But because now they've got like orders where like people come and pick them up, and they get DoorDash orders and whatever else. So it's like okay, I understand, I get it. But when there's like 12 employees out back and there's nobody like in the drive-through and there's nobody standing in line waiting for their food and it still takes 25, like what the hell is going on there? Like if
Yeah,
it's like is the oven broken? Like do you not already have food made? Like yeah, like
well,
what
I
the hell
will
is the
say
problem?
it could be something like that. Like they have a equipment failure, or like they went to go get patties out the fridge and they were rotted or something like that. You know what I mean? Like so, like it's possible that something was happening, and you know how food services, like if it's something that could be uh, unappetizing to find out about, they're not gonna like say what happened, right? But that
Yeah.
being said, also just be smoking reefer out back too. Like you're definitely down. I went to a Hungry Howie's one time, man. I ordered a. I remember I was like, this is another occasion where I was like, oh man, I'm just gonna go get some cheese bread. It'll be quick. Like they already got stuff hot and ready. I go into order, and there's another guy in there who's like ordering, and like the employee, he didn't speak the best English, but that wasn't the issue. He was, I don't even know what he took, but he was on something serious. And like when I say like, man, I've seen a lot of wooks on a lot of things. Okay, this kid was so out of his mind. First of all, he tried to give me the other customer's pizza, like, and I was like, "Yeah, no, I think this is yours, bud." And like the guy, like, was just like he just looked at me and he was like, "What the fuck?" Or excuse me, what the heck, right? And I'm like, "Yeah." So then I tried to order the cheese bread, and he goes, "All right, that'll be $12." And I was like, no, it's like $6.99. I was like, it literally is that's how much it costs everywhere. And it literally says it right. And he like argued with me, and then he like was like, okay, hold on, let me check with the chef. Goes back, he's like back there, definitely like losing his mind. And I couldn't like quite hear the chef, but I can only imagine the chef was probably like, bro, what? Like, and he
Yeah,
comes
some
back up
people are
and he's like,
just
he goes, my bad. And I watch him take a piece of candy out of his pocket or like a cough drop or something and proceed to chew it without unwrapping it. Um, and then after all
no, yeah, that
that,
kid was on drugs.
after all that, he gives me my cheese bread and doesn't even charge me. So I was like, you know
Nice
what? I'm just gonna
score.
let this one slide.
Yeah, I
Like,
think I deserve this one for free after having to endure that.
like instead of like calling your manager and being like, you should probably get here.
I
I'm
mean,
just
but I think that the bar has been set so low. Like I get that,
yeah.
like, obviously for some people that have issues, like that's the only type of job they can work. So it's like I have sympathy for those people. But then there's like other people, like usually like younger kids or like kids that are in their 20s or whatever, and it's like they're not even trying, or they're just a complete
Yeah.
total like I had to sit
And
at
this is
a
like a
drive
kid.
the other day. I just had a drive through the other day. This kid is, I don't know, probably like around 18 or something. And it took him forever to like understand how to take my order at the drive through. And then he finally gets it down, and I'm like, okay. And then like, I go forward. He didn't tell me which window to go to, but I went forward and figured it out. I get there and he hands me, like, it takes him another 5 minutes to open the window to hand me my stuff. And there wasn't really very many people. There wasn't like a huge line in front of me, but there was a huge line behind me. So that's how you know, like, they're being freaking slow. So, like, he gives me my stuff, and I look and check to make sure everything's in there, and I'm just like, can I get a straw? Because he didn't give me a straw for my drink. It takes him a while to get the straw. He gives it to me. I'm like, and can I also get some napkins? And he's like, oh yeah, sure. Hold on a minute. And he goes, like, I see like that he went to go grab them from the spot they usually are, and they're not there. So he had to go and get like a whole new thing of them and unwrap them. And he starts unwrapping them and unpackaging them. And I'm just like sitting there at the window, and he's like shooting the shit with his buddies in there, or whatever, and like not paying attention. He's got like an earbud in, and I'm like, I was sitting there for like what was a good like 3 to 5 minutes, just waiting for him to give me my napkins. And so I'm waving at the window and like trying to get his attention. I like knocked on the window, and he like puts up his finger and he's like, "Well, 1 minute." And then he finally opens the window and goes to hand me the next person's food, and I'm like, "That's not mine." Like I should have just tried to take the food too, but like after all that, but I'm like, "No, that's not mine." And he's like, "Oh, what's wrong?" And I'm like, "Are you gonna give me my goddamn napkins?" And, and he's like, oh, yeah, sorry. And like, but I had to open a new one. I'm like, dude, yeah, I watched you open the new one like 20 minutes ago. I didn't actually say that part, but he's like, "Oh, here you go." He gives me a handful, and like I didn't even say thank you. I was just like, "Holy shit!" and freaking like took off. It's like that's like some of them. It's just like you're not even trying. Either you're a complete and total friggin' dimwit, or you're not even trying.
Well, I would say a part of it too is some of it's generational, right? Like a lot of you got to think. So for me, most of the people, well, outside of a few industries, I would say most places I've worked, 90% of people don't have any like real work ethic, right? And don't understand professionality, and they don't care. It's just a job, and they'll do as little as they possibly can, um, and collect the same check, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you can
So,
do that and still like it's still have your
yeah,
customer
and
be
still
happy. Like
do the
it's
basic, but
almost like
yeah,
you have to go out of your way to be like ignorant or an idiot or like you're just high as balls and like you don't know what the hell you're doing and you're distracted by your friends or whatever. It's like, dude, you shouldn't be getting paid like as many like even though you're getting paid shit, you don't even deserve to be getting paid the amount of money per hour that you're getting paid. Like you're
yeah.
that bad
I
of an
mean,
employee.
I will say with food service in particular, most people are not paid the amount that like a livable wage, right? Even in like high end places, there's a lot of folks that don't make enough, right? So while I think, yeah, it's it's I blame the people. I do also like ultimately you got to blame management, right? Because it always comes from the top. Now, management sometimes is hamstrung, but generally speaking, a good manager will fire an employee or will take the time to teach an employee. Like it's um it's like leadership is a problem. Although also with restaurants, even if the manager does everything right, they might just be disenfranchised themselves because ultimately, like, they kind of have to corral these people that are underpaid, and it's it's a thing, man. Like sometimes they're just not set up for the success of the employee. Now, that being said, there's also like professional responsibility, and you know, a lot of people don't have that. And the last
I mean,
thing,
all
I'll say, like if it's fast food, I tend to think a lot of people it's their first job, and they might be around complete, idiots. They might not have any real professionals in their life, and they got to start somewhere. Doesn't mean you got to accept it, no. But
I mean, you
I
kind of
do,
almost have to be critical to show them, like, hey, look, guys, this is unacceptable. Like, do
yeah,
better.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. And like you might be the first person that's actually confronting them about their poor performance, right? So like that's completely valid. And just because I give grace doesn't mean that that is like should be the understanding that everybody has. I do it because I worked in that for a long time, and I do it because I was an idiot once,
I mean,
and
I'm
I had
definitely understanding to a certain degree. If somebody has some sort of disability, whatever, they have that working against them, they're doing their best. But like you said, with the whole management thing, like if you're in an area where it's like predominantly English speaking, why would you put somebody on the drive-through to take everybody's orders that has a lot of trouble speaking English? Like, why would you do that as a manager? That's just like poor management skills. But then, like,
yeah,
I'm mostly talking about the people, like the degree of like the level of like how serious they take their job. Like, they don't take their job seriously at all. Like, they're just like, because like they don't give a shit. Like, you should always just like at least like even if you're doing the bare minimum, you're still like you like I said, you kind of have to go out of your way to like not do a decent job at something that is pretty straightforward. Like
yeah,
all I can
it's
say is that
really,
I know that if it was me in there, I would be doing my best to like make sure that everything like I'd get in there, I'd be trained and like know everything that there is to know the first day that I was there. And then I would
Yeah.
just make sure that everything that I could possibly be doing, I would get done because that's how I operate. I'm like, I get everything done as quickly and efficiently as I can. Then I have time to bullshit if I want to because I've already taken care of all the customers that are in the line. If you've got like work to do, you focus on what you're doing, and then once that's done, then you can bullshit with other people or whatever. Like, don't like
Yeah.
be distracted and slack off like when there's stuff to be done. You know, because
So
you're screwing up everybody's day by making them wait in the line for 25 minutes.
I will say I tend to give grace, but at the same time, I do so, but I also like I have had like I went to a Chick-fil-A not that long ago, and it was kind of like not in the nicest area, and it was some of the best service I think I've like ever had, and it was like freezing cold, and they had these like high schoolers outside in the cold taking orders, and like just super professional, on point, asked me all the points of service were there, right? Like I was like honestly, and so that's where it's like, some of these fast food folks like have better service skills than people in high-end restaurants, honestly.
Yeah,
They
it's
might
almost to the point where them just doing the bare minimum is like, wow, you're exceptional just for doing a decent job. Like you're
so I
exceptional just
wouldn't
for doing the bare minimum. Like that's how bad like the
I
workforce
wouldn't
has
say
gotten, especially in those
I
types of
wouldn't
like
say like the place I'm talking about, I wouldn't say they were doing the bare minimum. Like they were above and beyond. And um more importantly, I would say it's good management, right? Like, cause like there's it's one thing to run a restaurant or a fast food place and keep it efficient. It's another thing when I can tell that like all of them have like really good training and someone that delivers that training really well, right?
yeah,
Which is
yeah, for sure.
the easiest task in corporate run um dining. Like it's on paper it's easy, right? That's the other like caveat with a lot of the food industry is there's a big difference between mom and pops and corporate. Sometimes corporate's a really good thing for the customer, but there's a lot of these places, man. They don't care. They just hire people based off of whether or not they'll get a tax benefit from them. And I knew that because um, when I had I was on probation, and I was like, man, there's a bunch of people here that are a bit unsavory in the back, right? And like me. And yeah, I found out that like they literally um they hire all the felons. It's like high end fine dining too. It's kind of crazy, but they're like,
What
yeah,
else
dude,
is a felon? We're
you
part
know,
of the club.
they get tax benefits for it. So like that's why they do it, and they maximize on those tax benefits. And like our managers there, I won't name the place, but they were like phenomenal, like super super skilled, worked hard. It's not easy to get in management there, but they were also like they were kind of the people protecting the little guys, right? That's not most experiences in corporate corporate fine dining or corporate dining in general. And and there's also just a lot of places where like your hiring pool is like teenagers from high school and that's it, or immigrants, or and like I will say like I could see a manager putting someone who doesn't speak good English in the drive-through window because that's a really good way to learn English. It's not necessarily the best for the customer initially, but
At the cost of all your customers getting like all their being late for work or like being
yeah,
late for
if it's
something else that's
causing you
super
to
important.
be, yeah, but like also, I I look at it. I don't care if you speak English, but if you're not willing to learn and like you don't see the value of learning English, it's like, well, I'm sorry, but you're not going to make it far. Um, I work with a lot of folks that like don't necessarily speak the best English, and I've made my efforts to learn, words as well, so that we can communicate at work and stuff. Um, and in most cases have had like phenomenal experiences. But even the ones like that I know that like learned English, they'll tell me like, man, they try to teach these dudes, and it's like they don't want to learn. It's like they're like, you don't realize how many doors you're closing by doing that. But
Yeah.
like I said, not everybody. Some people have pride for their work in one way and not another, and also some people are just over it, right? Like I give grace because it's dining and I don't want people to spit in my food. um, that's a big part, and because I do understand that like everybody has bad days, and
Yeah, it's
no
like
one cares
if I'm
if
pretty
you're working.
disgruntled, I'll wait. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just like like no one people never or people rarely give you grace when you work in dining or work in service and you're having a rough day. You know what I mean? Because it's like they don't care you messed up their order, or they don't care they had to wait an extra 5 minutes. Um, doesn't mean like it wasn't unprofessional, but I've definitely have some fun. But again, like, and uh, I'm also I'm quick to tell someone about themselves.
Yeah,
But
I mean, me too. I'll go like if there's something about the situation that I've observed where I'm like, okay, I should be understanding about this and like sympathetic, then like, usually I'll be quiet. But if it's something that's clearly like, look, you're being an idiot and slacking off, like I'll just wait till I grab my food and then I give them I politely but very sternly give them a piece of my mind and like tell them, hey, look, like do better. Like this job's not that hard and you still manage to suck at it. Like, step it up.
yeah, there's a bartender that works at one of my buddy's restaurants, and man, like he makes good drinks. Um, yeah, he can be personable, and he's kind of a character, right? But like, he's like, so there is a thing in like bartending where you know a lot of bartenders literally will hear you and not respond. Um, because like they have the things in their head that they're gonna do, and they're not gonna respond until they're ready to respond. Which to me is like
Yeah, that's
that's not.
pretty rude. They can at least give you like, oh, hold on 1 second. Like, and then it's like, yeah, maybe he's coming over pouring drinks, a drink that somebody else just ordered, and once he's done with that, he'll be right back. But like to just be completely ignored and like act like you didn't hear me, or like not even acknowledge, like
And it's
look
like
at
a
me but
pop,
not even acknowledge.
and I think it's a popular restaurant, and he has a lot of friends that come in to see him, and like a lot of regulars and stuff. So it's like, but like I'm like, dude, like this isn't like your job's really not that hard. Like they're pretty lenient there, and like I'm pretty lenient myself. I'm not much of a complainer. I still tip good because it's like it's my friend's
Yeah.
restaurant, but it's like, dude, sometimes I want to smack the kid because like sometimes he just be ignoring, and I'm like, dude, I get that you're kind of busy, but I just watched you like have two conversations, make yourself a drink, go eat food in the back, and then come back, and it still took me like 10 minutes to get your attention. Like,
Yeah, I know like a couple younger girls that are like that are bartenders, like younger women, and they do that kind of shit too. And it's like, yo, like I don't want to like bitch them out or something, because but at the same time, it's like I'm not gonna give them a good tip unless they do a good job. I'll still tip a little bit, but it's like that's basically how I say it. Like for anyone, it's like I think a lot of people, like bartenders specifically, like you're talking about. It's like, look, if you do a good job, I'll give you a good tip. If you're doing a really shitty job and like and you're wicked slow, then like you're not gonna get a good tip, and like that should be able like and like if you're gonna scoff at that and be like, oh, like he didn't give me much, it's like, well, why don't you think about the reason why I didn't give you a good tip?
Yeah,
You
and
know, why don't you try to change that? Do a better job, and I'll give you a good tip next time.
I'm like
Sometimes it's good to give the tip just for a minute, just to see how it feels. You know what I mean? Good one.
yeah, I generally always tip like way over, just because it's like, it's a good way to get good service all the time. It's also a good way to be remembered, and like it's just a thing. Like, like I know what it is. I know what I know how many people will come in and not tip at all, right? Not realizing that while the service may not have been perfect, like they literally live off their tips, in a lot of cases. So like I tip very well. That's kind of like paying it back or paying it forward, if you will. Um, but I do that pretty standard, right? So it's funny because like the ones who and I also like I present a little rough. Like I dress pretty well, but like I got messed up teeth and like it's like I I lived a life. You know what I mean? So it's like um I definitely come off a certain way to a lot of folks, and it's funny because like sometimes fine dining places will be like, no, he can't come in, and other times like they recognize what it is and stuff, and um the ones who like serve me the same as they serve all their VIPs. It's like those are the ones I'll give them a little extra, but um, I always end up having like really good conversations with them. And those are the ones that make it worth it. But it's a tough industry, man. It's not like
For
a
for
deal.
satisfactory service, if I'm like actually in a restaurant or something, like satisfactory service, I usually just give 20% anyway. If the service really isn't that good, I'll still give like 10 or 15%. If it's exceptional, like I'll go 25% or over. Like if they really did a great job and they were exceptional, then it's like, they should know that. Like I should be able to like tell them with like, like saying here's a bigger tip, like this is how much I appreciated it. Like that's how you know you're doing a good job. Or at least like the person that you're serving thinks you did a good job. A lot of times I'll go into bars and so I don't drink anymore, so I usually just get a soda. But it's like if I like the bartender and they're usually pretty good, like I'll like even when I was like I used to get like $2 draft beers, but it's like I would put $1 down. That's a 50% tip right there on just a $2 drink. Like a $2 drink becomes $3, but it's like every drink, you know, I mean, it adds up pretty well, and like they remember that, and then they remember to take care of you like the next time you're in there. Like most times, that's what I've experienced. Like, because it was like to me, it's like, oh well, what's the difference between a $2 and $3 drink? But to them, it's like, wow, that's a 50% tip. You know,
We'll say I do judge a bartender on whether like if you because I've had times where I didn't drink and I have times where I don't feel like a drink, right? But I prefer sitting at the bar. I do definitely judge a bartender on how they treat you when you're not drinking alcohol, because like that's a big point of service to me. Is like it shouldn't matter the customer's customer. Like yeah, they might not be spending as much as person over here, but also if you assume that they're not going to spend a lot because they're drinking sodas or having mocktails, or you treat customers differently based on how much they spend. Honestly, you're not professional, right? And now that being said, like I understand, you got your regulars and your VIPs that are going to spend that, give them a little extra good service, and I think that's normal, right? But when people like growing about it and stuff, I'm like, dude, it's like your literal job. I think it's tough because I it's not like the most insane skill. Although if you're people facing, that can be hard for some folks. But um, it is absolutely, like there are certain expectations in a lot of places, and it's a fire that you can't put out. Like you have to keep the pilot light lit, but you got to keep it from burning down the building, right? Like, that's what restaurants are ultimately. Is you're just tending the fire, but also like you have to walk away from it and come back and make sure it's not spreading. So you're always, it doesn't matter what. It could be the easiest day, and there's always something. There's always
Here's the other
something.
thing that I disagree with about like the restaurant industry is like the people working in the kitchen, like they often get paid like more per hour than the people working up front, but the people working up front get all the tips. Like the people that are doing most of, and they're not doing the hard work. The people in the kitchen that are doing all the really the hardest work and making it happen, like they're really not getting paid nearly as much as the people that work in the front of the house because they get all the tips. So it's like you
I,
work your ass off for an 8 hour shift, or like maybe making like $150 or something, or like if that. Meanwhile, there's a waitress out front that really basically did jack shit. All she did was run some dishes to the from the back of the back room to like the table, and then she comes back and shoots the shit with her friends for about her nails or something for 10 minutes before the next order's up. She made $500 that night. So
yeah,
it's like that type of stuff is so like unequal when it comes to like how much work
but
somebody's actually putting in, like
that's not restaurant.
versus
That's the beauty tax, and it's a thing, man. Like if you're good looking, or you're presentable enough, right? There are a lot of people that get paid that don't really do much. Um, and that's guys and gals, right? But so like I'm in firm agreement. I actually think the most important part of a busy restaurant is the dish pit. If you don't have a good dish
dude,
pit,
it's the worst.
yeah,
You have
and
so much pressure put on you. You have to like, dude, the dishwasher works the hardest. Like, I mean, I've been a cook and everything too, and like, yeah, you're sweating your balls off, whatever. There's like a million different orders coming through. It's more like mentally like demanding. And
yeah,
but like,
it's also
dude, being in a dish pit at a huge restaurant and you're the only one, like, it is strenuous as hell. And like you're soaking wet, like you're doing all the most miserable, like nasty jobs and shit. Like,
counterparts call out, and like a lot of times they're really like a lot of times it's folks that like can't work out front because they've like been to prison or this that or the other and like chilled out. You know what I mean? Sometimes
yeah.
not. Sometimes they're still wild. Like I had one place where one of the guys was working there, and he uh he gave one of the like back of house guys the like Joker face because he like snitched on him for something, and then never came back to work. It's like, whoa, all right. Although I also do think dude probably did talk to him a certain type of way that he probably shouldn't have, but you know, it's a job too. Like, shouldn't have to feel like that's gonna happen. But um, yeah, like a lot, like they're the backbone, and then the chefs are the brain. Like you have to have the brain. The brain is what operates or is what allows everything else to work. Well, you could say the brain or the spine, right? Or you could also say like the hands. You need the hands to be able to create. Um, Managers could be the brain then. Um, Front of house is the heart, because if the heart ain't right, you'll know. You know what I mean? If they're good at their job, if they're passionate, if they actually care about their customers, it shows. Um, but if the heart's cold, that shows too, right? Um, but I will say, chefs also is like cooks. It's a whole different world too, because
Yeah, but they're the
kitchens
lungs. The
have
heart can't work without the lungs.
yeah, yeah. Kitchens tend to have yeah. That's a good one too. Kitchens tend to have like there's something about like chef tradition that includes a lot of like toxicity. And if you can't deal with it, get you know what I mean, get out. So like No, it's not always like that. I've had chefs that were like they came off very serious, right? And they'd yell at you if you were on their line on a busy night or something like that. But we're the nicest people. I think that's like kind of like the especially in like the higher end, the artistic side um doesn't necessarily abide to your feelings to get the craft right. Um, that can be very high pressure. But yeah, I got a lot of respect. There are a lot of places though, even like high end, where the chefs actually don't make um more, even just off of their hourly, which is crazy to me. Um, and I think it's like fine dining is kind of wild because I think a lot of that they know you want to work there. They know you want to be in that spot, and they know there's a lot of kids that like want to come, especially for fine dining. Like they think it's going to be like a really good job, and a lot of times they are raking it in hand over fist, but like they've got different mechanisms where you're not nearly getting paid as much as you should, uh, which is kind of crazy. And a lot of them have tier systems so that to earn like your full part of your tip pool, you have to like take certain tests and sometimes that's like a popularity contest too. And so like certain people never make it to the tier to actually get paid their full tips, even though they earn them themselves, right? I also think tip pool wow. If you work in a place everybody's passionate and prideful, as long as everybody's pulling their weight. But if you work in a place where like no one wants to do side work, and so it ends up being the same 3 people every night doing side work, and you're on a tip pool and it's tiered like that, man, mm, I think that's like
Yeah,
stolen wage.
I mean, in my experience, it's like as long as everyone's pulling their weight and like they enjoy the people that they're working around enough, like there tends to be not many problems. Like it tends to be like a pretty good working environment. That's all you got to do is just like do your best to get along with the people that you work with. Like especially like in a kitchen, do your best to get along with them. Like you can have your playful jokes or whatever. You can even have like make it a more personal relationship like amongst employees where you're all friends but
Back,
and you're all really tight but like also the other thing that goes with it is like as long as everyone's pulling their weight the other one tends to come with that, you know what I mean?
yeah, I was gonna say back house tends to be more tight knit because like you're kind of in the gauntlet together, and like the restaurant don't run without like all of you generally, right? Or at least most of you. Plus you're like in the back around like sharp objects with each other all the time, and so I think it's like it makes sense to like kind of make it work. Run a house, like man, some of the places I've worked, like the amount of drama and the egos, especially the egos, because some like myself actually like I was super introverted, like socially have social um like I was a super anxious person when it came to socializing, and like I just had a very edgy or like niche kind of life experience. So like sometimes it's really hard to relate, and like that's like sometimes that's what they want. So it was a task for me, but I also like wanted to do it so that I could work on my social skills and stuff. Um, but there's a lot of folks that get into it because literally their skill set is their ego, right? Like it's why they're charismatic. And so yeah, that can get real problematic. Plus, like, everybody's not everybody, but there's a lot of, intermingling that happens in that industry. Um, for reasons I'm sure one can imagine. Um, especially in like really crazy busy, high capacity, like high end places. There's a lot of that. And yeah, so that always makes for problems. And then like you've got sometimes you get folks like one guy, his like other job was working at an Amazon warehouse, and I mean, he was an alright guy. He didn't like me from the beginning because as soon as I got there, the girl that like he wasn't dating, but they were definitely like together kind of thing, um, was like all talking to me or whatever, and I didn't know. And he's also I hate to do this because I'm a short guy and people like assume this about me, but definitely had short man syndrome. And I think he was on like keto diet, so he was not very in control of his emotions because of his diet as well. Because I think it was kind of new to him. Uh, but yeah, so I remember like I don't remember what it was, but like he like shoulder checked the crap out of me one time coming out of the kitchen into like a dining floor with like a bunch of VIPs in the building, right? And I shoved him against the wall, and I was like, "Bro, don't." And then he like shoved me against the wall, and I was just like, "Bro, I'm not trying to fight you right now in the middle of like you're trying to get me fired." You know what I mean? Like, um, and so I walked. And I remember like he was like walking around the dining room, like following me around, like calling me some words, man. And it was because like I don't really like know what else to do in that situation except for go to management. Yeah, I like this ain't appropriate, you know, like um I shouldn't have to deal with some dude that's like trying to fight me at work and I don't even know why. And I guess it's cause like when I'm moving fast, sometimes I will
Did
like
you ever figure out why?
well, I think I know. I think it was about the girl. I think it was a bunch of things all at once. It was also like so I had worked there before and left and came back. And when you come back, they start you back at the bottom. And he had worked there for like 2 years to get to his position and like running food and all that stuff. And because of like I knew the whole menu, like I'd done it all before. Like I was um kind of like in his position like very quickly. And I mean, I definitely, you know, I got a little bit of a personality because of my background. So I don't, I don't take no crap from people. And I also don't take people who are like egotistical very seriously. So that probably didn't help. And then the fact that the girl, like this girl, like definitely was crushing on me. And like every time we'd go out, like, as like all the staff would go out somewhere after there would be like couple spots we'd go to late night and stuff. um she'd always come over and want to like talk to me and she'd just be fuming in the back, and it's like, dude, I'm just like not trying to do this, but I'm also not going to be rude to this person. Like, she's like her own person and you're not dating, right? um like, but I never pulled the trigger on that, you know what I mean? Very easily could have. um and yeah,
Wait, so it was just a girl that he was interested in, not
no,
a girl he was dating?
they were like hooking up. You know what I mean? Like they were definitely like a thing, but like they weren't dating. So it's like once I became aware of that, like, I wasn't like I didn't talk to her as much. You know what I mean? Because I was like, I'm not trying to like, bro, I'm not trying to have no drama. Like, I'm sorry. I know I already like I don't like, I've had interest in women that I've worked with, but like I try not to do that anyways because it's messy. But or it can. But
Yeah, I mean, unless you're not planning on keeping the job very long. But yeah, it could
Yeah,
definitely cause problems if if both situations become long term. It could definitely cause problems. I'm well aware of that myself.
I definitely don't have like a rule about it, you know what I mean? But I try not to, right? And at the same time, though, I'd just gone through like a breakup and stuff, so it was like, when like I showed up and she was cute and she was giving me all this attention and stuff and was like an intelligent person, and then I realized that like, that was his little boo thing or whatever. Like I was like, oh, well, sorry. Like I don't, I don't know what to tell you. So I think there was a lot of
It's
fact.
like, listen, buddy, sorry you're not doing it right.
Yeah, and I
It
also,
sounds like a him. It sounds like a him problem.
yeah, he's a very angry little dude. So I would imagine he's probably not the most pleasant to be around sometimes, and that probably didn't work in his favor when like I showed up and I'm like chill and like low key a savage, but like I'm like also a good dude and like a reformed savage, right? So uh uh yeah, it's like I wasn't trying, but it sure was a problem for him. And like I said, I never actually like pursued it after work or anything like that. Like I certainly wasn't complaining about like the attention or whatever. Uh, I don't know. There was also like I'm a a get crap done kind of person, and I'm in restaurants, man. Like if you're in the way, I'm gonna move around and I'm gonna do it quickly, and that can be frustrating for people because some people don't move that fast, and he likes his space, and yeah, I get that, but like also like you're like standing in my way and in the only exit out of the kitchen, and I have like $700 of food and on my tray or whatever it is. I've got like there's times where it was like I had $20,000 of bottles in my hands, and so I'll just kind of move around people. I don't really like. I don't. I try to be respectful and polite about it, and I always communicate, and I always like say I'm doing it, but like I don't stop. I just keep going. And I think he didn't like that because I think he felt like he was like, it's like, oh, like I was disrespecting him or something. It's like, no, dude, you're just slow. Like, I've got shit to do. And there's a reason why whenever something goes wrong in the private dining room, like I'm the fixer, Because,
I mean, there's people that are in the way and people that need to tell them to get the hell out of the way.
yeah, and I won't do that. I'll just go. I'll just get past you. I'll communicate that I'm moving past you as I'm moving past you. And I'm sorry, but like yes, we have expensive dishes and we have, things like it's a little high pressure in that way, but like also if you can't hold on to your tray because you're not paying attention and you stop to have a conversation, and I've got like 3 more trays to bring, like I'm gonna move past you because my customers ain't gonna wait. And I also think that I think because I'm good at my job and he's good at his job too. Um, but I think he thought he was the only person that was like, you know, good at serving VIPs. And it's like, bro, I've been
Well, I mean,
doing this all
look
the time.
look at it logically. You're actually trying your best to do a good job. Whereas, like, if he's getting pissed off because you're doing a better job than him, then he should do better. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like if he thinks like, oh, he's upstaging me, like he got to this position quicker than I did. Well, it's probably because you did a better job than him. It's probably because he's not as good as you are, or as passionate as you are, as hardworking as you are, whatever it may be. Like
Yeah.
he's not
And
as
I don't
efficient. that's why you got there first. So it's not your fault that he has resentment for you, like
Yeah,
towards you.
and I'm definitely aware. And like I generally don't have problems with people in restaurants. Generally, I'm like, you know, I mean, people don't always like me or get along with me, but like generally, like there's a mutual respect, you know. And like I said, I think with him, he saw me as competition from day one because of the girl. And then on top of that, like it's like so I think for him it's a comfort thing too. Like um being he was like the only like he was like the main food runner, right? So he was the one running all the plates, and I think that made him feel special, first of all. Um he was also like 10 years older than me and looked like half my age, but that's a different story. It's not his fault, you know? Um, but he also if you're not the food runner, then you're just another busser, and like no one wants to be just another. It's kind of not a fun job. So when I was when I like took on the role, like there were he had to kind of share that window with me and like switch off nights, and I think that pissed him off as he couldn't deal with stress. But, like, I'm so sorry that you don't like. I had to do it. I was like, "Do you think I want to be back here starting from the ground floor again?" Like, no. Um, but and then on top of that, I think what pissed him off the most is that um, I didn't even like. I wasn't even trying to be on the floor. Well, not like on the floor. On the floor, like my goal was to get back to the bar, but there wasn't a slot open at that time, and you have to start in that position like you have to start at a like base tier team position, so a runner or a bar back, and then like they promote up from within the company, right? And if you leave, you have to start again. So um, I wanted to be a bar back, but like the bar backs were the same bar backs I used to work with, so like they have that held down, and I'm not like it's like I got too much respect for them. They're amazing, and so it's hard getting in the bar there. It's to give you an idea, the service floor is like 30 or 40 staff in this fine dining place, and then the bar is like 9 people. So we were like a little more of a tight knit team, and yeah, I don't think that he liked the fact that you know they all knew me. We had like a respect and like have a bond kind of thing. Um, and so like a lot of the things that he had to like work really hard to build that relationship for, it's like I already had that with them. Um, and the fact that I didn't even want to be a food runner, that's like I was like, well, yeah, I'll do this. You know what I mean? It's like I guess, right? And like that was like his like pride, his position of pride, right? That he'd like achieved, I think really got under his skin. So I think it was a lot of things that he just didn't have the maturity to communicate or to like process or deal with. And yeah, I think he wanted me gone. So he tried to get me to fight him, and like gave me the crazy eyes. Like, dude, like we're in a restaurant. There's like a million things that we could stab each other with. Like, I'm not doing this. What are you talking
There's
about, man?
always there's always one there's always one guy that just like can't get along with somebody.
Yeah,
That like
I,
causes a scene, like
I
makes it tougher, causes drama for everyone else that's there that they don't want to have to deal with.
like my whole thing is like I've worked a lot of places. The only person I'm in competition with is myself, unless it's friendly, like a I compete with you so that we both get better kind of thing. Like where you're racing to see who's the best, right? Kind of thing like that. That I'm fine with, but like that's because it's productive. But, like generally, especially in restaurants, I'm a pretty clutch person. I'm gonna do I'm gonna go above and beyond and do extra things, even if it's not my section, as long as I'm, as long as it's not, like stepping on someone's toes kind of thing. But like, because to me, even if it's not my customer, like it's your table, whatever, yada yada. I'm not trying to steal your table. I'm not trying to steal your customer, but a happy guest is better for all of us, right? Because they might be with you this time, they might be with me the next time, and I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure that as every table that I touch and anybody that I can help through a pinch, I'm gonna help, and I get my work done like very efficiently, so that I like basically I've got the extra time to do all the extra things for everybody else. And so generally I don't have a problem until I run into people who like think that you're trying to show them up. And it's like, no, dude, I don't think I'm better than you. Like maybe I have um more experience or a better skill set, but like I'm not doing this to show you up. I'm doing this to make it better for everybody so we can all be successful, so we can all freaking eat. You know what I mean? So like I just hate it, man, because it's like, dude, like no one cares about your little ego. And like no one cares. Like I promise, like I'm not here trying to show you up. Like I'm actually just trying to perform for the customer, right? I'm just
Those
trying to
people are competing. They're competing with themselves too, because like they're insecure, and they're telling themselves that like they're not good enough. Like
That's the thing,
the only
not competing with themselves, because if they were, right, they wouldn't be insecure. Because if you're competing with yourself,
well,
it's
they are
it's
competing. It's just that they're losing terribly. Like they're
I
losing a battle against themselves. Like people like that are egotistical like that. It's like they need to get out of their own way if they ever want to improve and get better. Like be more self-aware. Like responsible for yourself, like your own actions and thoughts and whatever.
it's, it's so silly because it's like, dude, I'm insecure about things too. Like, but you don't see it. I'm not gonna show it. I'm not gonna make
You
a
don't
scene
let it
of
affect other people in a negative way, like,
it.
but some people
Those
will do that.
Yeah, it's that jealous mindset. It's just like I don't know. People take things personally and like, dude, this is a job. Like, yeah, it's not an easy job always, but like also, there's hundreds of thousands of people around the world that do this job, and I don't know. Most of them, some of them are sharky. That definitely happens. I always think that's funny. And, like, you want to shark my tables? Go ahead. Like, please, that's less work for me. Um, I'll be fine. I'll make mine. But they're always like, they think they're like getting one over on me when they shark my table, and I'm like, well, I respect the hustle, but like, also like, there's a reason why I have a 14 table section and you have a 3 table section. So by all by all means, have one of my tables. It's fine. It's like less of a headache. Like I can still get it done, but at least I know that that guest is not waiting anymore. So, oops. But same time, I don't miss it, man. That it was good at my job. I did love what I do. I did for to some extent. But I wasn't in love with it. I wasn't like I made it my passion, but it wasn't particularly my passion. And like it was I was a beast in the restaurant, but like outside of it, like I was like dying inside, man.
Yeah, I mean, like the only reason why I don't go and get like another service job is just like specifically because of that. I'm like, I don't want to like waste my time applying myself to something and mastering a craft when it's something that like I'm not really that passionate about. I'm really just passionate about doing a good job. But like I'm not passionate about working in a restaurant or becoming like the best person to ever work in a restaurant, like, or to ever do my job or whatever. It's like I'd rather spend my time building skills that
Yeah,
lead
that's
towards a
your
profession
aspiration.
that I actually am passionate about.
Right, it's not your aspiration, but it doesn't mean you don't treat it like it is. And actually, like that's a huge like being taking pride in your work can be a huge trap in restaurants, right? Because like how many people do you meet that have worked like 30, 40 years in a restaurant and like never followed their dreams because it's enough money, right? And it pays the bills and they take pride in their work, so they get good at it. So then it's like they don't ever explore what else is out there, and it's like that person could have been a business owner, or that person could have been like, oh, there's one guy who says sushi chef. I remember they like asked him, they were like, because he's a really good sushi chef, and they were like, man, like, you were like made for this, and he was like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. He goes, I wanted to be an actor. And
Yeah.
it's like that's the reality for a lot of folks,
But how
man.
bad did he really want to do it? I mean, that's the thing. It's like the money's good enough, you're getting by, you become complacent. It's like there's plenty, but I don't ever want to get stuck in being in complacency, and then before I know it, my whole life has gone by, and I didn't aspire towards anything greater.
Sometimes
But
it's
like,
not
I mean,
how.
having said that,
Sometimes
like I do want to chase my dreams, but like even during when I had the shittiest jobs and I had to like step up ladders or whatever, or I had to like, sort of to some degree prove myself, like or prove my worth to like an employer or whatever. Like none of that really mattered as much as just like I want to do a good job. Like I don't always have to take pride in what I do, but I should always be able to take pride in how I do it. And like I think that's like the most powerful aspect. Like if you're gonna be a good employee, you kind of have to have that quality about you.
yeah, I think it's a really powerful skill, and it shows a lot of like and like sorry, emotive awareness as well as just like aptitude in general and adaptability. uh like it's always a difference, man. Like the people who whether or not they love what they do, whether or not they stay forever, the ones that like at least apply that pride, it's like those are the ones that you can rely on, because like even if it's a BS job, like those are the ones that make it reasonable to do, right? Because they're the ones that fill in. They're the ones that like have all their stuff in order. They're the ones that you know that optimize and so on and so forth. And um, I'm super grateful for the ones that I had, right? And I'm sure there's folks that were grateful for me. Uh, but yeah, it can definitely be a trap because like, oh, if you take pride in your work, they'll give you tons of work. That doesn't mean they'll pay you more, right? And
Yeah.
that's what a lot of times I was the only one doing side work. I was the only one who cared if like the glasses were actually polished. I was the only one who like actually wouldn't leave the restaurant until the end of the night when all my like until my section was good, right? And it's like half these kids would snake out, and not the only one, but like one of the few, right? And that meant I was on the skeleton team too. So like slow season hits and there's only like so many slots and we run it very efficiently. Well, like I'm there. I also meant that I was the one that got to deal with a lot of VIPs and was trusted to handle a lot of things, or was trusted like to one of the restaurants, man. I remember I did the math for a resume, and it was like I was responsible for maintaining and inventorying like crazy. It was like $3.5 million worth of alcohol. Because we had some like several $1,000 bottles of sake and like $10,000 bottles of wine and stuff, and all like Louis 13, all that, man.
I
And
just
like,
I just realized that like one of the coolest things about being a dishwasher, like when it was like like it would suck because I would be there till 1:30 in the morning. Everyone's left, or they're like out in the front of the house drinking together or whatever, and I'm just still back there working my ass off till 1:30, 2 a.m. and nobody's helping me. Like everyone's just signed out because they're like, oh well, whatever, I'm done. But before they left, they made sure to bring me all of their crap. So it's like towards the end of the night, I think I'm almost done with everything. Then they start cleaning up the kitchen last minute and flipping everything. And they bring me just a whole ton of shit. And it's like, oh, great. This is another like 2.5 hours worth of work. Like, thanks for not bringing me this stuff any sooner. Like, you couldn't have like planned ahead a little bit or something. Like, because they
Yeah.
would have to flip everything or whatever. But one of the coolest things was a lot of times they would just bring me stuff that was full of food still, like like the 6 pans and the 9 pans. Like sometimes they'd bring me one that was like just completely full of mashed potatoes, or they'd bring me like a fry basket that was completely full of French fries or like sweet potato fries or something, or onion rings, like something good. So sometimes there was even some chicken fingers in there, or whatever. So it was like I got a ton of free food. I was never hungry when I worked there, and I like never paid for food, like inside or outside of work, because I, I just like got everything for free.
I always took care of my dish pit, and I always took care of my chefs. Like that was the one thing. Every restaurant I've ever worked at, I always looked out for them. Like even if it was the only thing I could do was like like make sure that you got soda every day or whatever. Always, every time, and it's because like generally they're the like more humble ones, and they're also like the most skilled ones, or at very least like the most efficient ones, because they have to be. And also generally like most people are just like, well, they're the dish pit, like why are you taking care of these like bums in the back? And it's like, dude, because like you have no idea who they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Some of these guys
like
are like that dude, and
people
they're talented. Yeah.
people look down on like the guy in the dish pit, like he can't do any better, like he's like a low life or whatever. But it's like, dude, like that guy is probably working harder than almost anyone else in the restaurant. Like, and
Yeah, man.
that like depending on the place, sometimes like if you've got a good machine or whatever, like you can slack a lot. But I mean, the waitresses used to like bring me sodas and stuff all the time. They don't. Hey, do you want a soda? Like I wouldn't even have to ask. They would just come in, like ask me if I wanted one, or they would bring me one and like make sure it was full. So like I thought that was always like really sweet of them.
They all deserve head pats, every single one of
Yeah,
them.
they're dish. Yeah, for sure. I gave a few of them more than just a head pat, if you know what I mean. But that
Uh,
being in the dish pit, it's like, dude, that job and that person that's in that pit is seriously underrated. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like if they're being looked down upon, like they are seriously underrated.
you want to learn how to work hard and fast, and like to deal with adversity, work in a dish pit, especially in a busy restaurant. Oh my god. Especially on a day where it's like a full house all day, all night, and the other person calls out or the other people call out and you're the only one, or where you are the only one. Yeah. And like I actually think that would be a better thing to draft people into than the military. Although I don't know if I trust everybody to like clean my dishes, but that's a different story. And,
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. That's why I took it so seriously, because people would say like, "Oh, like I need to speed up." Like I'm moving too slow. They need dishes. I'm like, yo, I need these dishes to be clean because I want those customers to see clean plates. And they're like, oh, there's gotta be food on them anyway. Or like, just wipe them off with a cloth. So then like I start speeding up, and then I end up dropping and breaking shit, and then like they get all pissed at me for that. It's like, yo, which one do you want? Like, do you want me to do a good and thorough job, or do you want me to do like a half-ass job and just like do it as quick as possible? Like, I try to find a balance in between, but it's like I don't know, man. If I was the manager of a restaurant and a kid like me walked in and was like, "Hey, like give me a job," and if I was like, "Well, what are your skills? Like, what are you good at?" and he says like, you know, I could do whatever you need me to do, like whatever you need done, I can do it. Like there's probably nothing in here that I can't do. I'd be like, all right, well then you're gonna have to prove that. I'm gonna toss you in the dish pit. You know, 'cause, like, that's like the hardest thing. Like, you can do dishes and then you decide you don't like it. If you can do dishes and you can do a good job, but you decide you don't like it, then we'll talk. But
The
like,
manager,
you gotta prove to me that you can do anything, and the only way to do that is by working in that dish pit.
the manager I respected the most. I remember the day I was like, oh, he's it. Like this is a real one. It was a full 500 cover night. Um, we had Obama in the house. We had our billionaire at the bar. We had it was a ton of VIPs, and it was our first like fully packed and like actually fully packed night the whole night, and it was crazy. We actually set a record that night for the world for our restaurant group, um but yeah, it was so busy, and I remember the ice machine broke, and I mean he's in like a very expensive Armani suit, right? Because it's a very ritzy establishment, so you know, it's like king in this thing. I see him getting in there, and he's like fixing the ice machine, and I'm like, okay, all right, ain't afraid to get your hands dirty. And then one of the dish pits washing machines broke like midway through the night, and it was like the worst possible time. It was already backed up, and then that happened, and I saw him in the dish pit, like doing all the dishes with the dish pit in an Armani suit. And I was like, this is who I aspire to be. Like you're a real one. Like that's a leader. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
never above
Boss,
anything.
a boss will just bark orders at you and like give you shit and tell you you're not doing good enough. But like a leader will like actually show you like how like he'll be right in there with you and he'll be like he'll be at the front of the line like freaking getting shit done and like showing you like leading by example. You know what I mean? That's a leader.
Sometimes they're not even showing you. Sometimes you have to catch what they're doing to see like that's real integrity, right? It's not for show. It's literally they're doing the thing. And that's the one that it's like, you ask me to do anything, I know you've done it. Right. So I know it's like, not only do I know it's possible, but I know that you actually understand what you're asking me to do. Um, that's how it should be. And, like I've thought about it, man. Like I'd considered, if I was going to go back, like, or if I was going to continue in restaurants, like I'd either have to be um, moving up to managing a nicer spot, which really wasn't for me. Um, it'd have to be like a restaurant that I'm actually involved in, right? Or I would have to be like, because I always wanted to be like a professional chef, but I didn't have the schooling. Um, but I did almost have an opportunity to learn under Star Chef that owns a ton of restaurants, and like if that had happened, I would have stayed in, because and that's the only thing like that would have made it worth dealing with the fire, right? Was like because it's like if I'm gonna take pride in my work, I'd like to be able to upgrade to something I could really take pride in, right? And I'd done quite a bit. Like I mean, the last guy I worked for was at the residence for the ambassador, and um, like he was the one that kicked out the senators. And I remember there was a chef at the embassy or at the residence, and he's a Michelin star chef, and like I knew his sous chef from outside of work, and so like I said hi and whatever. And I knew he was busy, so I didn't bother him. But I was just like, "Oh, what's up, man?" We talked for like 2 minutes, and the chef came out, and he was pissed, and he started like furiously yelling at me and all this stuff, and like basically like cursed me out, and was just like, who do you think you are, yada yada yada. And then my buddy comes down and kicked him out of the kitchen and was like, "I can do your job and my job, so you don't get to talk to my employees that way." And Yeah, I was blessed with that experience. Those folks were some of the like kindest, hardest working, humble folks.
Wait, who was it that was yelling at you? Somebody else that worked there, or like a customer?
No, he was the in-house Michelin star chef. He was the one that ran the. It was his kitchen. But my buddy, like, so he was the Michelin star chef, but like apparently, like, I mean, he made good stuff, you know. But like basically, the menu was the chef from before, and that when that chef retired, they had to fill the spot, and so he got hired because he was technically capable, but he got there and tried to make a menu, and they were like, yeah. So he was always pissy apparently, but it's like uh, he's like it's like yeah, I'm not saying he's like he's very stuff, and that's a very British job, but like my friend was like, yeah, I don't respect him. He's like he's disrespectful to my contractors, and they're not his at all, and you weren't in his kitchen, and like you shouldn't be afraid to go in his kitchen if I ask something from there, and yeah, I was like, I've never worked somewhere where my friend and or boss could just kick the chef out like at like such a high end place. It's wild. And then like literally was managing the entire party and also making the food. Oh wow, what a guy! That guy's a legend. He's that there's a few people in my life that I've met that are like really spectacular, and that I, as hard as I work, I will never ever be able to work as hard as they do. And I just know that for facts. Like with his little sleep and still like, man, guy's a legend. Absolute legend. He's executive producing movies now.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah. Good guy, man. And like just such a kind soul. He was the person that would just sit and talk and would he was actually like he came into my life at a time where I was walking away from a very stressful environment, and um a lot of my friends kind of like fallen to the side kind of thing, and I was like, like I was like I had good friends, but like I also was, I was a party kid, and I was this that, and the other, and I didn't like really I took my job seriously, but I didn't care, and I was like, man, I knew that like who you surround yourself with is so important, and I remember he just kind of like popped in. It's like I was looking for like um people who were like not just successful but like truly successful, like that were good influences, and uh that would propel me to uh, a better mindset, and just by being the people that they are. And man, that's when I met him, and he was like, yeah, you should come work with me at the residence, yada yada. And it's like, dude, um that was absolutely absolutely life-changing experience. Not only like was I going through it mentally at the time, I was dealing with a lot of like dealing with CPTSD that had spawned from my reality, in like that uh in the past few years before that, and yeah, I was like messed up in the head, and like dude just like didn't give up. I was like, nah man, like you're worth it, like step up. He was like, trust me, if I can do this, you can do this. And, like he was just a never quitter kind of guy. And, always tried to, um, break your negative thought with a positive thought, and like force it, kind of force it into you until like you learn to like see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those are the best people.
Good souls. You know, yeah, it's pretty wild, man. I don't miss it though, but I do miss some parts of it. There's a bit of camaraderie that I miss from it. That's like,
Yeah. I definitely miss some parts of it, but there's some parts that I definitely don't miss.
I also
It's
miss
like,
the
all
way
right, well, that was a really cool chapter of my life, but I'm done with that chapter.
it's a very chaotic chapter too. Like, it's a good time, but I don't know if it was good for a long time. You know, and it's very stressful, very stressful. I think a lot of that too is actually like choosing kind of the high end upscale stuff. I don't think it matters where you are. You see the best and the worst people in restaurants, right? See the best and the worst in people through restaurants, but it's something about like millionaires that bring their escort and treat them like crap. But like, man, I don't really like care. I get that they're an escort, but like, like this is like not cool. I don't know. It's like you chose this, right? Like, mm, uh, certain things that you kind of gotta like swallow down in that kind of environment, or you don't. But not just your money that you might be affecting, right? So it's like easier just to kind of grit and bear, or like swallow your pride a lot of times. And I don't know. I don't think that's healthy. I did love telling like really fancy people that they had to get the crap out at the end of the night, because I would do it very politely but very assertively. Good at it. Everybody's scared to do that, and I was like, they're people, man. And also, like, this is a business.
It's a business, not a charity.
Yeah. Although I will say it's a little nerve wracking when you're doing that to someone who like has enough money to like buy the restaurant that you work in and like buy out all the employees and ruin your life if they wanted to. But in most cases, yeah, you deal with it, get
I mean,
over
at
it.
that rate, it's like you can still always find something else and quit. Like if that ends up being the case, like nobody really has like total like absolute control over you.
Yeah, but definitely don't doubt the ability of someone who feels entitled to uh, turn their obsession into your nightmare.
Hey, Qui-Gon,
Yeah, what's up?
how much of this vector you think will recover?
I don't know. I was actually just looking at that, and although the price has pumped like a lot, it looks like the rally has no legs. Like it doesn't have any legs to stand on. It kind of just went straight up. So I'd say that like definitely
We
a
just
significant retracement would have to take place in order to reclaim some of the levels
we
we
just
had
got it.
taken before.
I just got a signal from like the trader's reality that was a leverage ratio cross for a second there. Also, so I have a fib circle that's set to the bottom before all this, right? And we're literally just about to pass into the next part of the circle, which generally indicates a pivot. Not always a pivot away, sometimes pivot back up, sometimes a pivot sideways, but yeah, I'm certainly, and we're also like, we bounced off the top of our upward trend channel, and we're literally just sitting right underneath the midline. So, as well as right underneath the bearish, a pretty large bearish fair value gap from the 4-hour time frame.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like it could collapse because if the
Yeah.
main purpose of this rally was to liquidate shorts, that's already been accomplished. Like for the most part, like most of all the close by shorts that were sitting there got taken. So unless there's some serious FOMO that comes in to support higher prices, then I don't see why we wouldn't give most of the move back. And
I'm looking
Bitcoin
at
has
the
been known to do vicious things like that.
So
10
this
a.m.
this trend channel does reach up into those liquidations, so we could retest the top of the channel, grab the liquidations. Not all of them, but it goes pretty far up into it. It reaches all the way up to like 91.2. And sometimes what'll happen with the pivot circle or with the fib circle is that it'll indicate the pivot right before a pivot, but it'll like leg up before it legs down, or vice versa. And sometimes it'll be like right before the pivot. And so it's certainly feasible that we could still jump up, grab that little bit of liquidity since it's right up above, and then dump, or continue up or continue sideways.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's been easy enough just because the gas was there and then people kept shorting. But if people give up on shorting and there's not enough people to FOMO win, then like we essentially kind of just went straight up. We didn't really do any consolidation or like build any levels of support on the way up. So if it does fall, if it does fall back, then it's gonna fall back probably just as hard and fast as it went up.
Yeah,
That
the
would be
only
my
real
guess.
levels that we built were all of that, like the consolidation in that small channel that we were in for a while during the trap. There's a ton, like I mean, there's a lot of structure and a lot of touches in that region, but other than that,
Pause.
that did is I don't even know what I said. Is the other side of this W, right? Like of that dump that came down, and then I mean, there's some touches, right? There's a
Yeah. I mean, all the TA's cool, but there's one thing I'm looking at, and it's a time 10 a.m.
Yeah, I've noticed like so Dbloc's been saying like the 10 a.m. dumps every morning, like especially on Mondays. But what I came to sort of like when I looked at the chart like a little bit more thoroughly, I realized that like it's not just something that happens at 10 a.m. It's like 10 p.m. too. So I feel like every 12 hours or so the market makers are like clearing the order books for some reason.
10
Like when
p.m.
they completely clear the order book, like it just creates all this friggin' extra slippage, and that's like, oh, it goes to get whatever. It just drops so fast or pumps so fast, it goes to get whatever liquidations are there, and then like they turn the books back on.
They also don't always hit at the same times. Like sometimes it'll dump into a V-shaped recovery and then pump. Sometimes it'll be a long sliding dump. That's interesting to say. Sometimes it'll be like sometimes there will be nothing. It'll just be sideways consolidation. So it's definitely like I'd have to look at it more to see exactly like if I like correlated what days it's happened and how often it happens on a Monday versus a Tuesday versus et cetera, et cetera.
It's been like every day for like the past 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yep. Generally, although there's a couple of 10 a.m.s that didn't have it, where it was just going sideways, and sometimes it was like it kind of like started the move, and then it actually didn't really happen until like 11. It definitely is a recurring theme, though.
Yeah, and I've
I'm also
noticed that like I'll have like a long on like BitX, and that will be up in the morning. The price of Bitcoin will start dumping, but BitX hasn't dropped yet. So I'm like, okay, good. I can still sell this position. And SBIT like I flip it into SBIT, and SBIT hasn't pumped yet. So I'm able to like it gives me like probably like 1 to 5 minutes grace period where it's like I can actually flip my position from one into the other like before one of them dumps and the other one pumps. But it's almost like Bitcoin telegraphs the whole move, but there's like a delay with the leverage ETFs, so that part of it is pretty sweet.
I'm also wondering. So I'm wondering if for the relief rally, if it's going to be a dump, or if it's going to play out as a dump for Bitcoin, or if during the relief rally it'll be smaller retracements, or it'll be like when we go sideways when they're dumping, when they're clearing the books, like how it's going to pan out, or if it's going to pan out in the pumps as well. I'm curious.
I think if everybody went to silver, once that finishes and dumps, then we could look for something here, I think.
I think that might have already happened because I was looking at silver and I'm like, why is Bitcoin pumping so much? I'm like, it's probably just going to do the same thing silver did. I'm like, is silver still pumping or did it take a break? And I look at it and yeah, like it looks like it's taking a break.
So another thing is if we had a false move up, we have a 3-day down, that kind of changes my targets. Because like originally, that like the targets that he had, the 80, 86.8 or 86.4, whatever it was looking pretty solid. And then I had I had it so that my Bitcoin trades would close like 1 or 2 units all the way, or not like full units, but 1 or 2 parts down at like 85,690. But if we're doing false move up, I don't know how well that structure is going to hold. Like, I don't know if we're going to bounce there, or what the potential is for us to keep going. And like, I haven't looked at the volume profiles and the book a bit, but I am curious if those orders have moved down below, because there was a couple of orders there that I was targeting. Like, basically I was targeting the fair value gaps where there was good buys underneath. I don't know if those buys are going to move. I get the feeling they are, because they were set pretty early. So I feel like that was someone who thought it was going to go down first, going to go sweep, and they were going to buy the bottom and then ride it up.
It's pretty safe to say we're going to dump it at 10 a.m.
Yeah, I think at least like it should probably still happen for this, since we did false move up, and probably the next 3 days, right?
But you might do like another Bart Simpson. Like the other day when the market opened, it was pumping. It pumped like on like Euro session, like London session. It was pumping, but then as soon as New York, and then it went sideways for a while. Then as soon as New York opened after 10 a.m., like Emat was saying, it just completely dumped. Like it did a full Bart Simpson. Took everything back. And then that put in the trapped lows for the weekend trap. Or the trap shorts.
I'll be shocked if we don't go down at 10 a.m.
Yeah, I think it's more than like, although I will say it'd be very sneaky if instead of dumping it pumped when we're expecting that like 10 a.m. to be the start of the 3-day down, right? Because they don't have to technically, right? It doesn't have to go down at 10 a.m. It could keep going, like it could keep pumping or going sideways, and then it could be the next day at 10 a.m., like, which would be pretty, it would make it like it, give people a false sense of comfort, right? And I could see that happening as well. But That's the other thing is I'm considering whether or not they're gonna dump 3 days or they're gonna dump 2 days and maybe like pump the third into the reversal. Because if this is like the start of the relief rally, like after once we get our 3-day down, if we have the structure and it looks like that's where it's gonna happen. I mean, this wouldn't be the worst spot to do it, but
I mean, we
that would
did so like some
sideways.
bullish things is that we did break some previous, like I'm just looking at the 4 hour, we broke some previous highs, like significant previous highs. This is a full body candle body close above those highs that were just wicks before. This is a full body, and it's also broken through this pretty significant angular resistance. It came up to the 200 EMA on the 4 hour, but then it has pretty much stopped. Like this candle might even close below it. It still has an hour and a half left, but you're at the 200 EMA on the 4 hour and one of these other previous highs that where it formed some degree of resistance there around this 90K level. So
Oh, you
I don't know.
you
I
might
mean, maybe it goes sideways for like another 2 or 3 candles and then it completely dumps. So maybe it's just two more. Like after this one closes, maybe like another 8 hours from then would be around 10 a.m. Right?
yeah.
Or no, 8 hours from now would be.
The way the fib circles work is like it sometimes it depends on where you are on the fib circle. So like at least from what I've seen, right? So like we're on like an upward like a upward diagonal angle of it. So it could sort of ride here or like it did before the big dump at the beginning of the trap. You know how it kind of like Bart Simpson and before it dropped. I could definitely do that. That's more than possible. Because sometimes it's signaling the pivot before the big dump. Sometimes it's signaling the big dump. Sometimes it's signaling a big pump. It's like it doesn't mean it's like the big move, but it generally indicates like a it's like a timing thing where it's generally around when there's a bigger shift. So like I said, we could go up, retest the top of this trend channel, which would put us at like 91. Let's see, actually, up here it could be up to like 90. Oh man, my icon is right in the way. 91, 140. We could even wick up into further into that fair value gap, and it's a bearish fair value gap, and it's a 4-hour time frame one. So I would say there's a good likelihood that we won't hit the top. There's no liquidations to get until you get like through the gap up there, and there's only a few up above that. There is a rejection block up above too. So,
I was
I mean,
expecting to like get that false move down first. So like me and somebody else were talking about it last night, and we were kind of expecting like a dip down, false move down, and then like we start to rip up and get to like the target where we're at right now, like basically at 90,000 area. So it did hit that target. It's just there was so much on the long side that was left behind that it's
yeah,
like I don't know if we have to go back and retake that. But I'd say what's probably like if I had a compromise between the two, I'd say like what looks likely in my mind is we're gonna have to come back and retest some like support. We're gonna have to build some support somewhere. So I would think that we could, if we consolidate sideways for a few hours, like the next 4 to 8 hours, then we should see a drop. And like I would think that what's most likely or like would be we try to take back most of this green vector zone that was left, the green vector gap that was left in the 4 hour candle. And I'm sure there's a few in the 1 hour as well, but
it's
if
definitely
we came
still.
to back to retest this angular and like I'd say maybe like 88K or something, like that would be the only logical place I would think that we go back and retest would be like sort of the 88K area or even the top of the trap or something. Like even if we
Well,
don't make
so
a lower low, it kind of looks like that stuff needs to be retested if we're going to continue up.
yeah, and I will say so. The point of control is basically so where we bottomed before the pump. is exactly where the point of control for the month is, right? So see, what I'm not sure is like, are we gonna rip down with high velocity and break through that point of control because it held pretty strong, right? Like it didn't feel like it was good. I felt that dump and then it wasn't happening. So like it definitely held there, and like I feel like it felt like it held on by like a shoestring. You know what I mean?
If whales are ready to send it, which like that could have been a signal like that they're ready to just send it for the relief rally. If they're ready, they'll just push it. Like they won't even care about coming back to test
Yeah,
levels.
which isn't good for like our potential price targets in the relief rally. I would say. All of these
Well, it
are.
would just mean that like we're almost destined to come back and get them again later, which means like maybe we don't like we probably it makes it less likely if we the more imbalances that we leave at this level, the less likely it becomes that we have like an extended bull market, and the more likely it becomes like that it's gonna solidify just this dead cat bounce area, and we're absolutely gonna come back down here, and they're not sweating it because like market makers and stuff aren't sweating it because they know that they'll be able to reclaim this level at some point.
By the way, leverage is bad on pretty much every candle in this pump except for that very tiny like first green candle after it like came up and then like um coiled back before it springed. Yeah. I was thinking that we would go up and grab that licks right above and then just bounce off of the top of this trend channel, and because of the way it pumped, and then the trend channel's at quite the angle that it was gonna just be an easy grab before it dumps. But now I think it's just gonna roll, and it definitely kind of looks like it's about to roll right now. I'm not sure though. I gotta wait and see. I'm not entering a short yet. Not until I see it break them. Well, we've broken down below the midline.
I mean, slowly adding to my short, just scaling in and outing a little more, but like I'm trying my best to just wait for a confirmation of a breakdown. At the same
My
time,
thing
I
is,
might not be awake when it happens, and I might not be around. Even if I'm awake, I'm gonna have stuff to do tomorrow, so I'm gonna be around.
I burned through so much margin doing that earlier at the bottom. Because like I was like, oh, I'm just gonna keep adding in because I was like, this is what it felt like. Like they played the contrarian in me for sure. Because I was like, oh yeah, like the whole time we were going up, it didn't feel right. So I was like, okay,
Just
I
felt
think we're
wrong.
gonna go and pretend to make a false move up, and then not get high enough up, and then dump down, right, with some velocity, since it's been kind of like the slow building. Like it was a slow building bull flag that looked like, slow building flag period, and actually it's more than a bear flag, but
It was really
and
Asia that came in and pushed it hard at the end there.
yeah, and I do think that there's probably some news catalyst as well, because it was a, I don't know, it didn't feel like it. Definitely, I know that it was
It
the
feel
CME.
organic.
Yeah, I know part of it is because it wasn't, because it was like CME had to close on premiums, but I don't know, man. It just felt very forced. Like it felt like, and you can see it too. That look at that volume stopping candle, bottom, like the very bottom wick. When we bottomed out, that like that doesn't even feel right. You know what I mean? It's like they teased us,
Time frame.
and then they 15-minute. It's that little tiny green vector candle that was the beginning of us accumulating into that like little baby W, and then a red vector right at the end to like pump it up. I don't know, man. But I mean, it certainly was effective, right? I'm sure they created lots of liquidity right there. I know they created some with me, so Yeah, but I definitely recommend margin, like stacking up my shorts for it to like just rip right into my stop loss, which I had set higher because I was like, well, I thought they were gonna like the channel that we were in on the way down. I thought we were gonna retest the midline, and then I was like, oh, I guess they're going to test the top of it, and it looked like it was gonna bounce, and then it deviated out to the well, I wouldn't even say deviated, then it broke out to the top side. It looked like a deviation at first when that big red candle came in after, but it was well played by them.
Yeah, Bitcoin has a tendency to juke you out a lot, and like I don't know if it's really more so attributed to the people that are manipulating it, or if the people that are manipulating it just influence it just enough to get a ton of other people to trade in that same direction, and those people either just FOMO in, and it's like, dude, why are you buying right here? There's no reason to be buying if you haven't
So
already bought.
like the retail rallies, I would say like show me that like there are a ton of people that will buy into the fluff, right? Like they'll buy the move just because it's pumping and they'll buy it at the top. But like in general, I feel like most of
They don't
Bitcoin's
know it's
like
the top. They just think it's going up.
yeah, they just see it going up. They're like, oh, price movement, right? And they catch up late. But generally though, I feel like the way that like so like that trap, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like I had considered pretty well and was like, okay, I considered that they might be going up and then faking down and then going up, right? But I was like, I don't know, man. It's like they like played the contrarian in me. Um, they used like in pretty much it's like all my indicators. It's like I tried to even like outthink the okay. Are they leaving these gaps down here so that it looks really tempting or this that and the other? And it's like oh man, I couldn't have guessed it. So like I really do feel like the in general the maybe not on the big pumps, but for like the rest of price action, like there's a really high breadth of like the traders that trade it, you know, when everybody else isn't just FOMOing in, right? And I think that's good in the long run. Like I think that shows like um that like if they stay always a step ahead, like yeah, it makes it harder to trade, but I think that's like really good for it as an instrument, right? Um, I think that's what you kind of need for to bring in the big money and to make it really appetizing. Uh, you know, to have some real crazy moves. Um, it's mind-boggling some days. Like I get it a lot of the time, and then like also I know they certainly lower the challenge at certain times. I think generally when like sentiment's good and yada yada, and there's a lot of retail in, like I definitely noticed they'll like lower. Sometimes it's like really easy to trade. It's just like 1, 2, 3. You can set your targets, and it's not very difficult to see where it's going. And I think they do that to get you like kind of
Get you confident in it so that they can, like, the next time that you see it, you're like, oh yeah, this happened last time, so I'm gonna do this, and then you're like, like right on, and then they just throw it like in the complete opposite direction and screw
yeah.
as many people as they can.
That's what this all-time high before when we hit like all-time highs, like that's what that felt like. It's like they made it like super easy, and then it was just a crazy pump, and I mean a lot of that was just there was crazy FOMO and people just recklessly pushing price up, right? And it's like almost too easy to do. And then, everybody's talking like 160, 180, and it just completely, completely didn't I mean, you know, it was much more like
Yeah, but it
was
was
that
also weird because so many people were calling for the top, and usually, like, when the top really comes in, nobody's calling for it. Like, everyone's like, okay, I guess it's just gonna keep going up forever. And, like, you have this, like, false, like, sense of overconfidence, and you're like, oh, yeah, like, this is so easy. All I have to do is hit the buy button, and then 10 minutes later, I hit the sell button, and I'm making loads of money, more than I ever made at a job. And, like, you
yeah,
get
but
that
it's so
they kind of present this thing, oh, it's okay to buy the dip because look, every single dip keeps getting eaten up, and then you're like, okay, this time I'm gonna go heavy and buy the dip hard because like I have confidence, and then that's the time where it's like that's the dip you shouldn't have bought, like that's the dip where like it just failed, the rally failed and it kept dipping, and that's where most people get caught. The only people
and
that
it,
don't get caught are the people that have stop losses, like tight stop losses, but they contribute to like the larger, quicker drop.
yeah.
But at least they protected themselves. They might have lost money, but at least they're not holding a bag in a position that's like way down and it's just getting like lower and lower.
Well, there's definitely a lot of front running that's been happening more and more. It it's it's just weird. It's still weird to me that like that all time high, as much as it pumped, like it didn't feel like Euphoria, like it all
No,
around.
definitely not.
And I feel like it's. I mean, I don't know if it's an anomaly or I don't know if it was if they were intentionally counter trending the lack of Euphoria because that's like a really good trap for tons of people to like keep thinking it's gonna go up because they're like
Euphoria is like it was nothing like Euphoria because Euphoria is like RSIs are completely and totally like blown out. Like they're just pinned to the top. Like they're pinned to 100 for weeks. They can't go any higher, but the price keeps going. And like the you know CBBI is in deep red, and you're like um there's there's like all kinds of other stuff that's like sort of flashing that says like, hey, this is Euphoria.
all the fireworks
And
are
none of
shooting
that.
off. Same time, like every channel is talking about and like everybody's like telling the grandma to trade Bitcoin and stuff, and it it just
Yeah, I
didn't.
didn't hear no people talking about it. Like there wasn't random people at the gas station I heard talking about it. There wasn't people I overheard at breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Like if I was out somewhere public talking about it. Like not that I get out as much as I used to, but it's like I talked
I
to
don't
like talking to other people about it. It's like they don't know what it is. There's not like the sentiment. Like here's another thing. Like the Google search terms, like in Euphoria, Google search terms are through the roof. Like the Google search terms are making new all-time highs. Like everyone's searching up what is crypto, what is Bitcoin, like blah blah blah. Why is it going up? Why is crypto going up today? Why is Bitcoin going up today? Why is this doing that? Blah blah blah. Like
yeah,
how
and
high
there's
is Bitcoin gonna go? Like the search terms are like making new all-time highs, and that was absolutely not what was happening this time. Like there was hardly any search. Like the search terms completely dropped. Like while we were hitting highs, like they were dropping. The only time that they were rising was when Donald Trump was talking about it a lot, and like when he was talking about the crypto reserves, that made people think like, oh well, what's he talking about? Why does he want to do this? And then they go through and they read a couple articles that say like, oh yeah, why Bitcoin is the biggest scam ever, and they're just
you
like,
know
oh okay, well I'm all set with that then.
it almost doesn't make sense that like the search terms weren't there because like Polymarket, right? Like so like there should have been like more people than normal looking into Bitcoin because of Polymarket because people could bet on another party Polymarket. I felt like, but like the other thing was so like I didn't get that like yo when even like when we went up to like 90K, right? Or like even actually when it was dumping, I was more bombarded on like my YouTube algorithm was just bombarded with everything was about crypto. Like every video that was being advertised was about the price changing and yada yada. And it's not like I didn't I would search a little bit, but I like my algorithm like I wasn't watching that much on
It
crypto
knew what
because
you were already looking at, or like
I mean,
it knew
until I
what.
felt and so it's like like the FUD machines weren't even going off, and that was the other thing. Like I feel like Euphoria, like it felt more like Euphoria at 90K. You know what I mean? Like that pump felt way more like Euphoria, and it was like what I would imagine, at least, because dude, there was so much FUD. It was just like all the FUD machines were printing constantly, and like everybody was
Well,
talking.
what that is like that's the wall of worry. It's like they always come out and they say something and they're talking about FUD, and like like trying to bring the price down, but the price doesn't go down. It just continuously makes higher lows. Like yeah, it dips. Like when that news comes out, yeah, the price dips, but the corrections aren't as deep. Like they get more and more shallow over time, and they don't last as long, and like they're not as impacting, like because people are more apt to buy the dip because they just want to get in. But then
Well,
when you see them getting shorter and shorter, it's like, all right, well, we're kind of getting close to the top here because it's just relentlessly going up, and then it kicks into like a reversal, and then everyone's like, oh well, shit, like, and the sentiment is gone. Like this cycle, there wasn't like a time where it was like all just like overwhelming. Like everyone was so happy with how much money they were making, and like it was like it's like it's been volatile, but not in like a good way, in like kind of a crummy way.
I feel like it's like almost like the reverse. Well, so like a you know like yeah, just I don't know, like the fee. I mean, I don't like I'm not like on Twitter all the time, so maybe that's part of it. Also, wasn't a good part of that pump because of um like literal FUD about the Fed? It was like fake news that came out that that like triggered that pump into all-time highs of
What,
January.
Jerome Powell retiring?
Yeah, man, I remember, and it's like which is just like I don't know, it's weird. I guess any port in a storm, right? But like I do think it's a bit odd that like we got this sort of like non or like anomalous sort of all-time high in comparison, right? And I also I feel like the thing that I've heard more than anything is from folks is about like whether or not it's a super cycle, which in some sense it's not like the sentiment that is there in mass, right? Like we lost a lot of retail, so even if we have a lot of sentiment wanting to see a super cycle, we're seeing a super cycle as a thing, right? I don't know if we'd have the like as easy access to the people FOMOing in to sustain that. But it is kind of like I thought about it too. Like, I don't know what a super cycle looks like in reality, right? I have an idea, but like I was like I wouldn't know how to call it if it was um until we actually hit that all-time high in that, in that time range. But like it's like even like some of the corporate like I was looking through like trading views, like, I always check when like little news things pop up just to see what like the articles are about, like what different folks are saying. But it gives me a little bit of the sentiment too, because like for a lot of it, especially when we were like kind of dumping and it felt like we were dumping a little early or whatever. And because of the way the structure was, or it felt like 2020, was it 2021, right? So as all that was happening, like it would literally go back and forth from like um companies that were like, oh, Bitcoin is dead, and the banks like basically talking smack and being like, see, this is why you should never, you shouldn't uh, put Bitcoin
You
in your
shouldn't
for.
waste your money on Bitcoin, and meanwhile they're
Yeah,
buying it hand over fist at the same time.
right. And at the same time, then it would flip to the opposite, which was like 2026 gonna be a um an insane run for crypto, yada yada, and like all these different analyses for why like we're gonna have the craziest super cycle ever. And I mean, like the a lot of the times those ones were like based off of their indicator that like no one else uses, or that like their institution uses but like isn't commonly available. So like, oh, this is what I see, and it just like wasn't like price price and sentiment was going in the opposite direction pretty avidly until we did kind of bottom out here, which you know leaf rally, right? But um I don't know, man. It's like instead of Euphoria, we got like institutional uh institutional panic selling, and like at the same time like institutional like false hope. Right?
I lost you.
Is this my YouTube display? Is this someone open?
You disappeared on me.
Yeah, your mic's having some sort of technical difficulties.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
So
I will say this definitely feels like drilling. If we do get another retest, even if just stuff, it's got to be
you just got really muffled. It sound like you're talking to a pillow or something.
the way it's rolling. If it's rolling, I wouldn't be surprised if like one can go with a that tries to do that, like a fake out. Feeling pretty
Yeah,
soft.
that's the guy. I was looking for one type of fake out. Instead, I got the complete opposite type of fake out. I got the other fake out instead.
I'm mad because I saw it coming too. Like once we hit that, when that stopping volume candle came in, I was like, "Ooh, are they gonna?" Like I was like, "No way, they're gonna." And I was like, "Oh, they're gonna pretend like it's gonna make a W, and then like one wick's gonna drop down below, and then it's just gonna dump, right?" And like we got that one wick that was so close, like it literally touched. Oh man, let's see if I can figure out exactly what the difference in prices for these two wicks. So yeah, we had the actual bottom, which was 87,395. And then where is it? It's so hard to see because I have a million little prediction things up here. And the one that got close was like, oh, well, I guess it wasn't that close. It just looked close because I was kind of zoomed out. But let's see. Yeah, it was like 87,420, something like that. That's when I was like zoomed out because I mean, it's kind of hard to like look at the charts when the candles are the size of your screen. But um, yeah, it definitely looked like it was way closer. And I was like, man, like, oh, they're gonna pretend like it's about to like recover, and then it's just gonna step down and like drop. And I was like, they're using the point of control too, like, on the monthly. I was like, they're using the month's point of control so that it makes it look like it's got good support, but then it's gonna like retest the bottom and like rip through, and then it just never did. It like kind of floated on the top of like they did the opposite and faked me out instead. I'm kind of mad about that. I
Yeah,
ain't gonna
people
lie.
are gonna like, oh, it's gonna like they're gonna. People think that that is bottoming out here, and then they're gonna do like a quick, harsh, like drop to the downside to shake people out. Once they got everyone shook out, they're gonna send it.
I kind of psyched myself up too though because like I did do so I used the forecasting on TradingView, and like the first three moves I got like 100%, right? Like from when we started dumping down, like I literally hit the exact spots for like three moves in a row. There was one that like one of the candles ever so slightly broke through it. So like it like it was like two candles next to each other, and like one of them like down and then like closed just above that prediction. But I literally had plotted out like my forecast for how this relief rally could look based off of like the trend structure we'd built and the fair value gaps that were available, and also just like where people have seen a lot of correlations and where they see it topping. And like, dude, I think there's like probably 150 forecasting things on my chart, and I even redid it because I like it like moved it consolidated there at that bottom first for a little bit. So I was like, oh, I just gotta like I don't want to get rid of the ones so that like I can remember that like this is where I was like misjudging it. So I like did a whole nother set and like put that in a whole nother folder of like another 150 forecast predictions. And yeah, I'm mad I just did that much work. But I will say I was like, man, this kind of like this looks right. Like it felt like I understanding how price functions definitely a lot better because just the shapes were like the shapes and um their timing and like the fact that I hit those first three like on the dot, um, and just how support and resistance works, how liquidity works, how all these things would make sense, and using like the fair value gaps as kind of like as a marker, um, and using places where prices touched a ton for like rejection and support. It's still proud of myself for it, but
You should. I mean, this stuff's not easy to understand and learn and everything. So anyone that one has the ambition to learn and the patience and is still like passionate about trying, like if they are really interested in it, and like even despite the fact that you may have taken a few losses, if you still want to do it, you still want to trade, and you're highly ambitious about like learning more, then I mean that's like a feat. Like I mean, you should be proud of yourself at that point.
yeah, man. And I've thought about it like because I decided to uh, not disregard like suggestions and recommendations from folks about not doing leverage, but like I did want like I wanted to make uh the challenge much higher and make my like window for success smaller. As I learned it, the beauty is that I might not completely stop playing with leverage because I'm still like not like super rich, and there are times and places where that could be advantageous. I'm definitely going to reduce how much I do. I think I'm going to do majority spot for the next bull run. But that's the beauty is like if I had been playing spot, right, this whole time instead, I probably would have already paid off my tuition. Like I would have be doing pretty well because my I'm I watch the charts enough. My targets aren't terrible. I overshoot a bit with leverage, and that's mostly because I revenge trade when I'm doing it because I'm trying to, or like it's not actually revenge trade, but like I will try to earn back on certain moves, and like I'll look for like specific moves where I could earn back what I lost on the last one, which is revenge trading, right? But it's like if I'd been doing that in spot, like I wouldn't have anywhere near the losses, right? And it's because like because I'm way over leveraged and a bit so intentionally. Like I know how risky and I've suffered enough losses to fully get exactly however leveraged I am, or not fully get, but you know, to understand it well enough. And yeah, I'm excited for like when I really buckle down this next bull cycle. I'm gonna play with leverage a little bit more because like any training, especially because you know bear cycle, I want to trade the bear cycle and you know learn to trade that with leverage as well. And then after that, I'm gonna pretty much reduce it to like I might have a little side pot here and there that I use leverage for like big pumps and stuff. Like, but I'm so excited because like I feel like it's gonna be like you know how like people train with those like weights and then you take the weights off and like it's like you're 2 times as effective because you know it's so much lighter now. I feel like that's what it's gonna be like. It will give you a lot more breathing room. I'm super excited for that part. Like, it'll be a slower accumulation for sure. Like, I've never, like, I've never bought like anywhere near the actual lows. I've always bought like midway through a cycle. And it's like where I started traditionally. Like looking back, I didn't know that at the time. So even if we get diminishing returns on the next cycle, I'm still gonna be a very happy camper.
I tried to remember last bear cycle. When we finished the bear cycle and we got to the bottom of it, and Bitcoin got to 18,000 or whatever it was. How long did it stay there? I feel like it wasn't there long, and then it was just like sitting in the 20s for a while.
Yeah.
Does
I
anybody
might
remember how long it stayed in the 18 range?
um that was it was a considerable amount of time. So I remember people like freaking out about it. I should have bought in there. I remember that time. I was working on fine dining then.
Back then, I bought in at 28K, and that's when I first started, and I came in with a lot of money. I bought almost 4 Bitcoins at 28K each,
Oh
and
yeah, man.
I've totally ruined that. That's gone.
Sorry, not to tell you on the thing that hurts.
So that's where I'm at now. This time, I mean, I still have some money left, but nowhere near that. But this
Yeah,
time, when I come back around, I don't think I'm obviously going to get it for 18 again, but people are talking about 40. So lucky if I come up with money off another property again. I don't know. I guess I could, if it plays out the same way. I'm just trying to figure. I guess 40 or 50 is supposed to be the lowest, but I guess we'll see.
yeah, yeah. I've heard 40 and 50. I've heard 60. Now, I will say if this is a relief rally, right? We don't um, relief rally. Do like you know everybody talks about Bitcoin's personal replacement, right? Do we measure that from the top of the relief rally, or do we measure it from all?
You cut out.
Something is claimed. Can I what word it is?
Sorry, bro. You're really bad right now.
What do we do? Is that in the
Maybe you,
background of your mic that I'm hearing like a show or something?
I don't know, but I can't even hear you.
I think it's got to be something to me. And finally, it's blocking my voice.
Maybe come leave Discord and come back in. Could fix it. You might be hearing my space heater.
No. It's like a show. It's some shows playing.
Oh, that's not me. I'm not playing nothing.
Good copy. That's all I was asking. I'll be right back. Yeah, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Something was like would just start playing in the background, and like it was like a TV show or like a YouTube channel. Weird. But yeah, but YouTube wasn't playing anything. Uh, but yeah. So what I was asking was, when we measure, like everybody talks about Bitcoin always dumps. I don't remember the exact number, but it was like 60 or 70% from in the bear market, right? Is that correct?
Say that again.
Um, People talk about like, you can like measure Bitcoin's dump in the bear market to like I think it's 60 or 70%. Um,
I thought it was 80.
is it 80? Yeah, it might be. Uh, I don't remember the exact number, but do we measure that from all time high, or do we measure that from the top of the relief rally?
Yep, from the all-time high where we got, so it would be 126,000, whatever. Whether it's 60 or 70 or 80, I don't know. Maybe
We've
it's 70.
already pulled back what, like 30 some percent, right?
Yeah, we're going. I think we're going quick.
Yeah. So, um, I get confused about percentages too because I feel like whenever I try to do like percentage metrics, like um, they're like dynamic, like they change depending on like the time frame I'm on or something. I can't remember what it was, but I haven't been doing things by percent too much, other than like in my stop losses and stuff like that. Like I just have a little set
Yeah,
amount that I can know where.
it's simple. It's just from it, assuming the top was 126. It's the percentage, either it's 70 or 80 down from there.
So I just hit like the percent. Do I just switch my chart to percent, or do I do it by like pulling
No,
a
just
price?
calculate it.
Price. Okay. I'll literally just do that percent off the price. Copy.
Yeah, take 70% off, or 80 if you want. 70 off of 126,000, whatever it was.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cause like the percent charts, like when you switch it to percentage, like the percents change depending on where you are in the chart and stuff and like that.
Yeah, we don't do
Confused
that.
me. Yeah, I was like, how are people getting these percentages? But yeah, so if we're going down, what is it? Let's say 80, just to be safe. But if we're going down 70 to 80%, I'll do both. From 124. Oh, that can't be right. I just did that wrong for sure. Um, ooh. Wait, doesn't make sense. Did I do this wrong twice? Oh, it didn't work. Yeah, I'm getting something is wrong how I'm doing this because I got 99,000. Oh wait, so that would mean 124 minus 99,000. That's crazy because that puts us at 24,800. Does that sound right? Doing something over here. So it could go this far.
$37,800.
Fair market placement. The first article is why the Bitcoin bear market is almost finished. Okay, so stupid bear market could see a 70% retracement from cycle high, potentially bringing prices down to 55 to 60,000. That is considered likely given trends. Oh, that's I don't believe in likely unless I know the reason. Let's see. So that's where I guess some of the people that think the bear market's finished is because of the 350-day moving average and Fibonacci support levels, particularly when measured against gold, suggesting the bear market may be 90% complete. But if gold's in a super cycle, that's why that metric wouldn't work. Now, do we get a full 70% retracement if we get a shorter bear cycle? If that ends up happening?
Yeah, I don't know. You're in a little over my little head.
Yeah, copy that. So
What I understand is we're in the bear market now, and there's a time period of how long it's supposed to last, and on the short term, we have to wait until after the new year to go to re-risk.
yeah. Well, okay, so you are correct about 80% because in 2017 to 2018, Bitcoin saw an 84% drawdown. But I don't know if that's common or if that was just that one. However, if it happens, then it could always ride it. So definitely a valid concern. So, retrace. Yeah, so if we did get an 84% retrace or drawdown, that would put us at 20,000 again, 20,160.
Oh my god, that would be so cool. I could buy.
Yeah, dude. I mean, people are gonna get wrecked on the way to that, but if that's the case, but
I'm not, because I'm a big old bear. I'm not even buying nothing.
I ain't sweating it because I don't need to buy the exact bottom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't need to either, but I kind of need to if I'm gonna spend a lot of money.
Oh, I'm down to. I'm just saying, like, it's like I'm not sweating if I miss a little bit of the beginning of the pump to not get faked out near the
Yeah,
bottom.
that's why like it'd be stupid maybe to wait for 20 and not buy anything. So maybe if it even gets to 40, start there, and then I guess DCA it to 20.
Okay, so it is important to note that such a drop would be unprecedented in recent cycles and would likely trigger widespread market stress, potentially leading to further downside momentum if key support zones like 84,000, 85,000 are breached. Some analysts suggest a 61.8 to 74% correction might be more likely due to a gradual decrease in correction severity over cycles. A full 84% retracement remains a theoretical extreme based on historical patterns. So I think safe would be like 75, 80% just a factor for a more extreme drawdown. But then again, I wonder, so if the curve is flattening, right? I do wonder if that increases the propensity for like I'm thinking like, so if it ends up being an S curve, then as the curve flattens, does that potentially increase the potential for a higher drawdown than we've been seeing? And if it does, but
I
you
don't
know
know.
what? If I buy it on spot, I don't care if I buy it and I miss or it draws down a little bit more because all I care is that I have enough spot in place at near the bottom. So even if it draws down another like 4 to 10%, right? That'll suck for that time. But if I hold through the bear, the majority of my spot buy, it'll still, I'll miss a little bit of profit margin, right? But for my first cycle, like really trying to buy the bottom or near the bottom, if I miss a little bit of that profit margin, I'll be okay with it. Obviously, that's something that I would seek to improve on, but
Yeah, I mean I plan on spending a lot when we get there, so you're not supposed to try to buy the bottom and whatnot, but closer the better, really, for me.
yeah, of course, you always want to min max, right? But the only thing is for me, because I'm still newer, I'm not as worried about absolute min max because for me, I'm just trying to see gains like I've never seen before, and and to be there, you know what I mean, through the full bear cycle and the full, you know, from the beginning of the bull cycle, right? So as long as I'm near the beginning or near the bottom, I'm okay with it. But that is something, like I said, you know, as I get more experienced and have uh more wisdom and more historical reference in, like, you know, from actually watching it and actually trading it, you know, I could always improve that.
Yeah. As for now, we're gonna get some type of relief bounce, and I'm anticipating it could go as high as 98,000.
Yeah, I even saw, so I think 98,000 is the more likely scenario. But there's some spots like it'd be unlikely, but I think we could even get up to near like 109. I don't think we break. Actually, don't think we break 108 if we do end up going that high. I think that's where we bounce, but um,
Yeah, that's interesting because it's kind of, I mean, what's the word for it? I mean, letting it go over 100,000 is, I don't know, it's gonna make people think differently.
yeah, the only reason I feel like it's a bit more likely is because of all the folks that like are foreseeing a super cycle, and I feel like if you're really trying to maximize the PvP side of it, like you would want those people to be buying that top as soon as it hits 100K. That would push the pump up. Like even 98K, if they think it's gonna get near 100K, if it looks like it has a chance, I could see a lot of people coming back in because they're like, oh, Bitcoin's back at 100, yada yada yada. Maybe it's a super cycle. I think that could push sentiment back in, right? Enough to get us up above 100, and then once we're up above 100, I think that even just brings a ton more people, and that's why I could see us going up, you know, to mid to even high 100. But I think if it goes past 110, like I don't know, I just don't see. I see it getting close and then bouncing and sucking as many people in at the top as I can. Although I will say at the same time, I feel like that could be like fairly devastating to sentiment, and that would kind of like that would ruin a lot of people's day and maybe make them hate Bitcoin. So I don't know if that's what they want to do, but I don't know if they care. You know what I mean? Like the bigger players don't really know how much they care about sentiment because I feel like, you know, they they want to gain off of these people's money, but at the same time, like, um, I don't think they care. They think they see like the market as a revolving door, which it sort of is, right? If retail leaves, there will be new retail to take its place. As long as the price goes up, you know, as long as we hit big targets, as long as we see like good profits at the end of the day. So, um, I think that's sort of true, and especially with the timing of the real estate cycle, the timing of potentially AI bubble at some point bursting, the timing of metal super cycle ending. You know, it's like I don't think they're too worried about how much they crush sentiment. So that's the only reason I kind of like see it as a possibility. I think 98 is a safe bet. I think we at least clear 98. I don't know if we clear above, but we'll at least get close to. There's a bigger time frame order block up there as well. Fair shorter block, like right at 98.
Yeah, we'll see. Just waiting on 10 a.m. tomorrow. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely been trying to play that 10 a.m., but with tight stops, just because I'm definitely over leveraged. And the last thing I want is for them to decide, like, oh, we're gonna flip that switch today, and maybe like in a big short and walk away. But I've been pretty good at waking up like just a little before 10, so it's kind of worked out.
That's fine if they want to do that. To me, it'll just be a big fake out.
By the way, just so you're aware, that upward trend channel I was looking at, that stems from like the bottom from where we bottomed out before we pumped. We are probably a candle away from touching the bottom of it. It looks pretty certain that we're gonna just drop. Although, what market just opened? Is that my free season? Let's see.
Well, that's all right. If they want to go up, I got my Zcash hodl.
What? There might not be a market. Yeah, I need to acquire some Zcash. I'm still sore about that, man. Honestly, I should go find my former scammer business partner and found him for my Zcash that I invested in. It was like my money, but he was the one who knew the people. So I bought like $1,200 of Zcash on the initial offering. Probably filthy rich now.
Damn.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro. That might be worse than me.
But you know what? As I mean, so the thing is, I don't think he kept it. I think he pulled out because if you remember that initial offering, it was pretty much like a rug pull. Like, may not have been intended that way, but price certainly dumped hard. I think that's just kind of what they all did, right?
How low did that go?
Huh?
How low did that go?
Oh well, he was like, he told me that he lost my money because they were like, oh yeah, price dumped instead of pumping. I was super into the whole utility, like the idea of a privacy token. I wasn't sold on the company. He was. He sold me on the company, and then they like rug pulled off the initial offering. That being said,
I wonder what that range was.
I wish I could remember the price. It was like, I want to say it started at like 12 cents.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and then like it dumped down to like fractions of a penny. But I want to be accurate about that. Yeah, dude. I had $1,200 of it that turned into like allegedly no money. I do remember I looked at the charts and I remember that they were like, I was like reading in the forums about it, and yeah, it was people definitely got wrecked on that at the beginning. But I remember they were like,
So they thought.
yeah. So I'm still a little salty about that, but you know, that's also, to be fair, the reason that like I waited. Gosh, it's probably been, oh, actually don't. This was at least 10 years ago. Yeah, like 10 or 11 years ago. So it's like the reason that I waited so long, and I didn't like. I was very skeptical of, not of crypto itself, but I was very skeptical of like crypto gurus and communities and stuff because I kind of had to be like that happened like um right before like as I was getting ready to have a kid, my first kid, and yeah, it was a pretty rough conversation to explain why I didn't have money. Uh, uh, he was worse than that. Anyways, he like dangled a $250,000 check in front of me for 6 months while I built the company from the ground up, and then said some real shady shit about uh, wanting there to be like 16 and up at the parties we were gonna throw, and I was like, yeah, absolutely fucking not. I'm not gonna shut them down. But you know, live and learn, right?
Yeah, everybody's got a story in this business of how we could have been rich, but we're not yet.
And did, like I said, it did
We're all in the club of I
it
could have
made
been.
me very careful about what information I accepted, and yeah, that's why like the moment I saw this channel, I knew. I was just like, it's like I know what selling stuff looks like. I know what slimy marketing is. I know what people pretending not to be marketing something are. I know what the charming ones are like, you know? I can
Yeah,
smell the
I've been around before this channel was created.
right on. Yeah, I figured.
I'm one of
This
the
channel in
original members.
particular, like this one is not that old, right?
Yeah, I came from the old one that everyone left.
Yeah. He was saying something like it's only been a year or something. So it was like probably around the time that I came in, was like
Something like
towards the
that.
beginning. Yeah. I didn't realize that until I heard that, and I was like, oh wow, that makes it feel special. But no, that's sick, man. Like it definitely speaks to him that a lot of this community came from before times and followed him here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it seems like he's more than double that since though. He's
Oh
probably
yeah, sure.
more new than that. I bet you now.
Yeah, it's gonna last longer too, or at least be more sustainable, if you will. All right, so we cannot find.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here chilling, man, watching them, seeing what's gonna go on here, working on my music in the background, and just waiting for 10 a.m.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I miss
Well,
working on music.
maybe we'll make a move before then. Who knows?
Yeah, I think we're getting ready to do something. It may not be like drastic, but I do think we're rolling over at least in some way, shape, or form. See. Is there a historical index for Zcash? I don't know.
Oh no, I just know everybody's talking about 700 to 1,000.
Yeah, it is crazy, man. I mean, like, I do, even though like that was rough, like the actual concept is interesting. I did always feel I was always skeptical though, just because it's like I just didn't see it being realistic that you could actually make it as private as they claim it to be. Um, especially being like that they have a public, you know, public corporation company. Uh, that and I think it's interesting because like I know like there's tons of people that don't even understand how the protocol works and like would just think that it's just inherently private if you have the token. That's not entirely the case. Like there's steps to it. Um, although my need for like a truly private token is like at this point really just more as like an enthusiast of privacy, you know. But enough on that.
Man, too bad I didn't get that short in at 126. I gotta have like $200 on like 400x. Be so pretty.
I like bought the top and then I like closed it and waited to get back in until I had confirmation. So I was I
Oh,
was
you got
right.
short at 126?
Nah, definitely not. I wish I had a short from decently high that I wish I didn't close, but honestly, it's like I'm still pretty tight budget wise, and like I had even a lot of times I just have to like switch things around. Like I could trade for a bit, but sometimes I just have to buy a tool or something for work. Um, and I'm still waiting on stuff to be paid, but
I'm gonna take another big shot in 98, 99K range. I'm gonna take a nice big short there.
oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for
Man, it's a couple $100.
I'm probably gonna short there and then I'll keep, I'll keep an eye on it and keep tight stops just in case it does go up above. But yeah, I think I plan on shorting from there as well. I might even
for my inverse type 2 entry on a inverse short entry. So like if the top one was 126, then I guess I got to invert a chart and look at it.
yeah. I definitely I might even like tap in a little bit early. Like I might go a little sub because things have been front running in general, so I might not quite set my short at exactly 98. I might set it even a little early and just leave a lot of margin in on more
Yeah,
manageable leverage.
it's easy to do as long as you don't use a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm always. My problem is like a lot of times I get overzealous and overconfident in my trade, and then like we'll hit like a sub target and not the target that I was like really aiming for, and I'll walk away or whatever and come back and like I'm like crap. Why did I do that?
Yeah, that would be sweet if I can get a type 2 short entry, being the second best entry from the top at 126. Take that in, nail that trade, and ride that bitch all the way down to the bottom of the bear and make it, and then close that out. Use those funds to open up my long from the bottom where that gets to. And I guess at that point, I'd probably do both. I'd do a good large spot and then a small high leverage and try to nail that long.
Okay, by the way, so I was definitely wrong, but this does track. 'Cause I think we bought a single Zcash. So Zcash started at 3,571 USD. And
What?
if you want to see a rug pull, go look at the historical chart on Zcash because it literally was a straight dump and it bottomed out at, I believe, look at the actual bottom price. So it dumped down to like $46. We bought the initial price for 3,000.
Oh, damn, never mind. You don't gotta feel too bad now. You got a long way to go to get there.
Yeah.
Wow, I wonder if it'll ever
Man.
get back.
Oh, I doubt it. This was pretty like they were starting to be like bigger like shops and like companies and corporations that were developing crypto, but this was still like the Wild West, right? So like like I think they just knew that they could like short their own token down and just make a ton of money off of off their initial buyers. But that being said, don't quote me on that because I'm sure there's a story. I do remember reading a story about what happened, and I remember it being like, I mean, you could just say that kind of thing, and that doesn't mean that was your actual intention. But I think they, if I remember, uh, they blamed. There was like some people blaming that the the government didn't want it to succeed because it was a privacy token, and then there was like some people blaming um like aggressive traders sniping it and shorting it. But if I remember correctly, there's likely a connection between a set of aggressive traders and the founders. So, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. It's also like more than plausible that it just failed on its own because this was like way ahead of crypto being a larger space. This was pretty like, I mean, think about it, 10 years ago, crypto was still pretty tight knit, right?
Yeah, I've been around for 3 years now.
Yeah. What do you think is like the biggest difference? Like how do you feel as somewhat like an OG and like seeing the change in the
No,
whole
it went
like
by so quick. I really don't. Like October 2023 was my start, and it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but I've definitely learned enough now to where I understand that. Too bad it took so long. But when I was in the old group, I wish somebody would have took me aside and been like, "Hey, man, that's a lot of money. This is the cycle. Do this. Boom, boom, boom."
Yeah, man. I remember when like I started hearing more people like so I want to say like crypto is pretty like most people were just like, oh, that stuff is, a bunch of fluff or, it's like fake coins or something, It's like people didn't have there's the majority I think of society was kind of like not hip at all. First I felt like, maybe 6-10 years of early crypto. Well, even more than that. Because 23, so that was it like 2008, 2009? So yeah, like
You
really,
got a little
people were
earlier
hip.
start for me.
Yeah, but I remember like the day that I went to.
That's where the
Was it
money
on?
was at, though, man. Damn, bro.
Huh?
You were in way back then. That's where the money was at.
Yeah, unless you bought this one, your $3,000 turned into $40 in an instant. And like, what was that?
But I mean, as far as like percentage wise, you had an opportunity back then to get a lot of these altcoins at cheaper prices. For a lot of them haven't come back to those prices back then. They've just come back to the previous cycle prices.
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, like, hey, if Zcash does get back up there, with knowledge I have now, I could recoup it on the other way. So yeah, it dumped from $3,000 on January 1st down to think about how crazy this is, down to I think it's January 17th is where it bottomed. Let's see. Yeah. Or January 27th. Wait, no, it's that 21st. Maybe 27th is lower. It's like $40. 41.60. Crazy to think about. I hold no resentment over like that dump because honestly, if I feel like a lot of that might have been the one that I was in, but I don't think there was a lot of crypto, earlier on that like didn't do that mostly. You know what I mean? Kind of like it's kind of like a thing. Like early Coinbase days, I remember just like being like, it's like everything just dumps. Um, but yeah, I remember like so when I started working in fine dining, was when like it's like a bunch of my coworkers were in the crypto space one way or another. A bunch of them would like they were just like trading, and I remember like Safe Moon. That was like the everybody's like, oh, you gotta get this one exchange that you're not supposed to be able to use here, and then
Yeah,
you gotta get
around.
Safe Moon, man. And I had a I had a buddy, rest in peace, but he had a uh, Bitcoin mining consultancy like company where he would like do builds and basically like his he'd keep his clients hip on like when is the good time to mine and stuff like that. And but that I think that dissolved because that was like just before it switched to ASICs. So like when they switched to ASICs, like I think he did it for a little bit, but it didn't really make sense for him. 'Cause he like before it was that he was building the rigs. You know, that was like his edge was he knew how to build rigs, and not a lot of people did yet. You know, it's like mostly just enthusiasts and miners that did, and he was trying to get all these. Like he was trying to get everybody into it. I wanted to mine. I mean, I mined some like Ravencoin and some Monero, but and some Ethereum.
Well, I might do better than some others, considering this is not going to be my second cycle, even though I didn't know what a damn cycle was my first run, which was horrible because in the old group, the guy that ran the group didn't even believe in the damn cycle. And there was an argument between him and Dbloc.
Yep. That's crazy to me.
Now I'm
I
online
mean,
with it, and I'm over here. So second come around here, Dbloc was right the whole damn time in the last group. And now I'm over here. And I'm gonna get it right this time. But hopefully,
my
looking back
thing,
in the next 10 years, I'm well off.
my thing is, to me, like it's already a bad sign if a disagreement in thesis causes issues, right? Like, because you can disagree about it, but like, I'm still gonna want to hear the thesis, right? Like, I might not agree on someone else's thesis, but I don't know. It's we're still, I mean, like in the grand scheme of things, Bitcoin is relatively young, right? So, like, he was talking about how it's the potential for the S curve, and I definitely am more or less skeptical of Dbloc than pretty much anybody else when it comes to his thesis. But I'm big believer in like you still question everything, and you still consider the potential because uh I mean, what, 30 years just about, that's not a lot of data. And like let's say the curve flattens out and we do dump. Now that's not to say that like that's the end of Bitcoin. I actually would think if we didn't S curve up and we instead dumped um as the curve flattened out, like rolled over on the macro, I would think that would be rough for a time and that could go like it would scare a lot of people off. But I actually think that's more than likely a sign of um like potentially exponential growth after that. Like if we were to roll over and dump, then that would suggest honestly a a macro cycle of the cycle to me, right? And then the potential would be that what we thought were the cycles, the bull cycles, were actually just like microstructures of a macro cycle, and that macro cycle could then present like ridiculous gains, which would kind of add up when you talk about the finite nature, and we're getting closer to that last Bitcoin getting printed. I mean, when that happens and that scarcity becomes forefront for more people, I mean, I don't think I don't think that $1 million estimate is anywhere near unrealistic. I actually think it might be a little bit of a shy measurement of or shy prediction.
Well, then we better nail that entry. Get our 40K Bitcoin.
Heck yeah, man. I ain't even gonna get a whole Bitcoin, but I don't care as long as I get my Bitcoin eventually. I ain't gonna be able to afford it right now, but
That's the thing. If you got to buy it in small payments, then you need as much time as you can to save and DCA and do it.
well, and if we did roll over like what I don't think this is anymore. Like I actually think I agree with Dbloc about the S curve. It's the thing that I see, and I think that's the thing that scares a lot of legacy about it. Is like they're not seeing why Bitcoin has that potential, Um, but I think the S curve makes sense because of the finite nature. I think that's like the most likely way is that it's just gonna have to roll up at some point. When it does, it's gonna rocket ship. I don't know what happens after that. So like what I'm curious is like what's that last Bitcoin's printed? Like yeah, the price is gonna skyrocket for probably a long time, right? Because as people realize that they're like, there isn't more gonna be mined, right? Um, or like no more is gonna be circulating, and people really recognize what that means. Uh, that price is gonna skyrocket for a while, I think. But does it plateau at some point? Does it lose value at some point, or does it just skyrocket forever? Like maybe not, rockets forever, but does it just bull cycle back up further and further, or like I'm curious. Although there's a lot of time between now and that time frame that I'm potentiating for, and there's a lot of questions about the tech as technology gets better and that encryption becomes potentially less or potentially more at risk, but I still think we've got a long time till then. And I feel like there's also a lot of time for someone to figure out how it all works and potentially upgrade it to a higher encryption, or the potential for some kind of like secondary encryption technology that comes through that's more future proofed as well. Because that's like really the only thing that I could see that could bode for an eventual, like what's the word? Capitulation and reversal from like long-term growth. But by then, man, I mean, we're still early enough that it's like, even if that did happen, we should be well out of it and well better off by then, right? Hopefully. I will say I definitely did not foresee Ethereum underperforming like it did. I thought Ethereum was going to be like just the natural, not successor, but like the first son of Bitcoin. You know, it's like I was expecting Ethereum to be getting up to like the 10,000s more. But so wild to think that like, I mean, who knows what will happen in 10 years, but in 10 years we could have like any number of these or none of the top 10 that's not Bitcoin be seeing 5-6 figures. But who knows, maybe it all just kind of like washes away and Bitcoin just stays king.
I hear you. I'm working on some stuff here.
Oh, no worries, man. How dare you work on your music? What, this guy? Nah, I'm happy for you. I'm a little, I'd say jealous, but I'm in admiration. I miss making music and stuff, working on it. We'll get back to it though.
I'm doing a CD release with this company called Elastic Stage. They look like they got some pretty nice products here.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I just got done putting the artwork together for this. It's like a flip out sleeve CD, but it splits open like a book.
Hey, whenever that goes up for sale, you should DM me a link.
Okay, I got you.
I'll definitely grab a copy.
All right, no doubt. I'll send it through here in a minute.
But so yeah, the good news is, by the way, Zcash, that wick up has touched it once before. There's another wick above it, up at. So if we revisit old prices, and this was basically the first wave pump after that dump. The highest wick from that first wave is at 797, and from there, I mean, I don't know that we'll see the full 3,000 again, but I think the next, I mean, yeah, like the only other price is higher than that on the chart for all time is that initial offering.
It's a hell of a vector recovery if the market maker was sending longs all the way down.
Yeah, man. Imagine that's gonna be crazy. Imagine if it like, if this is just a giant super slow W, super macro W on the, so not quite 10 years. It's like 8 years. Well, no, actually, hold on. I'm tripping. It's 2017, so my math is still wrong. But yes, its initial public was 2017. So yeah, so quite 10 years. Hate doing math. Just can't tell. I remember it released in January, and at that time we were purchasing people's Volkswagens from them because of that like recall, and then getting the check for the recall, and then returning or not returning them, but then selling the Volkswagens. Really, I wasn't doing any of that, but that was what Buddy was doing.
Yeah, that's what I used to do. I used to buy and sell cars for many years.
So you remember that recall that they had where it was
I wouldn't sell nothing that new. I was doing boobies and cheap cars.
well, this was when they like got caught because they had like a different setting on their computer for the diesel output. So they were basically like scheming the like that was the clean diesel scheme where they were selling the idea of clean diesel, but in reality like it was not emitting like the like it was only emitting like that during the testing basically. So it's like a big fraud thing. So what they did is they basically like everybody who owned a Volkswagen from that generation was entitled to a check, and yeah, it felt kind of skeevy, but people weren't collecting those checks, so like not a lot of there were people that just had no idea, or like they knew about like the fact that Volkswagen did the thing, but they didn't know that there was like a settlement and they were entitled to it. And so people would just sell their Volkswagen and whatever, and we'd buy it and collect checks. And I was supposed to fund the business, but really he bought it and he collected checks. I remember when I tanked the business because he said that sketchy stuff. I was like, he like flaunted in my face that he was like, "Well, I'm rich off of collecting these checks." It's like, okay, good for you, man. Bet you're a terrible person. So excited because I was like, I'm about to have a kid. I was like, I'm starting a business, and it's like my dream to do. We're gonna throw festivals and do event promotion, like reaching out to all these different artists and um, getting them to send mixes for the promo page and all the stuff. I designed everything. I did all the design. I did all the audio engineering. I did the networking. I did the recruiting. Built the team. Built the web page. Good thing though is that meant that I have keys to all of it, so you cannot use that ever.
Yeah, car business is a hell of a game.
Yeah, I mean, he was just a
Well,
hustler. Like, he was like a CPA. So any hustle he could find, he would do. It's always something new.
Yeah.
Like Zcash was supposed to be one of them.
Yeah, I used to have a small car a lot.
Yeah, man, that's sick. I thought about being a car salesman.
I didn't do too good. It didn't last. Then I had to close it down. Then I had to go back to doing it off the side.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the timing too, like I feel like CarMax and all that, CarMax and Carvana, and then all the like Car Guru, all those like websites kind of changed that game too. Like made it more accessible, but also more accessible means like you're now basically in competition with every other dealer in the country, not just, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, big competition at the auctions. It was crazy.
Yeah. Kind of like it feels not dissimilar to when like iTunes became a thing, and you know it was like the game for musicians changed a lot from selling CDs. I mean, on the, you know, on the massive end, it was like they weren't making money off CDs no more. They were selling dollar tracks and stuff. So like all the money shifted from like selling records to selling tours, right? I think in the grand scheme of things wasn't a bad thing. But that being said, do you think
Yeah, that digital stuff has killed me.
yeah, do you think there's a lot of skeeziness, slimy business dealings in the digital music
Oh
industry?
my God, it's disgusting. It's so sick. It makes me sick to my stomach the way they're treating us.
It's like the contract game on steroids. Like people don't realize like
Oh, it's like slavery, literally. Like they're paying you
yeah,
like 0.00000. It looks like a freaking shit coin. With they're paying you per play.
yeah, and it's like even if you're an independent artist, like you still have to negotiate with, you know, it's like all these different things, and then you got like these you know, promotional contracts as well. You know, like the promo companies that put your music all over YouTube but then steal your rights. Or, you know, you got A&R to deal with. You got like there's so many layers to it. Like that's it's still a very gate kept industry, right? And
I don't even put my new music on there. I'm done with it. I only do CDs and cassette tapes and records.
yeah, it makes more sense. Honestly, like the whole backpack vibe is the way to go these days. Unless you're, you know, linked in with the right people. And even then, like you can be linked in with all the right people and all it takes is that one contract that screws you for your career, and you're always making up for the lost money from that, you know, like drives people crazy. And that's if you don't have like like any number of um what you would call it, litigation issues, like sampling issues or anything like that. And sample the wrong person's song, end up getting sued by a giant or something.
Yeah, I never got that big. I do got sampling. That's another good thing about not being on there, doing everything off the side.
Yeah. Yeah, and But I
It's
mean,
gotten
even
worse now.
I have heard some horror stories about like, you know, like little local guys that got like sued
Oh, you
by,
have no idea what's going on. It's worse than ever, I can tell you.
yeah, people are greedy, man.
No, no, no. AI's involved now. Now it's turned into a whole new shit show.
See, now my thing is, I get suing AI, right? Like an AI that steals your, you know, it's like generated off of your content. Like that does feel, um,
You got it.
and-
You got to agree to let your music enter into the AI learning model for it to be for you to put it on the streaming services. It's in the new contract, and they're now
yeah,
they're going to partner with Suno and AI your content.
yeah. That's why like independently releasing your music is the best. It's just difficult. It's, you know, it's not an easy road in terms of if you're trying to be like massively successful. Um, you know, I mean, how many people don't even know about like what's it called? Like publishing rights. Like having your what's that? What's
Yeah,
the
PMI and all that. I got to do that. I got to get
yeah.
mine on there.
Oh, you don't have one yet? You should definitely just get that because I
Yeah,
don't even think
I got to go put my stuff. The
I
thing is, I got to figure out how to do it. Like with a lot of the beats I got from producers, some of I got on leases, so I got to like get exclusive from them before I do that. I think.
yeah. That's where it gets complicated. I will say there's a gal on YouTube that does he's a he's a media like lawyer, and she literally uh she does guides on like basically all the nitty gritty of all the contractual details and like what all these different things are doing, and she goes over like certain companies and stuff, like basically her um for her community's requests and stuff. She'll explain different things. If I can find her, I'll send you a link because that may be helpful in your journey. She's really good at teaching what the like teaching the technical terminology of media litigation to media and contract um, media contract law to you know, folks, regular folks, or whatever you want to call us, laymen, I guess. I hate that term though. Feels dirty.
Making me some oatmeal.
Good buddy. Yeah, I got a homie that's who's been rapping for doing hip hop. I mean, call himself a rapper. He's like, you know, actually doing hip hop, but he's been in the game like 12 years, uh, something like that. He's just starting to make some headway. And but yeah, he's told me a lot about just like, especially in the hip hop industry, like how rough it is and all the politicking and all that, man. Sucks because, you know, he's actually spitting some conscious stuff. And he did just have he won something to do like I can't remember, I think it was like a Red Bull. Say it was a Red Bull thing. Like he got voted in his category. Performed like a live stream performance was pretty cool.
I'm right here.
Yeah, you get your brother.
Getting my
Hey.
oatmeal in my bowl.
You ain't gotta explain yourself. I was gonna say something else. Let me know. I'll come back. It's important. I feel like they're doing it again with price because here it was looking like it was a heavy roller, but and here we are, some green candles before we even hit the bottom of the channel. It's crazy. I'm getting those bad leverage ratio X's on all the candles though. So are we catching support on? Aha. This is this is the touch at the top of like the center of the W. Larger time frame W. Really run for a bit. And then a good stop just in case, because
Seen some shit that definitely did not mean to be here. I'm gonna cry for her.
I mean, so I am looking at it, right? So if you zoom out on that 15-minute chart, I'm pretty sure I looked at it earlier, and I think where it starts to look like a normal W is on
Uh-huh.
so yeah.
What were you saying?
So if you look on the 4-hour, like this W that we've made, I mean, it's a W, right? And it's a higher low. It's an ugly W, but it's a W. So that W, the measured move, is up to 92K, and I was originally targeting that for a long. Was way earlier. I was back when we were back when we were in that really slow, that slow climb. And I closed it because it dropped down, but I had a long open. My targets for that one, somewhere up in 92. Dude, I should move.
Yeah. I'm still at the same thing, 10 a.m. Don't.
Man, so yeah, that measurement. Pull it down to the top of the body of the candle, but that measurement takes us almost to 94. So there's a good bit of licks up there to grab. There's enough, I should say. Thing is, we've got a couple of big ol' fair value gaps, bearish fair value gaps. One of them goes from 97, just about 96.25 to 92.340. So we'd have to clear that if we hit that target. 93. What's that, sir? 50. Oh, looks like we have. What is producing? What indicator is producing this target? Yeah. Oh, you know what? That's that deviation indicator. So yeah, there's a thing that I have that kind of maps like deviations from channels and trends. And that's right on the halfway point of that. Now, it doesn't super often actually enter the deviation, like head towards those targets, but when it does, it almost always hits the second one. Sometimes it's the third. Very rarely, like only when it's really weak, does it stop on the one when it actually goes towards it. I mean, it lands smack on that target, which is crazy. And we got some. Let's see. Oh, wait, that might be the other indicator. I think we got some liquidity voids. Let me look.
Yeah, that was weird. When I went to click on you on Discord, like a whole bunch of like graphics and colors popped up. Was that normal?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure what you mean, but my profile thing has a nitro, I think. So it has like a animated thing. Was it like a bunch of lasers?
Oh, that's yeah, that's what it is. Wow, I've never seen anybody look like that on here.
I like this one.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then that's also why I have like my icon has like it's like smoky. Although I do have a modded Discord on my computer that
How did you make your picture animated for your profile picture?
you have to get nitro.
Let's see.
The only thing that kind of makes it worth it is like for boosting servers. Like I have a bunch of friends with their own Discord servers, so I really just got nitro to boost their server. At I guess there's features that are cool, I guess, but it's mostly just like aesthetic stuff. Honestly, don't know why I still pay for it.
You could send bigger files and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is the one. Which annoying.
I tried to send someone a video, wouldn't let me put it through.
Yeah, but you can't even like you can send bigger files, but it's like not that much bigger. So that's why it's annoying. It's like I kind of wish that like the cap for what I like the paying for a premium version let me send even bigger files.
I didn't know we weren't friends. I just sent you a request and a message.
I just added you. I didn't realize either. Oh, that's how it be in here, man. Like I don't even like really need a DM half the time. You know?
Yeah, check that. Check my link out. That's my stuff right there. That's what I was working on. Just finally done. It took me like a year to get the whole damn thing done, and then I was working on AI videos for it, which I did 17 of them, which came out pretty cool. But it won't let me send it to you. The only way I get to share my screen, I'll just do that another day. Oh damn, that's a big ass spider. What the hell?
I don't die, man. I don't believe in those spiders. I ain't scared of them no more, but I respect them because they're like tiny, but they can mess up. Well, not so much a grown person, but they can mess you up. I actually get recurring like I got bit by a brown recluse and I have like the scar, and sometimes it'll like get infected again, basically, because some of some recluses, their cytotoxins or whatever, like stay in your body and they just never leave. So that's fun. This is dope, man. What color would you even call that? Is that like magenta for the background?
What's that? Where? On my website?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just picked purple.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I was like, oh, what? Word? I like the logo too. Logo's sick.
I just got a basic Spotify page. I mean, a Shopify page. Doesn't let you do too much. That's it.
It works, dude. You can spend a lot of time and a lot of money getting like a really fancy website, or you can spend a lot of time and money and effort making good music, right?
Yeah, it's all right. It's good. It's neat. Loads up quick. Got the logo on there.
Yeah, it loaded up immediately. It was smooth. It works. Yeah,
I
if
wish
you
I would group everything together, but it's just kind of like a roll through thing.
if you send me your logo, I'll do some different edits on it for you.
Oh, okay. You could copy it right from there.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I do all that. I got AI stuff. I animate it. I could tell like prompts to make it ever. But yeah, you could play with it if you want.
Yeah, I'll mess around with it a little bit and see if I can make some cool stuff for you. I got some image editors actually mostly on my phone, but I have them on, like I have GIMP and all that on.
You don't got a cassette tape player, do you?
A
lot of people don't have one anymore. So most people don't got a CD player.
I think no, I do. You know what? Because I got one of those. I got one of those like record players that also has a CD player and a cassette player, which
Oh,
is
there you
dope.
go. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I did a cassette too, with like an alternate cover art that looks like a comic book, but it might not come up on the first pages. You might have to like search cassette on the search button. But I thought that came out really good. I'm debating on your opinion, which one do you think looks better? The cover with the regular pictures or the cover with the comic book art? But you have to type cassette and it'll pop up.
Yeah, I'm typing it.
So I'm debating if, because I'm doing a second edition on the CD also, because this guy named Ninth Prince from the group called Killer Army, which is a original Wu-Tang affiliate group,
Yeah.
and he came through because he's friends with the guy I did the album with, and he said, "This is dope, I want to get on it," but I was already just finished with the album. I was like, shit, okay, well, I got to get him on it. So I just said, fuck it, I'll just do a second edition, like do some alternate art. And then I did that comic book cover that you see on the cassette tape there. But I'm debating if I should use that for the CD on a second edition, or I should just keep it as another one.
So I do like the comic book cover a lot.
Which one looks better to people?
I gotta put them side by side real quick because
Let's get some opinions. I'm gonna ask a couple people.
yeah, I think I like the cassette one better, but let me
Oh,
pull
yeah?
them up. Yeah, let me do a split screen though, so I can see them both like side by side, or give you my. How do I do split screening? Sorry, hold on. That's right. I gotta duplicate the tab. Try it. Yeah. Second tab. Fine. Just a second here. And okay. Where- Maybe I can just make it split screen. I don't remember.
What?
I'm just trying to put them like side by. You know what? Hold on. Much now. Let me just open this in your window. Happens good. This onto the grid. No. Split screen. Sorry, split screen.
Yeah, I kind of like how you can see who I am, but I mean, and I kind of like old school retro, the other one. Hard to choose.
Yeah, definitely like them both. But I think why can't I get it to work? Hold on.
I could just use them both and just like let fans choose what they want.
Yeah, that would. That's always. That's
Yeah,
always.
me too.
Ticket on the site. Here we go. Set. Which also I realized that I don't didn't spell cassette correctly the first time because I was like trying to find it and I couldn't because I spelled cassette wrong.
Oh, CASSETT.
Yeah, I forgot the second S. I knew the ETT, but
You probably ain't typed that word in a while.
yeah, right. I think I've typed A track more recently. Okay, so do they have the same like cause like on the CD there's like the other panels?
Oh yeah, everything's the same. It's just the front.
It's just the front, okay. So in that case, I think I like the comic book better.
Oh, okay.
But I think the comic book, like you can still see you both clearly. Like it's not like taking away too much from the image, but I think the design on the comic book is a little more
It's like
like
stands out, like more interesting or something.
yeah, like draws my attention more. And then plus the animation on it is pretty cool. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But yeah, the framing, that's what I'm looking for. I like the framing on it. Like it makes it look just it looks dope.
Looks good. It looks good in the little plastic case too.
Yeah.
Like it makes you want to like open it up and move it around.
Yeah, it looks definitely they're both good. I just think the comic book one has an edge on the other.
So would you prefer to own a cassette tape over a CD?
Ooh. Uh ooh. Honestly, I think cassette tape for memes. You know, like that's just dope. I don't really know anybody that's still selling cassettes. Like I want the
It's
audio
right
quality,
here.
but like yeah,
That's
cassette
me.
tape.
I'm the
Yeah,
guy.
I'm putting money out in my trades right now, but whenever I finally get paid for all these invoices, I might just get both anyways. So I have one of each.
But if you do that, I'm gonna throw in something free.
Yeah. It'll probably be
Tell you what, if you do that, I'm gonna throw in part 1 and part 2 for free.
wet. But yeah, the whole collection, dude.
Yeah, I'll give you the whole collection if you do that. And the other ones are free.
I'll definitely bump it.
Are you
I'll bump
on Facebook? Are you ever on Facebook?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, we got to be friends on there too, because I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
I'll
personally shouting you out on the video.
send you my name, brother.
Okay, let me send you mine. Just you could just hit me up on there.
Yeah, right. I sent you a DM with how my name is on Facebook. Don't tell nobody. Wait, was that the spider? Yo, nah, bro. I mean that thing's probably harmless, but it just these things are creepy. Those ones that look like a Slender Man spider.
Is he cool? I mean, I could smash him, or I don't know.
Huh? What the spider?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he's gonna like, you don't look particularly dangerous. I don't know every spider, but I leave him alone. Like I had a brown widow here at one point for a little bit that was like right outside my door when I walked out. I just talked to that dude. I was like, bro, like don't bite me and just kill all the bugs. Like you got it. I ain't gonna mess with you, just don't mess with me. I don't know. When they get to be a certain size, sometimes all good to share my space, but I didn't always ask for a roommate.
I guess I'll let him live until the morning, maybe.
I mean, he don't look dangerous, but that's a very personal choice, right? They do at least kill a lot of the other bugs. You know what I'm saying? Then they might
I
get
want to
bigger.
give him a chance to move because he's chosen a very, very disconvenient spot. He's in my bathroom. I'm on trying to use the toilet, and he is right next to my knee.
Oh nah. See, I don't like. Sometimes I'll like catch them and release, but I don't do bathroom
I
spiders.
ain't
'Cause,
trying to
like,
do all that, but when I
I
come back tomorrow, you better not be there.
I ain't trying to get bit like in special places. Like that's just not cool. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like the propensity is there. Plus, then you gotta like watch them. You gotta like keep your eyes on them while you use the bathroom.
That's why his life is in danger right now. And he's unfortunately, I made a bad decision to eat oatmeal this late, and yeah.
Like I'm not advocating for you know um arachnicide, I guess, but at the same time, like, bro gotta learn a lesson about personal space. You know what I mean? Like, clearly he didn't get the memo.
He's pushing, and he's about maybe like slightly over 1 foot away from my knee right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not great.
Nah. Bro don't understand a safe space. You know what I'm saying? That's messed up.
Yeah, he's in danger. Maybe go ahead and bye. I'll give him until the morning. See how nice I am.
Gentleman and a scholar. Let's see.
Well, it looks like we've decided to do nothing, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what indicator this is. It just keeps like got these like weird.
And dominance has continued to do something, which is go up.
Okay, so it is the British reality. What boxes are these? Like I'm using different settings and it's got it sitting on these boxes. And the one looks kind of
As long as Zcash doesn't go down, that'd be cool. It probably will eventually. But then again, you never know. It's quite a sneaky coin these days. Somebody likes it. Maybe it's JP Morgan. JP Morgan likes it.
Oh, I see what this is. It's the Frankfurt session opening, which I don't normally use. Huh. Oh, and also EU Brinks. Interesting. A little better. I'm not seeing the label. Oh wait, that's why. No. Yeah, there's what I'm looking for. Dump it? Question mark?
Ah, they heard us.
People putting all their liquidations right above them candles. Sketchy, sketchy. Alright. We might finally actually test the bottom of this range. Or this channel. And I'll tell you what, that 13 crosses that 50. If it does, I foresee my short doing quite well. But still come. Yeah, let's pull back. Do got a bunch of fair value gaps below that could few that I think could trigger a reversal, but It's a red vector on the 15-minute.
It's cute for now.
Man, I've been on the wrong chart this whole time. I was on the right chart for my exchange, but it's not a red vector on Binance. The Binance perpetuals chart, I should say.
Damn, my oatmeal's cold.
Man, won't this already go ahead and test that bottom of the scale? Playing with my emotions.